Whoa! It's your boy Sitch here with another Sunday show at everyone's favorite enjoyer of fat cat memes.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? How about
Adam
some
Francis.
fat cats? This one's
The
the
entire
best.
the reason we're late is because the entire time Adam was just telling me about fat cat AI memes. He's just
It was great.
enamored with them. He collects them. He has like hard drives full of fat cat AI.
God, I wish I had a fat cat.
I mean, I'm watching. These are pretty funny. They're just
Yeah,
fat cats running through, causing destruction and mayhem. Okay,
it's
pretty
basically killing
incredible.
their owners. What are we
Yes.
talking about today? Enough
Oh
of this.
my
Come on,
gosh.
get into the show.
Well, today we're talking about the new fat cat elephant in the room that is maybe spelling the destruction of the country, Adam, or at least probably going to be very detrimental to the Democratic Party. Unfortunately, there was a big socialist wave in New York, or New York City specifically, of a bunch of Democrat candidates running for the House in New York City all got primaried. And the candidates that Mom Donnie backed, which were all socialist, won their races.
That's terrible. What
Yeah.
are we? This is a socialist takeover of America. Is this actually happening?
So, well, at first, I want to go over like there's three candidates. One is by far the craziest, and we'll go over kind of her crazy positions, and then look at some analysis that goes into is this going to be like how is this going to affect races going forward? How is this going to affect the Democratic Party going forward? Because obviously that's the more important question. Is this just going to be, oh, it's just a runoff, spinoff thing in some sort of blue area of the state, or does this spell doom for the Democrat Party?
The Democrat Party, not America itself.
Well, both. I mean,
Okay.
it's only doom for America
I blame
if
Republicans.
you should. It's only doomed for America if the Democrats end up swinging hard left and then they get elected. I think what the more likely scenario would be if they do swing hard left on these candidates nationwide. I think they're just going to lose all these elections nationwide.
It does present a quandary for the Democratic voters because are they going to vote for the socialist or the Republican? That's like a real hard
Yes.
situation for them, right? They hate both of them.
Well, unfortunately, I think most uh, Democrat voters, the average one, probably a lot, unless these candidates are like really fucking bad, which some of them are. And even CNN was, which we're going to watch, CNN kind of did a video exposing one of these candidates. I think a lot of the candidates are going to be kind of like hiding their power level a lot better than this lady. And so the news will kind of be like, oh, they just want free healthcare, right? They just want free healthcare for everyone. They just want Medicare for all. Like that's kind of like the rub. That's kind of the lie they all tell about these
Mm.
people. They kind of let them get in, subvert their power, or I'm sorry, to subvert the American power and to get people to vote for them, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's see what we got.
So this lady who won, and unfortunately probably gonna win, her name is Dario Lizia Avila Chevalier.
Mm-hmm.
She's got it. And here's CNN talking. But actually, before I play this for a second, this lady, okay, I didn't know this until recently. Do you remember the Justice Democrats?
Yeah, of course. That's how AOC came to power.
Right. The Justice Democrats, they reached out to AOC. They said, hey, we think you should run for office. And do you remember who helped find, or I should say find,
Well,
help found the
it
Justice
was Cenk
Democrats?
Uygur and Kyle Kalinske who both
That's
got kicked
right.
out for being sexist pigs. If you
That's right.
remember, Cenk went off about how horsecock is not necessarily bestiality, and he got kicked out of the
Wait, was
Justice
that really why
Democrats.
he got kicked out? I didn't know that.
Yes,
That's
yes,
hilarious.
the old things resurfaced, and
That's
it
so
turned out he was
funny.
a big fat sexist.
Wow. Well, I mean, the horsecock comment is sexist. That's
Hmm.
just like a weird. I don't know what that is, but I don't know if it's sexist. It's a weird comment. But
Right? Yeah, of course.
so the Justice Democrats did the same thing with this fucking lady. Okay. So we can thank Jank and Kyle, even though they got kicked out for starting this organization. They went and found this lady. The Justice Democrats went and they emailed her and they said, hey, we think that you should run for Congress. Okay. So if it
Hmm.
wasn't for these fucking people, we wouldn't have this woman, saddled on American politics.
Wow.
Okay. So here's even CNN going after her.
CNN uncovered this controversial and now deleted Twitter account of a current congressional candidate backed by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. It included posts and reposts.
Okay, so let me read some of these. So her post was, fuck you. So this is in response, this is in 2020. This is in response to all the defund the police stuff. And if you recall, when all the defund the police stuff was popping off, a lot of people on the left were saying, hey, listen, defund the police, it doesn't actually mean to defund the police. It means something different, right? It means we just want to allocate resources to mental health, right? Or to social workers. You know, it was all this sort of like trying to soften the rhetoric. And she said, she tweeted out, fuck you. We're going to defund and abolish. You don't get to water down our movements.
Right. Okay. So she's just saying it. She's like, no more police.
Yeah. So she's 100% down on it. Then she retweeted someone who said, a world without borders, just like a world without prisons or police, is possible, necessary, and the only moral way forward.
Oh my God. These people are insane.
So she's a literal no border, like a lot of times when people are like, oh, there are no borders, right? It's kind of like there's hyperbole there. You know, is it really true or not? This lady is an actual no borders person who simultaneously wants to get rid of police and prisons.
Yeah. Obviously never watched any of the prison channels on YouTube.
No.
Well, these people are insane. What are you talking about?
Supporting abolishing police, prisons, and borders, calling into question Israel.
She said, in New York, they don't say I love you. They say NYPD suck my dick. And I think that's beautiful.
Right. Mm-hmm.
She also says, well, she obviously does not support Israel existing.
Right to exist and attacking Democrats.
Then she also said, this is for the DNC, you big, fraudulent, white, nasty status quo fucks. Why you took Bernie off the blanking race when you trifling, dirty voter suppressing, fuck you, holding elections during a pandemic, and then another expletive.
Wow. Really going for it.
Yes.
You know, I am so excited to be sitting here with Daria Lisa, and I'm so excited to be endorsing her in her run for Congress.
Democratic Socialist Darlisa Avila Chevier is running against longtime rep Democratic Congressman Adriano Espaillat in New York's 13th Congressional District, and she has become one of the most prominent left-wing challengers in the country after Mamdani threw his support behind her.
Okay. I sent you, they didn't bring this up. I sent you probably her most famous tweet they can bring up here. So this was obviously before the race. She has since won the race by a slightly over 2,000 votes. So very, very narrow margin. Unfortunately, she won by this little amount.
In a primary. Yeah.
In a primary. Yes. Which, I mean, she's going to win. There's no, this is a deep blue district. There's no way that the Republicans going to win.
So all the people are just going to, or there's going to be low turnout. What is your prediction?
There could be low turnout, but there's going to be enough of her turnout.
Oh, of course. They just got to go down to the homeless shelter and with a stack of ballots and do some harvesting, right?
Mm-hmm. Also, there's a very interesting, we're going to listen to it later. There's a very interesting New York Times actually op-ed podcast where they talk about all of like the political scheming that Zohran Mamdani is doing behind the scenes to get these people elected. And I didn't realize this. I didn't realize how dangerous Zohran Mamdani is. I just kind of looked at him like, oh, he's going to be some like AOC squad retard. Maybe he's going to fuck up New York and then that's it. That's not the case. This is a guy who is hyper fixated on political power, and he knows how to get people into office, and he knows how to maneuver behind the scenes, and he's going to be very dangerous. And he's definitely going to be running for president, probably not in 2028, but after that, he's definitely going to be running for president.
He's a naturalized citizen. He can't run for president.
Oh, thank God. Okay, cool.
He's not going to be running for president.
Thank God. Okay. Well, he's going to definitely be trying to get somewhere in someone's cabinet.
He's got the same problem as Cenk, but
oh, thank God.
That is fascinating because that's part of the equation. Imagine the most powerful person in the Democratic Party can't even run for president.
Well, then he's just probably trying to set up his fiefdom in New York City, because they're talking about how weird it is that the mayor, because usually what happens is like the mayor of New York, the mayor of like a big city, they're not going to put their finger on the scale for a lot of like primaries, right? They don't necessarily want to inject themselves into that situation. Mamdani's done the exact opposite. He's directly injected himself in these primaries to get his democratic socialist buddies into office and to shore up his own power base and to position himself as this important political kingmaker in the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
So this tweet that she put out here from so long ago, 2019, which, by the way, she's in her like mid 20s in 2019. People are acting like she's like a teenager or something. That's not true. She's like 25 or 26 in 2019. Okay. Because she's only in her 30s. She's only in her early 30s now. She has, it says black men, handshake emoji, Arab men. And then underneath it says fetishizing ugly colonizer women.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So basically what she's saying, if you don't know your internet memes here, is she's criticizing the fact that black men and Arab men find white women attractive.
Yeah.
Now, you would hope that in the year 2026, that a candidate who has openly been against interracial relationships, you would hope that that candidate wouldn't really have a chance in office, especially in the Democrats, right? That seems pretty bizarre. That seems pretty crazy. But I guess as long as you're socialist and as long as your racism is aimed at white people, who cares? It's totally okay. That's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. This is all just so crazy. But look, I don't think they stand a snowball chance in hell of getting any sort of mainstream political power. So the thing that I worry about is the system's so broken that they're going to get power surreptitiously.
Well, I mean,
and they feel totally justified because of what Trump did. So
right. Well, these people are going to be in power, and the problem I think going forward is if the Democrats take back I don't know if they even will, but like just say hypothetically, if the Democrats are able to take back the House in the midterms, it's going to be a very tight margin at that point. And instead of having the more centery Democrats who are the swing votes that hold out, you're going to have these fucking people, these socialist extremists that are going to be the people that are going to be demanding things from the Democrats in order to vote on whatever issue that they want to vote on.
If Republicans took healthcare seriously, they would be unstoppable. The two biggest issues for most of America is healthcare and immigration.
Yeah.
And the problem is the Democrats are the only ones taking healthcare seriously, and Republicans are the only one taking immigration seriously. So you got to kind of split the baby. You're like, look, those are my two top issues. What the fuck do I do? Right.
Right.
So, but if Republicans stepped in and said, look, we're going to do with healthcare what we did with immigration. Like, we're going to take the bull by the horns here and really deal with this shit. Oh, they'd be unstoppable. And it would totally take any power away from the Democrats, because everyone thinks the Democrats are incompetent when it comes to economic policy. Why won't they do that? Why won't the Republicans just fucking step up? It's another thing too. So many Republicans, they've allowed concept creep on the concept of socialism. So all these young people think socialism is like universal health care or social security, right? They think the safety net is socialism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is socialism is the abolition of private property, which is what these people want to do, which is terrifying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if this is why, man, they should have just stepped up with the public option, because if the government wants to compete with the private sector, that would force the private sector to stop the shenanigans or be driven out of business, right? I don't think the government sector can do as good a job as the private sector, but if the private sector is running unopposed and has complete collusion, they're just going to rake people over the coals, and that's basically what's happening in healthcare.
Yeah.
It's totally ridiculous.
And unfortunately, if these people get their way, because obviously these people, they're even, they're pushing, they don't want the public.
They want Medicare for all. Yeah. They want to
want
basically abolish all private business. They want to abolish. Fucking terrifying.
Yeah. She has said that she's in favor of nationalizing all utilities, nationalizing the entire healthcare industry, nationalizing hospitals, doctors, and medicine.
Yeah, this
She
is
also,
the whole we pretend to work and they pretend to pay us.
and she also wants to seize all property from landlords and suspend mortgages and rent payments.
Yeah, she
So
wants to basically grind the entire economy to a halt. The most
how is this
dynamic economy in the world, she wants to completely destroy.
how is this supposed to work? Like this lady's so batshit crazy. Her views are so stupid that she should, like, in a functioning rational society, okay, she'd be laughed out of the room and be too embarrassed to speak her politics in public. She'd have to hide in the closet. Okay. Because this is a person who wants to say that we should have no borders so that anyone can come into our country. We have no prisons, so no one can be held in prison if they commit a crime. But then also, everything is going to be given to you by the government in terms of healthcare and all these other social services.
Well, she believes that if that's the case, people will not commit crime. There will be no crime because there'll be no reason to commit crime.
Even if
steal.
I know, it's like retarded.
In the Carmelo case, was that a dispute over theft? Was it a dispute over who had universal health care and who didn't? No.
Well, listen, Adam, you're being too simplistic here. Obviously, Carmelo Anthony, growing up in a middle class family, was, with his mom, had a fancy car and they lived in a nice big house. Obviously, they felt the oppression of living in a society without Medicare for all, and that's what put Carmelo Anthony in the mental state of mind that allowed him to not
Murder
control himself
somebody.
and stab Austin Metcalf.
Yeah,
Yes,
no. Like it perfectly makes the point that there's going to be violence because people will feel disrespected and lash out at one another. It's not always over material resources, which is just a huge problem with this socialist brain rot. They think it all comes down to material conditions.
yes.
No, it doesn't. It comes down to young kids, talking to one another in a disrespecting way or giving one another the side eye the wrong way, or who knows what it comes to be. But
Sure. There's actually, I don't know, maybe we'll watch it today, maybe we'll watch it next week. There's a very interesting video from a content creator I'd never seen before, who was Black, and they were kind of talking about how ghetto culture became prominent in the Black community over time and how it's basically, how destructive it is to the Black community.
yeah,
I
it's
think that's
honor
like right on the
culture.
money. Yeah.
Honor culture, yeah.
Yeah. She also said in reference to abolishing the police, she tweeted out herself with, of course, she had clapping emojis because, of course, she said, defund the police means ending policing, full stop, period. No more policing at all, ever. It's very harmful to the work Black abolitionists have been doing for decades to dilute this movement. If you're not fully on board yet, it's fine to say that. She also, in 2021, retweeted a post that said, in reference to police, all pigs everywhere are haram.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you know this, she converted to Islam.
Yeah, I do know. I
recently.
know that. Yeah.
Yes. So she recently converted to Islam, and the only reason she's given for this was, interestingly, not ideological, but just because, or not religious, I should say. It's just because she said, doing all her social justice work, she was just interacting with a lot of people who were Muslim, and they just seemed to be in the kind of the right side of politics. So she's like, I should convert too, I guess.
Yeah. No.
Okay, so here's
Her entire security detail better be socialist.
So here she is. She's being interviewed by Vox here, and this guy asks her about her stance on no deportation. Okay.
Still ask about two tweets specifically because I think they are relevant to the race. The first is all deportation is wrong. Now, in Congress, obviously, that comes with a lot of questions about immigration enforcement. And even as Democrats might agree with calls that you have shared to things like abolish ICE, I don't know if they're necessarily there on things like all deportation is wrong. You're talking about kind of language change, but that's pretty clear in terms of belief. Is that something you still believe?
That phrase, yes. I still believe that all deportations are wrong.
Even if we're talking about illegal entry to the country or someone who may have committed a crime?
So when we're talking about things like illegal entry, we're actually talking about administrative laws, right? We're not talking about criminal law. And we really need to make a have an understanding of what it is that we are doing when we say that people who are non-citizens, who have a different status based on where they were born, why they should endure an additional form of punishment when they have already gone through the criminal system.
Let me concede the question of people who have not committed a crime. Because
it's just the logic of this, Sitch. What the fuck is this retardation? They've been hit with a crime.
Yeah.
Okay. And they're bringing up a completely separate crime. What is double jeopardy is on the same fucking crime. It's on the same charge. She like equates this to double jeopardy.
Yeah.
In her world, you can't bring up somebody on multiple charges.
Well,
you can only bring them up on one charge. Otherwise, it's double jeopardy. Oh, you got to pick your charge. Is it going to be murder or jaywalking? What you going to charge them with?
No, it's completely insane. But also, I mean, he asked her, he pressed her a little bit on this, which is interesting because she's going to be very clear that she is fine. She does not believe. Like, just put this in your mind, how unserious of a person this is, how retarded of a person this is. She has a position that if an illegal immigrant comes to our country and murders somebody, and they get out of prison, somehow 20, 30 years later.
They have to be an American citizen.
That they get to stay in our country, that they don't have to be deported somewhere else. This is how unseriously retarded this person is. Okay. How fucked in the head are you to think that, to have that position?
It's like the level of mental retardation we're swimming in these days. It's unfathomable.
So we have a person who's going to win in Congress who believes that we should have zero borders, so that any person in the entire fucking world can come to our country. And then we should have no means of selection of kicking those people out of our country, even if they do a crime. None. Zero.
Jasmine Crockett is currently a sitting congresswoman. So
this person is 100 times stupider than Jasmine Crockett. I don't think Jasmine Crockett would say this. Even if she believed it, I don't think she's stupid enough to say this.
Right.
As I think that that's not really the question at hand. Like, if we're saying all deportation is wrong, though, that would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yes. And the reason I say that is because we have a criminal system. It is imperfect, but it exists. And it is one that if we accept as the process by which we want to engage with these issues, right, then we need to make sure that it is one that isn't also discriminatory on the basis of where people were born, right? To subject someone who has committed a crime to both a criminal system and then additionally to an immigration system that also detains them in the very same facilities that people who are convicted of criminal convictions are also held, right? And then deported and ripped away from everything they know and love. That is also punishment. It is double punishment. And if we truly believe that double jeopardy is something that is unconstitutional, something that is
she uses the term double jeopardy. I'm assuming she's not an attorney.
She was a public defender.
Oh my God!
Or actually, she worked for a public. I don't think she worked for a public defender.
Never get the public defender, guys. Never do it. Okay.
Well, she's
Max out your credit cards before you go public defender.
She's just trying to frame this in some way that she thinks would be more socially acceptable, like double jeopardy. Like, it's not discrimination. Like, this is that's a crazy thing to say. It's someone has come to your country who is here illegally. And they're shown that they're not a good citizen, right? They're committing crimes. They could be committing violent crimes. And so you're like, well, why the fuck why would anyone want that person in their country? Get them the fuck out of my country.
Yeah, we got to put them on our streets.
No. Right.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, how dare you do that? Okay. They should be free to live in America and to continue to victimize whoever they want.
American citizens. Yeah, exactly.
Which, I mean, this really shows you sort of the insanity, the inconsistency of these people, the inane worldview they have. Because this woman, she believes that America is an evil, oppressive, repressive place, especially under Donald Trump, that America is this horrible racist nation. And yet, if that's the case, then why is she saying, well, it's such like a crime, it's such a penalty, I should say, for people to be forced back to their own countries. Like if America's so bad, why is sending someone back to the country that they come from akin to double jeopardy, a second crime, a second punishment? Like, shouldn't it be good to get them out of our horrible country?
Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason to it. She knows they're shithole countries. She
Of
knows it's
course.
a death sentence for them to go back to their shithole countries.
That's
Although that's where they learned all the crime and where they will thrive as criminals.
It's just all these people are this Hassan's saying they're all the same. All they do is talk endlessly about how America's the worst country ever. And yet they're like, oh, well, everyone should be able to live here in the worst country ever. Like, if we're the worst country, why the fuck does everyone want to come here?
It's just bullshit. I love that this is Vox. And I don't know if this guy interviewing her is gay, but he's definitely got all
He's
the
super
gay.
He's
head
like
sway.
mega
Yeah,
ultra
okay.
gay.
Look, I have a friend of mine has all of the gay mannerisms, but
Yeah.
he's not remotely gay at all. So
Mm-hmm.
so it always makes me question. I'm like, well, maybe he's not gay. Maybe he's just one of those people that has the
Maybe.
gay mannerisms. But
Mhm.
but even he is not buying any of this bullshit. It's all like, no way, sister. This ain't flying here. Yeah. Which is good. I mean, look, this will probably be a boon for Republicans. Remember the ad that got Donald Trump elected, right?
Mhm.
Oh my God. This is
Of course.
this is like a wealth of advertising for the Republicans in the midterms.
Of course. Of course. I mean, of course it's going to be. Oh, this lady
Every
that all the
single-
Democrats support, or that the Democrat Party supports, thinks that, murderers should have to stay in the country. And actually, then they shouldn't even go to jail.
And this is great for every single Republican all over the country because they are going to be able to frame keeping the House of Representatives as holding off socialism. And they're going to be able to pull this person up. They're not even going to be running against the person they're running against in their district. They're going to be running against this woman. Every Democrat is going to have to comment on how they feel about this woman.
Yep. 100%.
That they're going to be caucusing with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
it's interesting because, we saw this a lot with AOC and politics, like local politics used to be very different. It used to be they always say all politics is local. There used to be people that would kind of build these power bases in local areas of the country. And that would be like the most important way to kind of get people on the ground and get the votes and all this other stuff. And that's so important, don't get me wrong. But because of the way that social media and national news is structured now, so much of the information that people get is just completely filtered through that national lens. It's not really filtered through the local lens that much, unless you're like super, tapped in to politics, which most people aren't. And so you're right. Like every Republican ad is going to be this lady talking about, abolishing prisons, talking about having open borders and all this crazy shit. And every Democrat's going to have to come out and say, well, I don't agree with this fucking retard. Or they're going to have to try to dance around it because a lot of them are going to try to appeal to the same, base of voters that voted for this lady. And that's what's going to happen.
yeah, midterms are sizing up to be very interesting here. We're going to have to keep a close eye on the midterms this year.
Mm-hmm.
Ethical, we cannot subject people to that on the basis of where they were born.
Mm-hmm.
And I also believe that the question of deportation is one that is deeply racist. It is one that believes that because someone was born outside of this country, that they deserve one of the most cruel forms of punishment imaginable, to be stripped away from your entire community.
Mm-hmm. I hear that argument.
Wait. Okay. First of all,
They abandoned their community.
I know. What is she talking about? What are you talking about? What the fuck? First of all, that's racist. Race doesn't matter. Okay. You could have some fucking white guy from Norway comes to the country illegally, right? They're still going to be subject to deportation, especially if they commit a crime. If some white guy from Norway comes here and kills somebody, you better bet you think all the Republicans would be like, well, it's fine that they stay in the country.
Yeah,
because they're
he's
a white
from
guy,
Norway.
right? Yeah, it's fine. Right?
They hate
What the
fucking
fuck?
Europeans.
What are you talking about? Like it's racist. It's racist. And then she said it's one of the cruelest crimes is to deport a person. First of all, like again, how is America like this horrible country, right? If that's the worst crime imaginable, number one. Okay. Number two, that's a worse crime than the crime that the person committed. If the person committed like a rape or a murder or something, you're like, well, it's the worst crime is that they got deported, not the fact that they murdered somebody.
Yeah. They have no sympathy for people who are victims of violent crime. They have absolutely no sympathy for those people.
No,
They don't
it's
think
so
about those
wild.
people at all. Yeah.
It is truly fascinating. I want a deep psychological study on this woman and people like this. Because you're right. These people who claim that they just have infinite empathy for people, and they have no empathy for people that have been violently victimized by individuals committing crime. Only if it's like some oppressive system, then they care. But if it's an individual who does a crime, they're like, no, it's fine. Who cares?
This actually hooks up with the Free Palestine movement because they believe America is illegitimate in the same way they believe Israel is illegitimate. So that's why they don't have sympathy for the victims of violent crime, because those people are colonizers who are here on stolen land.
Right.
And the immigrant that comes in and murders them is actually doing a service because he's making up for that past injustice.
I mean,
So
maybe
that's why they don't. It has to do with the ideology.
You're probably right. And even though most crimes are people committing crimes of the same, ethnicity, the same race, the same socioeconomic status on each other anyway. So
They
it's
just
like,
ignore all that.
it's like, it's so, they just have this like weird idea of like, oh, the only reason people do crime, like it's never their fault. It's never it's so weird. It's never an individual's fault for doing a crime. In certain scenarios, like if
Unless
they're like
it's a white collar.
yeah, like if it's like a rich person who does a crime, then it's their fault. If it's Elon Musk, who's like taking money, it's their fault. If it's like a white like frat bro who's accused of sexual assault, then obviously it's like their fault. We live in a horrible picture. It's so like their entire world is just so inconsistent, just a contradiction of values.
Yeah,
it is just racist. It's just racism. It's just this hatred of America. Hatred of the West is the number one value, and everything else flows downhill from that. So I want to read you her answer here. It's a little bit long, but it's important. So she was being interviewed by the New York editorial board, and this journalist asked her this question. Is they say, speaking of human rights and human dignity, you've been a prison abolitionist. What should happen to someone who has killed somebody else? I mean, I went to a sentencing last week. A man killed another man, didn't know the person, just sitting on a stoop, and they got an 18-year prison sentence. Should that person not go to prison, and what should happen instead? Well, first of all, if a random person walks up and kills a person, the fact that they don't get life in prison at a minimum is pretty crazy. Only an 18-year prison sentence.
18 years? That's it?
That's pretty fucking wild. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Something needs to be done about this.
Right. Okay. So this is her answering this question. So, for prison abolitionists, I think a lot of folks misunderstand what the vision of the world actually is. And it is one that actually centers this question of harm. At the heart of what we're asking is, why is it that there is so much harm in our society? How do we prevent it and deal with it when it happens? And as someone who has worked with folks who have been incarcerated, who have felt ostracized, for lack of a better term, by so many facets of our society, for being poor, for being Black, for being Latino. Now, notice the person who asked the question didn't say anything about the race of anyone involved, but I work at a public defender's office where most of our clients are incredibly poor, Black and brown New Yorkers. And for so many of the crimes that they're being indicted for are crimes of poverty or the effects of poverty. And when I think about this question of harm, I think, how do we create a society where people feel so safe that they don't need to pick up the phone and call the police? And when harm does happen, how do we actually create repair? What a weird sentence. When harm happens, how do we create repair? Someone's got murdered. They didn't like break their phone. What do you mean? Because what we have right now is a system in wherever harm happens, there's more harm being perpetrated, not only on the folks who engage in the harm, but also on the victims of the harm. I'm someone who has actually been the victim of crimes, of violence, and gone to the police as a young person thinking doing the thing that society told me to do, and all that did was traumatize me more. I'm very curious to what her experience was, where she was apparently victimized by crime, and when she told the police traumatized her more.
This is just stupid.
So that was her first answer. Now, there was obviously no answer to the question. whatsoever
Of
about,
course
okay,
not. Yeah.
should a person go to jail if they murder somebody, right? She just gave a bunch of rhetoric and fluff. Now, kudos to the journalist. They ask again.
Again. Thank
Okay.
goodness.
But what do you do for the murderer, though? Then she responds. And so I'm trying to answer the question. No, she's not. Which is that what we do is that we then put people behind bars in incredibly traumatizing conditions in a context where they cannot accurately reflect on the harm that they caused or feel any remorse on that because they're just trying to survive inside and they're being re-traumatized day after day while inside. And then when they're released, they're bringing that trauma back to our community. And that is having a
that's why you
reverberating
don't release them. You dumbass.
and that is having a reverberating effect on everyone in our society. And so, as an abolitionist, when you think about this question of harm, we have to think not only about interrupting the cycle of harm, but also preventing it from the onset. And the part of that has to do with thinking about what are the systems that actually reduce harm from happening in the first place.
Yeah.
And I've spoken
I nailed
to
it.
Yes. And I've spoken to clients at public defender's office where you hear the larger story of what happened. And it was folks who were under so much stress from the conditions that they were facing that they just lashed out in a way that was out of character, in ways that they deeply regret. They don't have a way to actually repair now because they don't have a pathway towards that. You see folks who just need access to medical care. I had one of the jobs I had many years ago, a client who's actually intentionally getting arrested because on Rikers was the only way they could get access to their bipolar medication. And this is a reflection of a larger failure of our system to actually protect our people from harm, to think about harm in more expansive ways and actually address it in meaningfully and effective ways. Okay. So again, no answer to the question, right?
Yeah,
whatsoever.
not at all.
Now, she's not saying, oh, she's a prison reformist who believes that prison shouldn't be a place where people are so traumatized and that they should actually be able to, better themselves or feel bad for themselves. Because if that was actually her position, she wouldn't say that she's an abolitionist, that she doesn't think prison should exist. She would say that they should just be changed, right? So that's just a complete lie. It's a complete bullshit. And then this is so interesting that the way that she frames this is, when she's working in the public defender's office and these people that commit crimes, right? They give her this fucking sob story about how,
they
it's
just
not my
manipulate
fault.
her.
Right.
She's so
right,
manipulated by these
She's,
fucking lying psychopaths.
I had so much stress that I just lashed out and murdered somebody. It was totally out of character. I was just so stressed out. Well, listen, number one, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. If you're under stress and your response is to lash out and murder someone or commit a violent crime, it's like, well, how do you think the person who was the victim of the fucking violent crime feels or their family because that person could be dead? I don't give a fuck that you had a bad day or that you were stressed out. Congratulations. Society is filled with people who are stressed out all the time. And
they don't become murderers.
Yeah. And the people that don't murder people and they're stressed out, they get to live in normal society. The people that can't fucking handle it, they don't.
Yeah, they get to live in a prison.
Right.
Yeah, guess what? You're going to be more stressed out.
Well, and also just like how stupid, how naive is this lady? Because if you ever watch any of these like police videos or something, it's so there's a lot of problems obviously with the police. I mean, we saw this with like the whole bricks and minifig situation, right?
Of course, but that's like
right. But like part of the reason
mild compared to this.
Well, shit. I know. But I'm saying part of the reason that like there are a lot of problems with the police is because the police are used to interacting with people who lie they lie as easy as they breathe.
Yeah.
Whenever you see these people that get into these police interactions, I'd even say beyond that. I just think it's like the average person who is like doing something that's criminal. So many of these people, they just lie. It's so crazy to watch these police interactions where they're like totally lying to police officers about everything. And then the police officer, like, it turns out that they have some evidence, right? They're like, well, okay, but I have a security camera footage that showed that you stole this, right? Or that you attacked this person, right? And then all of a sudden it's like a switch flips and they go like fucking ballistic on the police officer. Like there's a million videos like this shit. And this dumbass over here, she's just like in the first stage and she just hears them giving this fucking sob story and that's it. She just buys it every fucking time.
Yeah, she's gullible. She's a gullible fucking loser.
So then the reporter asks the third time. Okay. They say, but did we answer what happens to the murderer?
No way.
Do you
Nice.
do
Go
you
for it.
do you not incarcerate the murderer? Okay. So then her response to that is, again, I'm talking about this question between the distance between the world we want to see and the world we're at. And tomorrow, when that instance happens, that incarceration is what's going to happen, right? I don't think anyone in society questions that that's what's going to happen. So she didn't say she's in favor of a person
No.
going to jail. She just said that they're going to go to jail because obviously that's the system we live in,
Because that's
right?
the fucked up system we live in.
Right.
The murderers actually have to face the consequences of their behavior.
Of course. So then the journalist asks a fourth time, Adam.
No way. No way.
Four times.
He's going for it. This is
Going for it.
amazing. This guy's the best.
Well, actually, there's like multiple journalists, and they keep all of them keep asking.
Oh, okay,
questions.
good.
Okay, they're all taking turns. So then the other journalist says, "But can you get a little less abstract? Like she was watching a jury vote on the guy's guilty. Should he be sentenced or not?"
Oh,
Okay.
wow. She's on the jury.
Right. So then she answers again, or she doesn't answer again. She says, "Well, this is what I'm saying is that when that happens, as someone who has sat in so many courtrooms, to me, all of that is tragic. The fact that the murder happened is tragic. The fact that there was a circumstance in which that could even come to pass is tragic. And all of that is reflection of a system that allowed that circumstance to be possible. And so, I have always focused my attention on how do we create systems where that's not even the possibility."
That nobody can murder anybody else.
So her position is that until you create the Minority Report pre-crime division,
Yeah, she can't answer the question.
right?
Even in Minority Report, they incarcerate the guy. They incarcerate him before he commits the crime.
Well, no, she would
It's
say
fucking great.
you use the precogs to arrest the person, but then you don't send them to jail. You just put them in therapy. Okay.
Oh. These
And you
people
get-
think therapy is a miracle cure
It's
for
a
everything.
miracle. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. And you just keep doing that, repeatedly until, every time they're about to commit a crime, you just send them to therapy, right? Infinitely.
All these people probably are in therapy.
Right. Now, unfortunately, this is the end of the interview. So after dodging the question 4 times, they ran out of time, and that was the end of the interview.
Mm-hmm.
How? I mean, first of all, she's got to be thanking her fucking stars that this is a text interview. Because if this was an audio clip of her refusing to answer the question that a person should go to jail for murder 4 fucking times, holy shit, that's devastating. Okay.
It is. There's audio of this somewhere, though. I guarantee it's going to leak.
Maybe. Yeah, I hope so. I fucking
Journalists
hope so.
without tape recorders in the room? Come on.
They
probably video
they
of it.
better. So also this lady here. Now, this woman has been a professional activist her whole life. Okay.
Yeah.
And she helped start a lot of those crazy socialist, super anti-Israel organizations on college campuses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And one of the organizations that she literally helped start was
Free Palestine?
It was no. It was here, let me bring it up here. The CUA Apartheid Divest organization.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, close.
Yeah.
Divest from Israel, right?
Right.
As a Free Palestine.
It was the Columbia. It was the CUAD. I don't CUAD. The Columbia University Apartheid Divest organization. Now, it's been a while, but if you remember when we covered 2023, 2024, when all those protests happened, this was the organization that was involved in setting up a lot of those sit-ins and those protests on Columbia college campuses and all these other things. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the organization that she helped. She was like the co-founder of. So they put on Instagram in response to October 7th, "We are Westerners fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization." That's the first sentence.
Dude, I don't think you should be able to call yourself a Westerner anymore.
Right. They're actually there. I
Like,
sent you.
what are
I sent
you?
you the
How
post.
are
You
you a
can bring it up
Westerner
here.
then?
Okay. So that people can see. I'm not making this up. All right.
How are
This
you
is
a
a
Westerner?
real. You're not. You're not. Okay. But I sent it to you. This is a real post. Okay, from this organization. We are Westerners fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. We stand in full solidarity with every movement for liberation in the global South. Our intifada is an internationalist one. We are fighting for nothing less than the liberation of all people. We reject every genocidal eugenicist regime that seeks to undermine the personhood of the colonized. As the fascism ingrained in the American consciousness becomes even more explicit and irrefutable, we seek community and instruction from militants in the global South who have been on the front lines in the fight against tyranny and domination, which undergird the imperialist world order.
My God.
Okay.
It's my dream to see these people dropped into an actual war zone. These fucking LARPers. We should just drop these people into Ukraine. Drop them on the Ukrainian front lines and say, pick a side. We don't care which one. Just go for it. You pick.
I mean, all these, I think all these people should be deported. They should all be forced to live in one of these countries that they're going to simp for. If America is just so evil,
Yeah.
I just get them out of here.
They have
don't deserve
no
to be
idea how real power works. Right. How power everywhere is based on. Well, look, it's funny that they say this all the time. Power is based on violence, but it's violence that they never see.
Of course. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if she was ever asked. I didn't see anyone ever ask her about this question, right? Why, she's helped create this group that put this out, and, does she denounce it, right? I don't think she was ever asked to talk about this. Now, I think she would just lie anyway, so it doesn't matter. But at least, you got to put their feet to the fire, right?
Yeah, no, it's so strange. It's so strange.
She also she's so cringe too. She put out this cringe tweet that said, "Pay for therapy, lead healthier lifestyles, become bad bitches, seize the means of production."
Yeah, no. Can you imagine them running SpaceX?
God.
How long would SpaceX last if these people were in charge?
It's so funny too, because they always complain that Elon Musk is like an incompetent buffoon, and all these people are like, "We got to pay for therapy to become bad bitches so we can seize the means of production." Okay, we need therapy first. We got to get our nails done, and then we got to go to therapy, and then we can become the bad bitches who seize the means of production.
Meanwhile, Elon Musk is doing ketamine and playing video games.
And still somehow fucking doing it, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck? Jesus.
Invents self-driving electric cars and fucking rockets to Mars.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here is another. Now, I know this should come as a shock to you, but one of the other horrible takes she has is a horrible take on Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
Of course. It's so funny. All these people that just, I think the way they conceptualize it is there's like the America bad people who I think now we should conceptualize them as foreigners first. Okay. There's there's the America first people. There's the foreigners first people who all they want to do is put the well-being of foreigners ahead of Americans. And that's like their most important issue.
Yeah, because of the ideology, because we're colonizers and America's an illegitimate land.
Right. So it is interesting that all these America bad foreigner first people all have, very similar takes on all these issues, including Ukraine. And so she posted in 2022 when the war was starting, just as Russian tanks were rolling into Ukraine, she said that the Cold War ended, and this war started because the Cold War ended, and we've been bullying Russia ever since.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, so it's America's fault because we're bullying Russia. Mm-hmm. And then she also said, war is lucrative for these sociopaths. Okay.
She has no idea. She's just an idiot.
Right. So she was asked about this now. She was asked about this by journalists, by the New York Post. And this is her response to being asked about this. Okay, this is from 2022, right? So it's only 4 years ago. It's not like this is like, oh, so long ago, right? She says, I'm not sure about the context of those tweets, where they're coming from.
Oh, the context.
I don't remember the context of those tweets in 2022, she repeated, when the posts were then read aloud to her. Okay.
Mm.
So she's like, I don't know. I don't know what the context is. I mean, what do you mean what the context is? What context? The context is there's Russia's invading Ukraine, and that was your response. That's the context. What are you, like a retard?
Do you still believe America's responsible for the Ukraine war?
Right. That's a good question. She also her campaign refused to comment any further on on those posts. And then of course Glenn Greenwald, what a great guy. He put out a whole video still in 2026. Okay, we're it's almost July 2026.
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine, if you've been following this, right? Ukraine has been kicking Russia's ass, right? Remember when all these people were going, "Oh my God, you're all so terrible because you're giving Ukraine weapons and you're going to make them all fight and die in this losing war."
The last Ukrainian.
Right. And it's all just to serve, your evil American ambitions, right? They said this again and again and again. They said this for years and years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
Repeated
Still
this, right?
saying it.
And yet now, 2026, Ukraine is fucking kicking Russia's ass. Okay.
Yeah.
Russia's totally getting the floor wiped with them. And you would think, do any of them come out and say, oh, I guess I was wrong about that? I guess maybe it's okay for people if they want to, isn't it like the people who talk so much about oppression and tyranny, for some reason, think that it's okay for a foreign government, Russia, to invade Ukraine and oppress them and to take over their country, right? Yeah. Ukraine, which, by the way, the most casualties that Ukraine has ever suffered in the modern era was due to mass murder that Russia did intentionally on the Ukrainians when they were part of the Soviet Union. Okay. So it's a little understandable that the Ukraine's like, maybe we don't want the country that intentionally killed millions of Ukrainians. Maybe we don't really want them in charge anymore. Maybe, possibly, right? It's a little understandable. And the people that cry to us so much about, oh, how oppressive our American government is and how tyrannical it is in the West is totally fucking fine with Russia coming in and taking over Ukraine. And Glenn Greenwald still, to this fucking day, is praising this lady, praising this dumb retard about how awesome it is that she doesn't support any assistance whatsoever to Ukraine because, and he's still repeating the tired talking point. Oh, well, we just, we, the evil Americans, just want the Ukrainians to die in our proxy war down to the last man. He's still repeating this in 2026 because his audience are filled with retards who, if he doesn't report on it, if he doesn't tell them, they're not going to know, right? Because him and the Gray Zone and all those other people in that, in that space, they're not going to tell you that Russia's getting their ass kicked because that completely destroys their entire narrative they've been pushing for the last 3 or 4 years.
Right. I haven't really been following the Ukraine stuff. Last I looked in, it was kind of a stalemate, though. It wasn't really Have they taken Crimea back?
They're making it like so bad for Russia.
In Crimea, right?
Yeah. Everywhere, really.
The last video I saw was, is taking Crimea back worth it? Like they're contemplating, should we actually take Crimea back?
Mm-hmm.
Or should we throw in the towel and in the war here where it's a stalemate?
Every article about this. Putin's regime may not survive the fall of Crimea. Ukraine's attacks on Crimea expose limits of Putin's protection. Russia feels the war hardships as Ukraine pummels Crimea.
So they did go. Oh, so they are taking back Crimea. Shit.
Yeah.
Holy fucking
like
shit.
It's Ukraine confirmed strike on key railway bridge used by the Russian forces in Crimea.
So look, and they've been attacking inside Russia. I think they actually even had a drone attack in Moscow, which is like fucking
multiple. They've been sending they have these flamingo missiles, they call them. They've been sending these missiles.
Everyone thought I was crazy when I said, well, why don't they just attack Moscow? Now they're attacking Moscow.
They're attacking them like crazy. They've been attacking multiple a lot of Russian infrastructure repeatedly.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's a lot of like military people that I've been listening to for years. And I know there's always there's a section of YouTube who is like the Putin is done crowd, right? And they've been saying that for 3 years. Okay.
Yeah, that's
So,
why
right.
that's why I didn't want to come out and just say, "Oh yeah,
Right.
well it's over," because it really has seemed more like a stalemate.
Yes. And so you shouldn't really trust those people because they've been saying that for 3 years. But the people that I've been watching have been saying, oh, it's like kind of a stalemate. They've been saying it's kind of a stalemate for 3 years. And then now they're like, okay, things are looking terrible for Russia now. Like Russia's doing really bad. And even all the pro-Russian war bloggers are all like coming out in droves criticizing Putin, which is pretty dangerous, and criticizing the Russian military now because they're performing so poorly in the last month or so.
Yeah. Okay. Good. That's what I want to hear.
But
We're all for democracy.
Glenn Greenwald, of course, is still on the whole. He's not going to.
Oh yeah. Proxy war, the Maidan coup, 2014 coup.
Right. So then
bullshit.
also this lady, she said, she had another famous post that I want to bring up. She said, I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hands on the American flag behind me.
Yeah, tee hee hee.
Tee hee hee.
Yeah. No.
This is the lady that we're going to go into government. Okay. So also this woman here, so this lady here, she was at a famous rally, okay? A famous rally that took place on October 8th of 2023, Adam.
Yeah, right after October 7th.
Okay. It's the day after October 7th. And now in the DSA of America, the Democratic Socialists of America, they actually promoted. Now they didn't like create this rally, but they did promote it. They did give it a big shout out here.
One of our first big videos was covering the Democratic Socialists of America. I don't know if you remember where they kept coming out and going, point of personal privilege and complaining about their pronouns and shit and racism. And
they're doing the land acknowledgements in the beginning and everything. Of course. Point of personal privilege.
Nightmare fuel.
Yes. Okay.
Those band of merry idiots are the ones that are going into government.
Yes. So this is the rally that took place on October 7th that this woman participated in, okay? Which she refuses to denounce, by the way.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says.
So that is the description of the Hamas people going into a music festival and murdering hundreds of random civilians at a music festival and kidnapping, several others. That's the description of that event.
All this stuff is great for like the opening of a horror movie.
Yeah.
Because I want to see the turn where these people who are so bloodthirsty in the political realm, right, actually encounter a bloodthirsty killer, right?
Sure.
And you just see all the fight completely go after them when they come face to face with psychopathic violence.
Of course.
Legitimate psychopathic violence that they can't question.
We should have a policy where all these people are forcibly deported to Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All these people should have to live in Gaza. We say, listen, if you can survive 1 year in Gaza, you can come back. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
You have to live 1 year in Gaza, then you tell us how it is. All right.
Oh my God.
Now, this event and this clip obviously, went so viral and was so bad that after the DSA, promoted it, they got so much shit from everyone. All the politicians came out and started attacking them. It kind of forced even AOC to come out and denounce the event and everything. Everyone had to denounce this event. Okay, this lady obviously did not denounce this event, even though she was personally fucking there, right? And one of the other socialist candidates that won a seat in this primary, or is going to win the seat in the primary, his name is Brad Lander. He actually officially dropped being part of the DSA because the DSA endorsed this event. Now, obviously, it didn't stop him from accepting their endorsement in this recent election and accepting Mamdani's, support in this recent election. But that's how bad this was. And this lady was there, and she still refuses to announce any of this.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh yeah, I saw this.
Now, yes. So we've lost. It's been a great loss on the show. Okay. We felt a hole in our hearts for the loss.
Greyjoy ended up paying the iron price.
Yes. The iron price has been gone and lost to us. But maybe there's hope, Adam.
There is a replacement.
There is another.
There is another.
Okay. Maybe there's another. Yes. There's another. Maybe there's another Sith Lord to take up the mantle here and to debate Robbie, because Robbie is going to talk about how horrible this lady is. Okay. So let's.
They knew what they were looking for over there. They did.
They did. They did, yes.
Because they did find a Brianna Greyjoy replacement.
They're like, listen, we need to find another horribly socialist black lady, unfortunately. Though, they couldn't. Brianna Greyjoy, she was like perfect because also her voice is very grating, right? Which I know glass houses, but still, she has like that perfectly like grating female voice. Where this woman, like, it's just that she doesn't have that quality necessarily. But what she's saying, though, oh god.
We heard the news. The Democratic primary elections in New York City went very well for the Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA. Mayor Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic Socialist, leveraged his popularity and star power to propel three of his best friends to victory over more establishment figures, two of them incumbents. The winners are all but guaranteed to advance to Congress. Brad Ladner, whose ouster of the incumbent Representative Daniel Goldman was really a proxy battle over the Israel issue. And then there's Claire Valdez, and of course, Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier. Avila Chevalier, the most overtly radical of the three, is an interesting figure because she represents a stunning triumph for modern campus progressive activism. She will be the first person elected to Congress who comes directly from that world, campus activism of the 2010s.
It's just college campuses, Sitch. When they get out into the real world, they'll see how it works. They'll have to be forced to change, Sitch.
Remember that? So many people said that. They said, why do you care? Just kids on college. You stop caring about what happens on college campuses, okay?
It's just
Donald Trump was president, depending on what year we're talking about, right? Donald Trump was president. He might be president again. Stop talking about college campuses, Sitch. Stop it.
Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, by contrast, she is a Democratic Socialist and a progressive activist, but she was not a central figure in those movements until well after she graduated from Boston University. Avila Chevalier, on the other hand, was a prominent far-left activist at Columbia University throughout the 2010s and remained involved with the pro-Palestinian campus protests there in 2023 following Israel's attacks on Hamas in Gaza. She co-founded Columbia University Apartheid and Divest, an organization that did not merely oppose the state of Israel, but also celebrated terrorism outright. After the death of Yahya Sinwar, that group's Substack published a glowing eulogy of the Hamas terrorist who masterminded the October 7th attack on Israel. They hailed him as, quote, a hero of the revolution who was guided by, quote, pragmatic optimism. And the group called on its followers to reflect on how we can make ourselves more like him, more like the terrorist mastermind of October 7th.
There's nothing, I don't think there's a candidate that's comparable to this lady in my lifetime. Like, this is the most batshit crazy thing I've ever seen in terms of how the fuck is this person going to win this election?
It's interesting that people on the left envision Trump as this crazy, but on the right. But it's not even comparable. Like, it's not even close.
For like all
grab
the
him
bad
by
shit.
The pussy. It does not compare to this.
No, but like I'm saying, like for all the bad shit that Trump has done, obviously we talked about it a lot. Talked about the elector scheme, right? I said I wouldn't vote for Trump again, but I understand that that's like too complicated or detached from like emotional issues for people to like really grab onto. This is like very simple. This lady co-founded an organization that was promoting the guy who masterminded October 7th. Okay.
Yeah.
That's acceptable in politics now. That's fine. This is where we are right now. It's like, oh, that's cool. That's great.
Well, they would say Israel is committing a genocide, and therefore, although that genocide didn't happen until after this October 7th situation.
Makers, yeah, but make her say that. Make her say that. Say this is what your organization that you created stands for. Is that acceptable? Make her fucking say that. She's gonna try to run. She's like the question, like, should a prisoner go to jail? She's gonna just dodge it, no matter how many times you ask her, because she knows
crime is getting out of control in New York. Though the New Yorkers they're gonna force her to answer that question. What do you know? What she's representing?
Well, no,
but
she's in going to be. I mean, she's in federal. She's in national Congress, right? So she's not going to really have an impact on what actual local crime and stuff is. But
yeah, but she's going to represent her district in New York City, right?
Yeah.
So she's going to be trying to go to Congress and bring home federal funding for law enforcement, I would think.
Well, that's
and if
not,
she's like,
if
she's like, I'm not going to take federal money for law enforcement because we don't need law enforcement. Wouldn't you want to know as a voter?
I would like to know that. Yes.
I mean, we get a bunch of federal money for a homeless situation here in Southern California, right? And obviously Trump has cut off Southern California from those federal dollars, and they're trying to raise sales tax here to make up for the money that was cut because they won't deal with because all the fraud and corruption going on in the homeless NGO business. So it does affect, those politics do affect you locally. People are going to want to know about this. I'll look it up.
Avila Chevalier was also involved with the related group Students for Justice in Palestine, which explicitly celebrated the October 7th terrorist attack as a, quote, historic win. It's characteristic of these activists that they do not see the Israel-Palestine issue as distinct from any other issue they may care about, but rather part of a broad and interconnected battle with the United States.
I think I understand that people have, you can have positions on Israel, Palestine. You could either love Israel, hate Israel, love Palestine, hate Palestine, right? Whatever, right? If that's your primary issue, if you're willing to sacrifice every other issue that actually affects you in America, in this country, okay? You're like, I don't care whatever about crime or rent or groceries or inflation, whatever. Fuck all that. The most important issue to you is what the fuck's happening in a foreign country. It's what's happening in Israel, Palestine. On either side of the thing, like you're delusional. These people have Israel derangement syndrome. It's so interesting because these same groups of people, they will cry endlessly about, oh my God,
getting involved. Yeah.
There's all these, they go, oh, there's all these people in American politics that are just obsessed with Israel and they're Israel first. And that's all they care about. And that shapes everything that they do and say, right? That's what the critics say. And yet they're literally the mirror image of the thing that they're complaining about. Their most important issue is just hating Israel. That's the most important issue to them. It's just, well, we have to be against Israel. It's like, fuck Israel. There's shit happening in your fucking country. All that. Remember when like Mamdani made that line about like, they asked him like, oh, would you go to Israel, when you're married? And he's like, oh, my job is here in New York, blah, 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 blah. I don't care what's going on in Israel, right? And they all clapped. All those people were lying to your fucking face. Yeah. And they knew that they were lying to your fucking face because a lot of these candidates that got primaried, they were just as woke, they were just as progressive, they were just as lefty as them, but they had one difference, is that they weren't as extreme on Israel. They didn't want to go out and say, oh, Israel's committing a genocide or whatever. They didn't want to use the exact language. Now, some of them, it was literally just that they would come out and they'd say, oh, well, Israel bad, but I don't know if I call it genocide. And that was enough, right? They care. Like, this issue is all they fucking care about. Yeah. And for some of it, it's because they just fucking hate America. And that's the number one guiding principle. For some of it, I think it's even worse than that. For a lot of these people, it's just because they're making so much money and getting so much viewership on their YouTube show or their Twitch stream on this issue. That's the real fucked up black pill about the situation. The reason that Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball and Hassan, all these people and the Young Turks are so fucking hyper fixated on this issue is because it gets them the views. Mm-hmm. That's why they're so hype. And I think they're like too NPC'd to even realize it at this point. It's sad.
People have noticed. I mean, people have bought the whole genocide narrative. So they think they're living in like World War II, like genocide is happening the same way people were genociding the Jews back during World War II. So they want to speak up about it.
But it's like,
I think it's completely wrong-headed framing for the whole situation. But
if they were, I don't believe for a second, like if this issue wasn't popular, okay, like it wasn't drawing in the massive viewership, I don't think that, like they might still like feel that way. They might say it, but that wouldn't be this like guiding principle to their channels. That wouldn't be the guiding principle now to the online left, is that everything has to flow down from the Israel question. Mm-hmm. That's the most fucking important issue of our day, is what the fuck's going on in a foreign country.
You're buying into my bottom up narrative that it's really the audience that's driving this.
Oh, I've always thought that the audience has a much bigger impact on things than a top-down process. Yeah. I mean, it feeds into itself, obviously.
Israel's fucking hated right now because of all this shit.
Yeah.
It sucks.
But I think that's a big reason why, people talk about like woke 2.0 and stuff. Like all the woke 1.0 people put on the woke 2.0, which is the completely captured and fixated by Israel hat. And I think a big reason they did it was because a lot of the woke issues were becoming very unpopular. But complaining about Israel had bipartisan appeal, because like all the online right people they either just don't want to support Israel because they just don't want to support anyone. They don't want to support any foreign country, or because a lot of them just fucking hate Jews. And so because of that, like so many of the woke 1.0 people could shift to this like complaining and criticizing Israel like nonstop 24/7. And suddenly they're not getting the pushback that they were getting when they were pushing woke 1.0 shit that they were getting from the online right. But they're still drawing in these huge crowds of people who are obsessed with this idea that America's evil, that Israel somehow represents sort of this like colonialist fight of a bunch of white people oppressing brown people. It's like the perfect symbol in their mind for everything they've been talking about for the last 10 years.
Yeah. Sean was in the chat earlier. She's New York's 13th district is what she's running for. I don't know if it's technically uptown, but it's in Manhattan. So this is like very much a wealthy area. Well, let's see here.
I'm sure it is.
It encompasses East Harlem, so I don't know that East Harlem is wealthy. Fascinating. All right.
Nationality is a key facet of this tradition, so it's not enough to merely express concern for the plight of the innocent Palestinians. To be in good standing with this movement requires fervent denunciations of every other ism known to man. In fact, one of the defining features of modern campus radicals is that their own mundane feuds with university administrators are cast as manifestations of a global struggle against colonialism, capitalism, and U.S.-led imperialism. In 2024, Columbia protesters demanded the right to occupy administrative buildings and also to receive food and water from the administration so that their occupation could actually continue. So, it should come as no surprise that Avila Chevalier is not merely furious about the state of Israel, she is part of an activist movement that favors the, quote, total eradication of Western civilization, a goal that somehow is not viewed as in tension with the movement's stated desire to prevent genocide. One wonders how exactly Avila Chevalier plans to make Western civilization go extinct without anybody getting hurt in the process. Now, in keeping with her stated desire to eliminate the U.S.-led West, Avila Chevalier has previously commented in favor of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, i.e., she's not merely opposed to American involvement in the conflict, which is a defensible position, but she affirmatively is on the side of the attackers. Now, indeed, Avila Chevalier's past statements on X, Twitter at the time, are a veritable goldmine of 2010-era radicalism. For instance, she wants to abolish not just the police, but the very concept of policing entirely. For good measure, she views interracial relationships with suspicion from a woke side. She also thought COVID-19 originated in France, and she thinks white people are just not hygienic at all. Here she was recently in a debate with her now vanquished opponent, explaining why she does not believe illegal immigrants who commit violent crimes, including murder, should even be deported.
If we truly believe in a system where we don't have double jeopardy on the basis of where someone was born, then we cannot also have a system of punishment that is unique to people who were born elsewhere. We need to make sure that if we really value equality in this country, that we are treating people equally, regardless of where they were born. It cannot both be that a person who has citizenship is tried and convicted in one way, and a person who does not have citizenship is tried, convicted, and then forced to also endure another type of punishment on the basis of where they were born.
Incredible.
That horrible answer that she gave that you love so much. Apparently, this has been workshopped, that she's said it multiple times in multiple places. This is like her go-to answer, the double jeopardy.
Yeah, deportation is a punishment.
Mm-hmm.
I think most people feel differently, that if you commit murder and you're an illegal immigrant, you should leave the country. Now, in an interview with some folks from the New York Times from earlier this month, Avila Chevalier declined to walk back her most controversial statements. She refused to say, for instance, that murderers belong in prison. Okay. 2019, when I published my first book, Panic Attack, Young Radicals in the Age of Trump, I predicted that the era's campus protesters would not shed their radicalism when they graduated college and moved out into the so-called real world. Rather, they would force the real world to conform to their quixotic expectations. This would be particularly felt in the areas of American life most susceptible to their influence, where they're most likely to congregate: education, media, entertainment, and eventually politics. Well, now that
Ding, 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 ding. Breaking
Yeah.
Bad, hitting the bell beam. Ding, 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 ding,
Here
ding.
we
Totally
are,
fucking called it. Yeah, totally fucking called it.
day has finally arrived. Welcome to Washington, Congresswoman.
Oh, man.
Well, you better get used to
Sir,
this, because we're going to be
call me
bashing
through,
this woman for a
because-
long time to come. This will not.
I like that Robbie. He does like the Chad lean back, puts leg over other leg. He's like, you better get used to this shit. You better get used to this, because we're gonna talk about this crazy bitch for years. We're gonna be milking this little cow for
Look,
years.
that goes to exactly what I was saying. This is like manna from heaven for the
Oh my
Republicans.
God, it's so
They've been
funny.
they've been crying socialism, socialism, socialism for so long. Now it's
I
here.
know.
Now
I know.
it's here.
So funny.
Her
the last
entire
time.
life story, and I understand you don't like her. I can comb through Ken Paxton's life story and tell you how much I don't like
But
him.
Lindsay, I don't like him either.
I know.
So
And I don't like Graham Plattner. You can be, but this is the thing. There's such a fixation.
It's never a good sign when you're in a conversation with someone and their first go-to is the whataboutism.
Of course. Yeah.
Did you know there's this other guy on the right? Well, first of all, by the way, Ken Paxton, who's accused of doing a bunch of like corrupt shit, which is bad, right? And you probably shouldn't be in politics if you're using your office to enrich yourselves, obviously, right? That's different than being ideologically on a train that is like, we should destroy America in the West and that we should support October 7th. That's different than just being someone who's a thief, I think.
Yeah.
Okay? It's a little different.
Such a fixation on her because she has this title of Democratic Socialist that brought all this attention to her. Plus, she's attached to Mamdani. What I see her actually,
I mean, she brought a lot of attention because she's saying insane, batshit crazy shit and supports batshit crazy shit, like not sending murderers to prison. But putting that all aside, yeah, you should fixate on someone based on the title of the group that they're a part of. If you're part of the socialist organization, that should raise some eyebrows. People should fixate on it. Like
Yes,
if there was
totally.
someone If there was someone who won a bunch of primaries and they're part of the new Nazi party was the name of their organization.
Of course, yeah.
And you're like, well, we should look into this guy. And you're like, well, you're just looking into this guy because he's called the new Nazi party. You're like, yeah, that is why I'm looking into that guy. That's a pretty suspect name. Yes, obviously.
Well, you could make that argument if you looked into them and you didn't find anything untoward that they've said, right? I mean, this is a total straw man that she's created here of you're just looking at them because of the label. Well, if they would look at them because of the label, and then if they found no insane shit, we'd just be arguing over the label. We're not arguing over the label here.
Right.
We're arguing over the stuff that she actually said. So
no, that's a great point because she hasn't denounced any of this shit. She refuses to denounce this shit. Yeah.
Exactly. So this retort that she's already done is completely not good.
Of course.
Running on because she was a private citizen saying all these things, joining Columbia University to protest, writing things on Twitter in her 20s. She was a private citizen doing.
Guys, if you're a Nazi, as long as you're a private citizen, everything is okay. Hunky-dory. You want to form your militia? Go for it. You want to be an accelerationist? Go for it. You know, you're a private citizen. You're allowed to do that.
No one has ever been, the left has never brought up someone's tweets or bad takes as a private citizen, right? It's not like we lived through an entire fucking decade of cancel culture based around digging up every fucking thing private citizens said to try to get them fired or in trouble.
You're above reproach because you're a private citizen. Now that you've moved into the public realm, all of that stuff is expunged from your record. Yeah. Well, what is this bullshit? What's this fucking bullshit?
Things that I do not align with. And when I told you about abolish the police and you and I talked about it, I told you it was a direct response to the murder of George Floyd and people were very upset. And what they actually were trying to articulate down the line was to have more community policing in communities. She said she went ahead and said she wants no police ever to come when you call them whatever. I disagree with that. So I can't stand here and explain everything she did from her 20s to 30s. I can't stand here and tell you what organizations stood for as a whole that she protested alongside. But I can tell you what she said she was there for. She said she believes in a two-state solution. She said that she's supporting the rights of Palestinians. She feels we're getting clobbered by the response to the Hamas attacks.
Get with white.
Wait, what is it? I'm getting like whiplash. Okay, she's going all over the place here. She's jumping around. She's skiing through every slope, just going around the trees so fast here. Okay, we jumped from, well, I mean, yeah, maybe she said that she wanted to get rid of the police to dodging she's still saying, okay, as of this year, that murderers shouldn't go to jail, right? So we're going to try to bring back she said this in the past. And we've already jumped ahead to, I don't know what she was saying about October 6th or October 7th, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, no,
okay, I cannot I'm not her manager, her spokesperson. I can't tell you about why this woman, who's a Dominican woman, cares about interracial relationships, particularly with Black and white people.
I wish Robbie would ask her, would you vote for this woman? If this woman was running for Congress in your district, would you vote for her?
Maybe he does. I haven't seen the end of this, so I hope. But
I cannot explain that.
No, then don't defend her. Then just say, yeah, she fucking sucks. They should have nominated her. It's very simple. And fucking shame on Zohran Mamdani's piece of shit ass for propelling this woman over the other candidate, over the candidate who would have won if it was not for him. And this has been she said this has been reported locally. This is reported in national news. If it was not for Zohran Mamdani's endorsement of her, she would not have won this primary. He was the deciding factor, and maybe even Hassan Piker, who was also very involved in this, were the deciding factors in getting this crazy bitch this seat in Congress. Mm-hmm. And it's not even like the person that she was running against this is a primary, so it wasn't even a Republican. It's not like, we had to vote for this person over some sort of MAGA chud or something. Like, they can't even use that fucking excuse. And the other person was pretty progressive too. It's not even like, oh my God, they were like, it was Hillary Clinton 2.0. No, they were some progressive, guy. But no, it's just they're just so obsessed with this fucking Israel issue and getting as many socialists in positions of power that they can.
Yeah, no.
Explain that to you. But I can tell you that she's running on a campaign that's going to fix housing in New York. Yes, she is. This is what I can tell you that she's running on. She's directly getting attacked.
Such a lie.
She is
saying, okay, this is, you're right, because
she wants to fix
when I
like
say
Mamdani,
socialism is
running
bad,
on.
then the Democratic Socialists or their defenders will say, why do you just want,
I point to Mamdani and say, what's going wrong? Name the
housing,
show me the actual
welfare,
complaints
and I'll
from
say
what
what your
Mamdani has
actual
done.
statements are, you want to eradicate Western civilization.
No, she wants affordable housing and tenant protections. That's what she's
It's oh God, I'm so glad Robbie called out. That's what they do. That's what they do. They say all the craziest fucking shit ever. And that's why they're getting the support. The people are not supporting her over the other candidate because they're like, well, she wants rent control. No, it's because she says all this fucking crazy shit. That's why Hassan is supporting her. That's why Mamdani is supporting her. It's because she wants America to be destroyed. It's because she says Western civilization is evil. It's because she's unapologetic in saying that there should be no borders in this country and no prisons in this country.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
actually run.
And to eradicate Western civilization.
No, okay, that's not implementable. So she wants tenant protections.
I get, look, it's okay. As long as someone is advocating for something that they can't implement, then, just ignore it. It's fine, right? It's fine. So who cares, right? Someone comes in, they say they want to genocide all the black people and all the brown people. Well, it's not implementable. So, whatever. Just ignore it. What are their policies on healthcare? I want to know the person who wants to eradicate all brown people. I want to know what their healthcare policies are. These people, fucking Hitler could be cloned and his soul reborn into that body. And he could be like, listen, I want to give people free healthcare. All right. And they'd be like, oh my God. And he hates the Jews too. The perfect candidate for us. Okay.
It's so funny that you bring that up because I said if Republicans brought up healthcare, they'd be competitive. But the Democrats would be like, well, they're Nazis. Who cares what their healthcare policy is? Right?
I swear you could literally you could do a joke. Someone could do a joke campaign where they have a guy come and they just give like Hitler speeches and they just kind of change the subject matter a little bit around, right? And people would eat this fucking shit up. That's why they got so triggered. Remember when the guy made the whole like, is it Hitler or is it a Hassan statement?
Yeah, oh yeah, of course.
These people are so terrible. It's so crazy. And it's all lie. They don't care about any of this fucking shit.
No.
It's all secondary.
I hope not.
Okay. And she also talked about, and because people have constantly asked her more than the affordable housing agenda or tenant protections that she literally wants to accomplish first thing when she gets in the office, people have asked her specifically about these old tweets and protesting. And she talks about personal growth and how she said things back then. She would rephrase how she's trying to say stuff, but she still stands alongside Palestinians having a space that they can call their own without feeling they're under attack as well. She understands.
If you're like, if you said stuff like you're against interracial relationships and you support the destruction of the West in America and you support the guy who did October 7th and you're like, well, you said these things in the past, how you feel about them, and your response is, oh well, I could have phrased things better. What does that tell you? That doesn't mean that they don't support the concept anymore, does it? That just
I'm
means
looking
like,
for a denunciation myself.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're
I'm
like,
not looking for a rephrasing.
I mean, maybe I should have hid my power level a little better. Like at the time, I didn't know I was going to be running for Congress.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, I could have said it in a little nicer way, maybe I could have given myself more wiggle room. Right.
Mm-hmm. You said you wanted to gas all the Jews. Well, I was just a little inarticulate there.
Right. I mean, I just eaten a bean burrito. I was just talking about farting. I wasn't being serious. Okay. I should have used a little bit artful of my language.
That October 7th was a terrorist attack, and she also
wrote a eulogy for Yahya Sinwar.
But is she the representative of the entire group?
Osama bin Laden.
I don't get it. Did she create the group? Did she literally?
She was a co-organizer of the group. Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
I would if I was.
Did she create the group? Yes. Oh well, I don't know about that.
Oh my God, look at the face. Oh God.
It looks so bad.
Oh no.
I just look, Zoran Mandani is going to be in deep water if this goes completely south. Oh my God.
So.
If Republicans get elected in New York City, it's going to be, that's just insane.
Well, it's that's the problem is like these people, they never take accountability. So if in the midterms the Democrats perform like very poorly, and a lot of it, could be because of things like this, right? Then they'll not say like, oh, well, it was a mistake to really push these ultra socialists. No, they're going to say, well, no, the reason Democrats lost is because they didn't embrace the socialists. If they just embraced the crazy fucking people, if they'd been more crazy, then they would have won, obviously.
In a group that did a eulogy for Osama bin Laden, I would disassociate from the group. Right?
And now that she's in public office, is she associated with the group?
Yeah, she has in no way taken back or contradicted any of her support for those things, nor has she really backed off some of her these other statements. I mean, she was asked 4 times by the New York Times people to say more words about there should be no borders and no enforcement of immigration whatsoever and no enforcement of crime whatsoever. And she just said basically, well, that's in my ideal world. This is not a literal quote.
Paraphrasing.
That's in my ideal world, but we don't live in my ideal world, so that it won't be like that.
Right, because she's trying to get.
What she's basically saying is she's constrained from implementing what she wants to do.
Let's talk about what's at hand. Just like a lot of people in the Trump administration are constrained from fully enforcing what they want to do around immigration, which is completely get every single person out of this country. Exactly. So
I guess that under that logic that she's saying, then she would have to also say that it is wrong for the left to bring up the fact that they think that the Trump administration has all these extreme or more extreme goals on immigration enforcement that they can't implement yet, right? That's what she's saying. Like, if you have a very extreme position but you can't implement it yet, then why are you talking about it? Just shut up. Just be quiet.
We all know why, though. Come on, let's be real here. They're trying to move the ball down the field. They're like, oh yeah, it's insane today, but grab him by the pussy was insane when Trump ran, right? And now he's 2-term non-consecutive president. Candidate for Mount Rushmore.
Yep. It's the not happening cycle. It's not happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's happening. No, it's actually good that it's happening.
So Manuel Williams is a Republican running against her in the 13th district. Looks like he was a member of the U.S. Army. He's black, which is going to be helpful. Mm-hmm. Right, obviously.
He's not going to win, unfortunately, but
well, look in Los Angeles for the mayoral race. You got socialist and socialist light,
right?
So
I know.
I wanted to look up to see if they had the same kind of runoff system where the two top. Don't. Yeah. So at least there's a Republican in the race.
Well, yeah, but actually, if they had the same system that they had in California, she probably wouldn't win, because part of the reason that these candidates win is because the turnout at the primaries is so much lower than the normal general election.
Oh, right. And we have higher turnout because it's open primary.
Right. So, because probably what would happen is if they had the situation you had in California, like the Republicans not going to win, the 2 highest candidates would be the Democratic candidates. Even if she won in the first race, she would probably still lose in the second race.
Right.
So.
These big ideas that are not implemented when you have a Congress make up the way that we do, and when you have a presidential system the way that we have it. So there are a lot of big ideas that are not going to go that far, and people in government that always have these crazy ideas that we can say. And the best implementation comes when people come together with ideas, talk to their constituents, and bring forth change that actually is somewhere in the middle of the radical ideas. So there's people on both sides that have the same perspective on the other end of the spectrum as Daria Lisa.
But okay, there are some weirdo far-right figures seeking office, maybe some who hold office, when they say things about, if they do say things about interracial relationships, it's usually front page news in the mainstream media, the bashing of them, how crazy they are, how racist they are, how extreme they are. The coverage of her, it's like that from conservative media that's critical of her, and I'm trying to shed some light on how radical she is. But I'm not seeing.
I saw a piece in the New York Times. I saw a piece in the New York Times breaking down who is Daria Lisa Avila.
Yeah, and like
Chevalier.
Bullet point 17 out of 20 is that she had some interesting tweets. Go read them if you'd like.
They're not skipping over it, though.
Lindsay,
she literally just won an election. Don't you think that's the most relevant headline for today?
Extreme person.
It's whites that aren't allowed to be against interracial marriage. She's black, so it's within her right to be as racist as she wants to be. She can be fucking racist against everyone, and it's completely acceptable in our culture, which I think is wrong and should be dealt with, but
Of course.
most people don't, unfortunately.
I mean, now is the, part of when people are like, oh, it's just college and all that stupid shit. Part of the problem is that so many people, they like develop a political belief system around college age, and then it never changes.
Of course, yeah.
It's like set in stone.
Yeah.
And so there is a swath of the population that has the P plus P equals R shit just like branded into their
Hardwired,
fucking brains
yeah.
forever. And we're
Yeah.
just saddled with it now.
We are, yeah. That's their education. And we're going to have to deal with those people voting for the next 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
Very unfortunate.
Person to ever be elected to Congress, period, in the history of the United States. Is anyone prepared to seriously argue otherwise? This is by far, she's not been elected yet, but she is all but guaranteed to win. This is the primary. If there's any kind of Republican opponent, I hope the guy she defeated runs as an independent or something. I don't know if that can happen. She is all but guaranteed to be seated. And I think that is a travesty because she is so far outside the bounds of normal. And I think that would be easily recognized if she was outside the bounds in a MAGA way, but she's outside the bounds in a left way.
Outside the bounds of normal is Ken Paxton saying that he wants to get rid of the filibuster when most people in Congress don't want to get rid of the filibuster.
Oh my God, you're a fucking retard.
No. Oh, saying that you want to get rid of the filibuster, you're comparing that to you want to destroy Western civilization. Come on. Stop it.
Look, getting rid of the filibuster is implicit in destroying Western civilization, right? I mean, if you're going to destroy Western civilization, you pretty much have to get rid of the filibuster, right?
That fucking the both parties want to get rid of the filibuster when they're
the
the ones being
Congress.
blocked by it. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
she wants to
my
abolish
God.
Congress.
We have on one side, we have guy who wants to abolish the filibuster when it serves him politically. On the other hand, we have person who can't say whether a murderer should go to jail.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
This is a very interesting.
Filibuster, and he literally said that's going to make his agenda because he wants to align with President Trump. That's outside the bounds of
a lot of Democrats want to get rid of the filibuster. They don't want to get rid of it to implement conservative policy, but they want to get rid of it to implement.
Yeah, and then you go down the line and it's going to flip flop. So everybody who understands politics knows that if you get rid of this filibuster,
don't fall for it, Robbie. She's baiting you.
I know.
What are you doing?
It's going to hurt both sides.
I agree.
And we get into this
that's why I don't want to do that. But I don't think
there's candidates.
Example of radicalism at all.
No, I'm saying there's people who go against what everybody else is wanting. So she can say that she wants to get rid of all police. It doesn't really matter. She's not going to get rid of all police. And so you want to just obsess over the fact that this woman won. People like Ken Paxton won their primary.
Look, these police budgets are always hurting for resources. They can defund the police. They did it in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Are you kidding me? This is like a politician's dream. Oh, you want us to spend less money on services? Hell yeah.
As well, we have a whole election season to come.
But I hope he loses. I don't want him to win. I think he's a bad guy. I think he's personally corrupt, and he should not be in Congress.
So you prefer James Tallarico then? You can say that on record.
I would not vote for either of them.
So you would sit out and move away from your duty as an American citizen.
If I don't like the choices, I don't need to participate. But that's neither here nor there. This woman is...
Wait a minute. No, Robbie, ask her. Would you have voted for her over the other guy in the primary in New York?
Right.
That's the question.
Insane. And her views are toxic and un-American. She hates America. She said she would like to defile the American flag. She said that. Why she came here too, and she's I can't recall off the top of my head whether she's a first generation immigrant or she came as an immigrant or her parents are immigrants. I can't to come to this country, be taken in by this country, and then hate this country and want it wiped off the map. Please don't serve in Congress if that's how you feel. I mean, you are. That alarms me that your passion is to then have say over how the rest of us live our lives. I am very shocked and appalled that this person will be in Congress.
This is a kind of resentment that is in some immigrants, right? They still love their country in the same way that we love our country because this is where we were born and raised.
Right.
But they know that their country is inferior, right?
Yes.
So they have this kind of inferiority complex going on. So it's
true.
A tough situation for them.
It's
They're like, why can't my country be great?
I was thinking about this a lot in terms of the whole, that video I was talking about in the beginning, the people raising up ghetto culture. And I think it's basically the same thing. Is that unfortunately, I think one of the most destructive forces that we see in human history that I haven't really heard a lot of people talk about is pride in failure. A lot of people develop this weird pride in failure where they're living in a community that's failing, or they're living in a country that's failing. And instead of just being like, okay, this isn't working, we need to adapt whatever the things are, whatever the tactics are that the successful people, the successful countries are doing. Instead, they have too much ego and too much pride in whatever it is that's going on, that they just develop a toxically reverse disturbing pride of the failure itself. And they start raising the failure up. And then it becomes this like crab bucket situation where someone in that community does want to be like, okay, like this is stupid.
Let's improve the community.
Right. I want to emulate what the successful people are doing. Then the crabs grab them. They say, well, you're emulating your oppressor. You're not, black. You're not Latin. You're not whatever, insert whatever. Right. Why are you doing this thing? And they try to drag you back down into the bucket.
You're idolizing your oppressor.
Yeah.
Instead of being a part of the loserdom that you're from.
Well, unfortunately, I looked it up here because I was curious. She was born.
Oh, I looked the same thing up. Can she run for president?
She can.
She's born in Florida. Yeah.
She was born in Florida. She's a Florida woman. So sadly.
That's hilarious. You and I are both on the same page. We're like, oh my God. Can she run for president? No, she's not old enough to run for president yet, but
she's almost. She will be in a few years, but
my God.
Terrible.
My God. This dingbat. I mean, she's worse than Kamala.
She's worse than everybody. This is it. This is the worst politician we've ever had, I think, in my lifetime.
Well, that's what makes it so worrisome, because are people looking at this and thinking, oh yeah, based?
Some people are.
Hassan is what we want.
Hassan literally got people to do phone banks for this lady.
Yeah.
He was canvassing for this lady.
Yeah. No. Hassan's a dirtbag, though.
That's true.
We'll just see what happens. You know what I mean? We'll just see what happens. Don't put the cart before the horse.
Well,
we got a long road to November.
This will not be the last time we address her. I can guarantee you that. Next up, Senator Bill Cassidy.
The content lolcow for us, right?
I know.
We got content milk forever. My God. And then she moves to Congress. The insane, stupid shit she's going to say. Oh, man. New York's just flushing themselves down the toilet.
Yeah, there was this, I sent it to you on X. And Zero Fucks resent it to me. There was this Scott Wiener video that I saw a couple of days ago that we got.
I saw this. Yeah,
so insane, and it has everything to do with what I was talking about here. Like, so Scott Wiener, first of all, very unfortunate name, right?
Mm-hmm. Wiener.
Yeah. Would you change your name? I feel like I would change my name if my name was.
If it was Wiener.
If it was Wiener, right? Or I would take my wife, or maybe my husband's name. I don't. He's gay.
Why don't you just make your middle name Big?
Oh, there you go, Scott Big Wiener. That's you know what. I take it back. That's hilarious. That's what you should do. If you're running for a political office and your last name's Wiener, you should change your middle name to Big. But then you don't tell people you changed it. You pretend like, that's just what's always been. It's always been Big Wiener. What do you mean?
You call me Big. Call me Biggie Wiener.
They call me Biggie W.
Mr. Biggie Wiener.
They call me Mr. Big.
Oh my God.
Scott, Mr. Big. Yeah, there you go.
I think you're legend.
But no, the Scott Wiener guy. So he's in the California State Senate. Okay.
Okay.
This guy is he's pretty woke. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me read you this article. This is a New York Times article. This is kind of interesting. And we'll play this clip in a second. Pro-transgender candidate is chased from trans rights events over Gaza.
Yeah.
Right. What a headline. Scott Wiener is a Democratic member of the California Senate and a prominent gay politician who has championed significant state legislation to expand the rights of transgender people. But late Friday afternoon, as Mr. Wiener was on his way to a Pride Shabbat service led by a trans rabbi. Holy shit. What is the intersectional hell we've entered here? Okay. We have a Pride Shabbos service led by a trans rabbi. We have hit, unless they were disabled and a person of color, then there's no way it could have been more intersectional than that at that point.
Maybe we should watch the video first because I'm kind of glad now that they fuck with him so badly.
No,
he does seem like a fucking moron. Who
not
completely deserves it.
Right.
So.
The point is not to be like, oh, woe
His
is this
name
guy.
Is now Lil Wiener.
Right. The point of this is not to look at this video and go, woe is this guy for getting harassed. The point is to say, these people are insane and insatiable. Okay. It doesn't matter what you feed them. Right. They will keep attacking you.
Look, and they don't represent democracy at all because they'll bully you. They'll put a gun to your head and tell you to vote for who they want you to vote for. Is that democratic or is that fascism?
That's fascism.
Fuck yeah, it's fascism.
Yes.
These people are full fascist.
So this guy, this Big Wiener here, was run out of the San Francisco annual trans march by protesters who were accusing him of endorsing genocide in Gaza. Okay.
Yeah.
Now that's the video we're gonna watch in a second. Now, this guy is the current front runner in the race to replace Nancy Pelosi. So that's what he's running for currently at the moment.
Really?
Yes.
Holy shit. So he's running in San Francisco.
Right.
Okay. Ready to go? Go ahead. Continue.
No, but I just want to say, so, and this guy, by the way, this guy is not pro-Israel. He's done he said all the things he's supposed to say. He says Israel sucked. The only thing that this guy did was he said that Israel bad, but the first time he was asked about this, he didn't say they were doing a genocide.
Okay.
He's like, oh, they were bad. And then when everyone gave him shit for it, he then went back and it's like, oh no, actually they are doing a genocide, right? Because he completely capitulated the mob.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still not enough. Okay.
Mm.
So this is a guy who is gay who says Israel bad and Israel is doing a genocide. Still not good enough.
So he's used to bending over.
Here
we go.
No.
Scott, I think your legislation on trans issues and your legislation specifically protecting queers on the sex offender registry is fantastic. Like, I really applaud you for that. And I think you deserve to be here for that.
Wait, what? Wait a minute.
I think your legislation protecting pedophiles is like exemplary, is what he's saying. What he's telling this guy.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. What the fuck is this guy talking? He's like, that's good. That's good that you're protecting that. What?
Yeah.
What? These people are insane, Adam. These people are insane. He's supporting a person protecting pedophiles and sex criminals because they're queer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still hating on him because he's not strong enough on fucking Gaza. That's all they care about. They don't care about anything else in the entire world.
Yeah. If you're raping the same sex partner, then all of a sudden you get special protections.
I know.
Fucking these people. It makes me wonder because obviously, we hear about the French Revolution when they marched out the guillotines and beheaded all the elites. It makes me wonder about those elites.
Mm-hmm.
What were those elites like, right? I don't really know much about the elites.
Well, I mean, they ended up killing most of their own elites too. So
I tended to be empathetic towards the elites, but now I'm starting to wonder. Well, maybe those elites kind of had it coming. Well, who were they? Who were these elites? Were they a bunch of fucking dipshits like this protecting pedophiles?
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're.
All right, let's go. We're at 21 seconds.
I think your housing policy, and specifically your housing policy aligning with YIMBYs, and I think your policy, and I think your policy on the genocide in Gaza, and I think your policy on the genocide in Gaza is terrible.
Oh my God. I paused it again. I'm at 40 seconds. So it's so interesting how he's being nice. And then as soon as the mob comes in, the cadence completely changes to like homicidal maniacs.
Right. Well, he was trying. Yeah.
It's insane.
He was trying to. He was trying to work up to it. He was gonna. First of all, this guy can't fucking speak, right? He just keeps tripping over his own words. But he was trying to be like, "Oh, I support all these things you're doing, but then you're fucking up on Israel." But then the crowd of people, like, they start interrupting, right? They just jump straight to the end point. So he's like, I guess I got to jump straight to the climax here.
So weird. I feel like we're living in Escape from New York now. Who would go out in public with these people? Jesus.
Well, this guy actually, he turned back. He's like, from this event because of this. He's like, oh,
okay. 40 seconds. Here we go.
I think you do not belong here. I think you do not belong here. You do not belong here, Scott, anymore. It sucks because you've been wonderful. You've been wonderful for trans people, and you've been terrible. And you've been terrible. You've been terrible. You've been terrible on Gaza. You do not belong here anymore, Scott, and it breaks my fucking heart. It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart that someone who wrote good legislation for queers is so fucking terrible on Gaza.
Why do you think they want to defund the police again, Sitch?
They can run rampant. We saw with the whole the Chaz, the Chop, all that fucking shit. That's what do you think? They want to take over. They want to take over these fucking little areas.
Yeah, these violent thugs want to be in charge. They want to be the ones that are the law.
Right.
I'm at 118. Do we need to continue, or it's just more yelling? We'll go. Okay.
We gotta go.
Scott, do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say about Gaza? How could you do this to San Francisco? How could someone like you do this to San Francisco? Scott, say something. Redeem yourself. Do something. Scott, I want to like the person who had such good legislation on trans rights.
You're a piece of shit. We fucking hate
Scott, I want to support someone who's so positive on trans rights, but you're a piece of shit on Gaza. How could you do that? How could you betray queers? How could you oppress people?
You stopped being queer the moment you started supporting Israel, you piece of shit!
All right, fuck all these people.
Did you hear? I love that at the end. You stopped being queer the moment you supported Israel. I mean, we talked about this. This came up like a lot back in the day, that how like queer theory, it's not even really about being gay. It's like this weird, far left, socialist, anti-Western ideology. And people like attack us, say, oh, that's not true. You're making a bunch of blah, 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 blah. And here you go. Someone's literally saying you're not queer because you supported Israel, right? Which if it just meant gay, then obviously that's impossible. That would have nothing to do with whether you support Israel or not.
My God.
I love too, like, I mean, it's exactly what I was saying about how this guy's standing here. He's like, you're doing all these things that I love, but you're not hard enough against Israel, the most important issue in the entire fucking world, because these people are Israel first. These people are Gaza first. They have Israel derangement syndrome. That's like That's all they care about. If your number one issue is a foreign country, then you should go live in that foreign country. That's my prescription.
Well, the people would argue that America's involvement is, I mean, we are forced to be involved. Obviously, we're in a war with Iran right now. They would argue that that is all a product of Israel. So,
but he's not even framing it that way. He's not even framing it that way.
No, not at all. I understand what you're saying.
If we weren't in a war right now with Iran, this guy would be saying the same thing.
Oh, of course.
Mr. Wiener here. Okay. Yeah. It would have zero impact on any of these fucking people. They do not care.
We could be completely uninvolved. We could cut off Israel and they'd be saying, oh, you got to go over there and stop them. It's like, wait, I thought we were not supposed to be involved. What's going on here?
The thing that these people would hate the most is that if Donald Trump said that we're cutting off aid to Israel, okay, these people would be so mad because they'd have nothing else to talk about. They'd just be like, oh shit. And then the real truth would come out, because then they'd be like, well, no, we're not in favor of cutting off aid to Israel. We want to give aid and military aid to the Palestinians. That would be the next move that they'd go to after that. Because that was always the goal.
To be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation. This is the height of psychological luxury.
Of
course. The most delicious of moral treats.
Of course. It's just.
You can tell these guys are just, they're so getting off on it. Oh my God. They're like, I'm at a club. I love yelling at this guy.
Of course. Makes them feel
powerful. I feel so good. Everyone on the internet is going to be like, oh, I saw that clip of you. Well, oh my God, you're the best.
That's so much of it too, is it's performative so that they can upload it and get social brownie points.
Of course.
Go, that was me. I was the guy that was screaming like a retard at this guy.
Yeah. No, all these people love it.
The way he was phrasing it, like, you're doing this bad thing to San Francisco. How could you do that? He kept saying, how could you do this to San Francisco? Like the fact, like, how does the city of San Francisco is really impacted because of Israel and Gaza? That's the issue. Like, how could you do this to our city? Like, it has no impact on your city whatsoever.
God, I used to love San Francisco. I'd spend so much time there, running around, fucking doing drugs, hanging out, partying. It's so great.
Over here.
San Francisco was such a blast. Now I just this wasn't San Francisco when I was hanging out there. This was not the fucking San Francisco I remember.
I found the law so I was super like, what the fuck is this law? And this guy's talking about
the pedo law,
the weird pedo law. So this is what the law is. Now this is in Scott Wiener's own press release. Okay, so it says today Scott Wiener introduced Senate Bill 145 to end blatant discrimination against LGBT young people regarding California's sex offender registry. Currently, for consensual yet illegal sexual relations between a teenager age 15 and over, a partner within 10 years of age, sexual intercourse, i.e. vaginal intercourse, does not require the offender to go on the sex offender registry. Rather, the judge decides based on the facts of the case whether sex offender registration is warranted or unwarranted. By contrast, other forms of intercourse, specifically oral and anal, sex offender registry is mandated under all situations with no judicial discretion. So I would say, first of all, shouldn't it just be mandated? Like, shouldn't it just be mandated for every situation? Like, why is it not automatically mandated? Like, should that be the change to the law, not the other way around?
Sure.
That's fucking weird.
There should always be judicial discretion. I'm iffy on judicial discretion because
no, I'm saying mandated that you're on. I'm saying mandated on. There shouldn't be like a way to get out of it if it's vaginal intercourse. You should still go on the sex offender registration.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
They should change it that way. They shouldn't change it the other way. That doesn't make any sense.
I got you. That's better. That is better.
Because this is a 15-year-old who's having sex with someone
who's over 10 years. Yeah.
Who's over 25.
Yeah. No.
Okay. That's wild.
Yes, that is wild.
It's pretty fucking wild. Jesus.
I don't think judicial discretion should be a thing in situations like that.
Yeah, I don't like that one. So Zero Fox also sent me. He sent us a second one here. I haven't seen this one. He said it's also pretty wild. We can watch it for a little bit, maybe.
All right.
Apparently, this was the day before. You know what? This is all. It's so delicious. Oh, it's so delicious. This
Which
is
one
what you
is it?
get.
Is the one where he's like looking in the screen?
It should be the last one I just sent you.
Oh, I mean, I'm in the room that he's sending us this stuff in. I could just get it there.
It's the first one from Hen Mazing.
It is. He's
Yeah.
looking in the. Gotcha.
Right. He looks so tired too. Good. Look tired. Get
No,
tired. Suffer.
Look, fuck this guy.
Yes.
Fucking hate this guy. This guy deserves everything he gets.
I know. It's delicious.
You guys didn't speak up against this shit when it was tiny. Okay. So you deserve this.
Yeah.
Not only that, you constantly wag your finger in the Republicans' face. Are you going to speak up against this? This sounds a little like fascism. This sounds a little like racism. Aren't you going to speak up against this? Speak up against this?
Mm-hmm.
So the Republicans are constantly forced to speak up against it, which is a good thing. But then when the Republicans say the same thing to you, oh, this is a little like weird, a little socialisty, a little
right,
a little sex pesty. Shouldn't you speak up against this?
You should.
No, they don't do it though. They don't fucking speak up against it because they're retards. God, portrait mode.
Oh, well, it's a phone. Okay, everything's a portrait mode.
I know, it's just stupidity, but whatever. I mean, the lens is round. I guess the chip is square though. 3 minutes 22 seconds.
Yep.
Go.
Hey, me, you gotta get the fuck out my hood, bro. It's free Palestine. You really know what it is. We against the genocide. You think you gonna come to my neighborhood, bro? You fucked up. You fucked up. It's gonna be a problem. There's innocent children being killed in Palestine. You gonna come here like it's good, but you're pushing that genocidal agenda as a Zionist, bro. Free Palestine. Say free Palestine right now on camera, dog. Say it. 2026. I don't need to talk about none of that shit. I'm talking to him. This is a mission district. You should be ashamed.
Look,
you have no shame.
And I paused it. It's 34 seconds. So this is the time that you're like, should I have really defunded the police? Was that really a good idea?
Oh God. I love how tired he looks. He's like, oh no.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
I just want to sit down for a peaceful lunch.
No.
You're going to eat in your office for the rest of your life.
Good.
Yeah. All right, go.
Then come to my community. This is a mission district, homie. Free Palestine, bro. Hey, are you trying to defend him? I don't want to talk to you. I'm talking to him. Why are you not saying nothing? Why are you not saying nothing, bro? Why are you not saying nothing? Say free Palestine for the camera, dog. You say you're against the genocide, right? That's what you said? Because you're running for office? Say free Palestine then. Say free Palestine. You can put your face on camera, but you can't speak on his behalf. You're a politician, right? You're a senator. You're a position of power. This is what you thought, bro. You come to the mission district, you will get called for the bullshit you do to our people. Maybe everyone here doesn't know what you've done, but I know. Mario Woods, Alex Nieto, Luis Gongora, when they were killed by SAPD, you didn't stand for them. You were silent. Silent as our people got gunned down in these streets. And you come to my community and you think it's okay. It's not okay, bro. It's not okay. Say free Palestine. I'm giving the opportunity to say that shit right now.
Okay.
Yeah. This is just like.
It's like, I know that when you're in these situations, like nothing you say is going to change this person's opinion, right? But I do think you look super cucked as a politician if you just sit there with your head down as some person just like screaming at you about the dumbest shit, and you just have this like timid look on your face, this retired look on your face. I think you look terrible.
Well, this is the same as strong arm robbery right here.
Yeah.
He's like, say the thing I want you to say. I'm going to get the clip. This is strong arm robbery. That's exactly what's going on here.
Of course.
But of course, in the progressive mind, this doesn't exist. This isn't like, this isn't a thing.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't even a crime.
Yep.
Yeah. Fuck these people. Fuck them all. I can't stand any of these people.
So
funny. This is a utopia they wanted to create.
Of course. You know, they always say the whole like, "Oh, the leopards eat my face" party.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. It's the leopard face eating party, right in front of us.
And these people come in and they're like, "Oh my God, look, you guys are guilty. You guys have cultivated an atmosphere where this is acceptable." The fact that this guy is not being led away in handcuffs is just, it's like, fuck all of these people. Fuck all of these cucks.
Good.
You deserve this. I hope this happens 6 times a day. I hope this is your regular fucking day. Every fucking day.
All these soft on, I hope all these soft on crime people.
Oh yeah.
You're right. They should just be constantly harassed nonstop. But this is what you wanted. This is the policies you advocate for. This is the crowd that you're trying to surf in the power. Okay. These psychos.
Exactly.
These
kind of people just assume burn your fucking home down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. These are the people you got to sign 10 fucking ballots for you down in the Mission District. So you could fraud your way to political power. Fuck you.
Lord Stug, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Look at that.
Oh, sweet. Welcome new members.
And thank you, AKA Batozai, for also the 5 gifted memberships.
Awesome. Welcome. Yeah, that's great. Thanks, guys.
Oh my, look at this. Lord Stug then gave us another 10 memberships.
Wow.
Thank you.
We've got a lot of new members here.
And then AKA Batosai said, I will match that. And he gave another 10 gifted memberships as well.
Wow. Holy shit. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Actual Justice Warrior. Hey, look, Sean's there. Sean, thanks so much for the $10. Says she believes illegal immigrant criminals get higher constitutional double jeopardy protections from deportation than immigrants. She's a lawyer. She knows this is false. Devo said DSA not growing. Oh, Dev saying DSA not growing, by the way. Yeah, it's interesting too, because I'm curious. Like, I feel like this whole thing changes the conversation a lot, in terms of like, where's the DSA going and everything. It's because a lot of people on the like trying not to be on the socialist left now, but still on the left, who like this really is going to harm a lot of sort of the argument that they've been making for a long time.
Did you watch Wick's video? I saw Wick posted a video saying we got a parasite problem on the left, and I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Wick hates it though.
Wick hates this person. I didn't see their video. I saw Wick's tweet about this. So, I mean, they know where this is going.
Yeah, no.
So that's good, at least. It's funny. Bill Maher said about her. He said, there's one candidate, she'll be Congresswoman for New York 13th District. The New York Times asked her if someone murders someone randomly, should they go to jail? They couldn't get her to say yes to that. She also says no more police effort at all. She says our veterans are war criminals. She said, fuck Kamala Harris and that Joe Biden's a rapist. So there is a woke mind virus, and I think we found patient 0.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, she's infected half the Democratic Party.
That's true. Michael Dorman, thanks so much for the $20. Thank you. Says Devin Tracy has been talking about this for 12 years and has been banned from every platform. How is it possible for showing facts and get told you are a danger to the public? A-team reigns supreme.
Yep. Unfortunate, right? There is a giant double standard in media that we're all very familiar with.
Panda Tree, thanks for $20. Says, as a New Yorker, growing up here my whole life has made me more moderate. Drug dealers and the victims within the same area in Washington Heights. Then seeing kids from out of state moving here, enabling the cycle. Oh, interesting. So it's like a lot of people moving in and fucking everything up because they don't live through it.
Well, yeah, I lived in New York for a while. It's cool that you're in the audience, obviously. I like to think we have some New Yorkers here.
I think I do have a Steve Kornacki clip that we'll watch a little bit of where it kind of goes over some of the demographics. But it's kind of interesting because I think it is, like a lot of the demographics in these areas are, I think, some of the richer people too. They're voting for this shit.
I mean, I saw some gentrification going on in Brooklyn and stuff like that. So
I mean, this
the demographics in neighborhoods radically change.
This stuff is like the height of luxury beliefs, is what this is. Zach Anderson, thanks so much for the $20. Says these people are gaining power in American politics, and yet Dev will still gaslight us about how the left is the moral side.
Yeah.
$20.
I haven't seen Dev respond because we talked to Dev before any of this happened. So,
Well, I mean, Dev's not going to support this person, right? I don't know what the take is going to be, but
no.
I can tell he doesn't support that lady. So,
But he's consistently been saying, "Oh, but the Republicans are worse."
yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know. To me, I think both sides cope very hard about this. It doesn't really matter who's worse.
Oh yeah.
Ever. If you're ever in these conversations where someone says X is worse, whether it's the Democrats or Republicans, you're already going down a cope spiral. It doesn't matter who's worse. It matters that you say this person is bad, and then you say this person is bad. That's all that matters. Just say.
Well, it does matter in a
people are
situation
terrible.
where you're voting based on policy, right? Because you're like, okay,
Yeah, if there's a specific race, obviously a race between two candidates, you can say, okay, well, I think one candidate is worse than the other candidate. But what I'm saying is that people will do this like scoresmanship where they'll say, oh, well, I'm not going to criticize the Republicans because the Democrats just elected, like as a team, I'm not going to criticize the team of the Republicans because the Democrats just elected some crazy people, or vice versa. I'm not going to criticize the crazy people the Democrats elected because Donald Trump is president. That's an NPC tribal cope spiral way of thinking. It doesn't matter. You can criticize whoever the fuck you want, regardless of what party they're from, regardless of what team they're from. It doesn't matter who's worse. Okay.
No,
from a
look,
broader team context.
I completely agree. I'm talking from a voter's perspective. Like we talked about the calculation people do. They're like, I don't like Trump sullying the office with all of these crypto scams that he's running, right? It's obvious
Right.
corruption and I don't like it, but at the same time, he's doing mass deportation. I think immigration has gotten out of control, and so somebody has to deal with it, right? So they're going to look the other way on the crypto corruption because they want the policy, right? I wonder if the Democrats are making the same sort of calculation. They're like, look, this woman hates America, right? She wants to abolish the police, but at the same time, she's going to be fighting for universal health care, and I need health care. Health care is the most expensive thing in my life, so I'm going to look the other way. She's against interracial marriage, right? Well, I'm going to look the other way on that. I need health care. I don't know if they're going to make that calculation. I mean, that's kind of the calculation the chick on Rising was making already. So it's canned, ready to go. Sitch's internet went out.
Them being,
maybe it did. Maybe it is going out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, it's a different argument because that's a person they're trying to say, oh, well, I will accept all the horrible things that this person does or believes because there's other policies that I support that I think are more important. Though,
yeah,
I will say that often that does really devolve around tribal partisan lines. It's like, I think that's the real thing that's going on more than the policies. I don't really believe that 99% of the people that make those arguments, that it's really those policies that are actually motivating them. If they're politically active people, if they're just like random normies, then I think they do care about the policies more.
Electorally, though, we agree. I think that the partisans, they're going to vote for the person no matter what. And they're going to make arguments,
Yes.
partisan arguments that are going to be completely tribal brained that you can never get through to them, right? But elections are generally decided by the moderates who are taking policy into account. So I think
but they're still the minority of the people, unfortunately.
Yeah, but they're the kingmakers. So
I know, because they're the swing vote, but they're still the minority. So.
Of course they are. They're like 5%. But elections are won and lost by that 5%.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, this is why it's such a crazy situation, because they, like everyone is saying, the white pill in this whole situation, as I was looking at the polling numbers on Americans in favor of socialism, the Democratic Party, it's up like 20% in favor of socialism, but in the general electorate, it's down. It's hugely down.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying it would be next to impossible for a socialist to win a general election if they're not in one of these districts that are like plus 20 Democrat. So that's good, right? Obviously.
Mm-hmm.
A socialist president would be an impossibility.
We hope.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's watch. We're gonna jump around. We're gonna watch this whole thing here. But let's watch a little bit of the Crystal's reaction to all this stuff. Okay.
Victories for Zohran Mamdani and the DSA wing of the Democratic Party. Ryan, I wanted to start with an oldie but a goodie here. James Carville, always colorful, you know, never a shrinking violet here, I would say, has some thoughts on what should come next for the Democratic Party. This is A10. Let's take a listen.
The New York Times reported, and I have the quote right here, I'll get to it. She is against passed off all her views. She has attacked interracial relationships in the American flag. Lady, I ain't in the same party as you. I'm sorry. I just not. And I actually do think it's time for Democrats to talk the S word, schism. I really do. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent. And there's just some shit that I can't be in the same tent with.
He's right.
Well, good for James Carville. Okay. You know, James Carville was like a really big Democratic strategist for like Bill Clinton back in the day and everything.
He's the old school, the old guard.
Yeah.
But I did see all the leftists on YouTube making fun of him and saying
they hate him, yeah.
Crusty old man he is. And
of course.
Sell out shill for the establishment.
I don't think she plays
Israel
it.
Cuck.
What he said too was that he said that the Democrats should not allow her to. So in order to like you can't any random person can't just be like, I'm a Democrat when they win a race and then be in the coalition with the Democrats in Congress. Like they still go to Congress because they've been elected, but they can't necessarily be like in the group. And he's saying that the Democrats, they're not going to do this, obviously. But he's saying what the Democrats should do, if they had integrity, was they should just basically kick her out of the party.
They need her vote. They're razor-thin margins. So.
I know. That's why I'm saying they're not going to do it, but that's what they should do. And he's right. That's 100% what they should do. It's not worth the vote.
Yeah.
Ready for a divorce. He's ready to break up with some elements of the Democratic Party. You know what's funny, Ryan, is I don't know if you follow this, but Carville just... what was that? A week ago, 2 weeks ago, was out vociferously defending Graham Plattner, who has very similar ideological views. I don't know if he said all the things that Daria Lisa has said, for example, but Claire Valdez, Zohran Mamdani, I mean, they're very much in line on the vast majority of their ideological positions. Carville's got no problem with him. So I do think there may be a little bit of bias that comes with some of this commentary, but it does kind of echo some of the views that were expressed.
Do you think she's trying to say he's racist or sexist or something? I feel like that's the undercurrent of what she's saying.
He came out and said they shouldn't see someone who's against interracial marriage. How's that equate to him being racist? I mean, I looked up to see if he had a black wife. I was like, oh, he must be in an interracial. He's going pretty hard at this.
Well, what else does she mean? What else does she mean? When she's like, oh, he's biased against her, but not.
He's biased against interracial marriage. I don't know.
Graham Plattner. Like, what is the implication there?
You got to do something about
like,
your internet. Your internet's like cutting out again. I don't know if you're not plugged in or what. Yeah,
I am plugged in.
Yeah, like intermittent.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just I'm gonna get.
It's time to get on the phone. Let's call him right now.
Okay.
What time is it?
It's never been this early before.
I know. Yeah,
that's great.
You need to get like some sort of booster or something.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, you can just tell me if I cut out. Okay, we don't need this every time it happens. But no, like what I don't know what else she would be talking about if she's going to say that James Carville is being biased against this lady, but not biased against Graham Plattner. Can't be the Israel thing. I mean, that guy just fucking got a like.
You're cutting out. A long time. We should read super chats.
Use that Nazi
We can put
tattoo.
A8 up on
So
the
I don't know
screen,
what
former DNC chair. This got a lot of attention. He says, I say this with no ill will or animosity. If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for our nomination. Don't use our resources. Don't rely on our volunteers. Don't use our infrastructure. Don't ask Democrats to invest their time, money, and energy in your campaign. Focus on building the party you actually support. Political parties are not perfect, but they're built by millions of people who knock doors, make calls, organize meetings, and fight for the values they believe in. If you don't believe in the party, then don't ask its members to carry you across the finish line. Obviously, like the most obvious response to this is I think the voters in the Democratic Party get to decide who gets to be in the party and who they want their nominee to be. That is democracy, which is something that the Democratic Party leadership has frankly struggled with. But the other thing, Ryan, that was amusing to me is this would be the same camp of people who, when people actually do run as third-party candidates, like a Jill Stein or something, lose their minds over that and act like they're, complete traitors and fascists and spoilers and how dare you. The reality is they just don't want real anti-corporate views to be expressed anywhere on the political spectrum. They want them to be pushed out of the Democratic Party. They don't want them to run as third parties. They just want them to go away and not exist.
Right. The phrase "our volunteers" and the phrase "our time, energy, and money" is wild coming from Jamie Harrison. It's like, a volunteer's time is not yours. He was the DNC chair. You don't own that. You don't own that. You don't control that person. If you pay them like they're a lobbyist, and then you make them a DNC member, then yes, then you own that. In the sense that you have built that relationship. But if a volunteer decides to canvass for a candidate, the DNC doesn't own that. Like that's their free will. You need to go out and present something more appealing to them. Now, on the Carville point, it's interesting. I actually think there should be kind of a complete and total amnesty for anybody that said anything during Woke One. Like if you said something about the American flag or the interracial relationships or she had this weird tweet about colonizers dating people or whatever. It's like, look, we're going to declare bankruptcy on Woke 1.0. We're all moving on. And
They would never have this kind of grace with the right or Republicans.
No.
They would never say, okay, if you were a 15-year-old kid going on about the Jews in some Discord, we're just going to move on. Okay, you're a kid. It doesn't matter. They would never do that. They would never do that.
No.
They are totally in this vindictive mindset when it comes to anyone that's not in their tribe. It's completely ridiculous.
Well, and it's also just so dishonest because they're all the same people. It's the same people. It's the same ideology. It's just that now that it's not popular, they're like, oh, well, we're going to pretend like it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. Yep. Nothing's changed.
And it's not even like she doesn't even
sadistic.
She's not even denouncing what she used to say. She still supports all that fucking shit.
Yeah. Fucking evil.
I did an interview on Carville's podcast several years ago.
This is demonic. After I just said we can't call this stuff demonic. We shouldn't call it demonic. We're getting fucking close. Yeah. Almost demonic.
People could probably go find it. Where I said to him, look, you're complaining about this woke stuff. It was you and your 2016 Hillary Clinton campaign that really supercharged this stuff because you didn't want to fight Bernie Sanders on economics, on class. Mm-hmm. You wanted to fight him on the questions of racism and sexism and homophobia, and you declared Bernie Sanders and his entire movement to be these awful things, and that actually, ending racism doesn't actually break up the big banks. So why are you talking about, or breaking up the big banks doesn't end racism, so why are you talking about breaking up the big banks? You created this maze of insanity that became this albatross around the Democratic Party's neck. So if people followed you into that maze, you can't then pick up their tweets from like 2019 and say, oh, they can't be in the party anymore. Now, if it's 2026 and you're still talking like that, okay, well, then you really haven't filed for bankruptcy on Woke 1.0, and we can talk about that. But there has to be a way to kind of turn the page.
Yeah, you have to apologize and fucking.
No, he said turn the page.
Yeah,
wasn't that Kama's like big catchphrase? You got to turn the page.
That's everyone's catchphrase.
Well,
Turn the
she said it
page.
a lot. I think it's interesting because he doesn't like Kamala so much. And so it was now, it was this year where she wouldn't say a person who did murder should go to jail. The idea that this is some past belief that she had, he knows it's not. Ryan Grimm is a dishonest person. He is lying to you. He is lying to his audience, and he doesn't care because it's all in the service of hating Israel. It's all in the service of ushering in socialism. That's all these people care about. They're totally fine lying to you about anything.
Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Is Ryan Grimm drowning in credit card debt? Like, what's going on?
These people they're just ideologically possessed by this shit.
I mean, supposedly Crystal Ball is worth like 20 million or something.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, Ryan Grimm has been one of these like super obsessed with foreign policy, like hating on America positions forever. So that's where the fuck he's coming from on this shit.
Okay.
It's
Right. Well, and here's the thing is the problem for Carville is if we actually took seriously this proposal of like, okay, bet, you know what? The people who oppose genocide are going to go in this party, and the people who support it are going to stay in the good old Democratic Party. You're going to be pretty lonely over there. You're going to have a lot of electeds with you, but that is the problem for these characters now, is the Democratic Party, in terms of the base.
Remember when they're going to tell you it's not about Israel. It's not about hating Israel. It's about wanting affordable rent. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Crystal Ball here. It's like, it's all about Israel. That's all they care about. That's all they care about. They're obsessed with fucking Israel.
Yeah, they see the dead children. I mean, I haven't watched any of the videos, but I don't know what the videos are where there's like bombing of children dying. But you show some of those to like some people and they're just it's going to change everything about them, right? See this poor innocent child dying.
Well, I think the problem is when you're an adult, okay, you have to create a hierarchy of values and a hierarchy of what's important in your life, right? You can't just say everything is equally important.
No. What are you talking about?
That's the problem. So
that's how you're an adult? That's what being an adult is? Wow.
That's part of being an adult, right?
Of course.
It's understanding that certain things need to be prioritized, right?
Yeah.
And so if you were to ask like crystal ball, when people say, okay, let's say hypothetically crystal ball, that you have a crystal ball. Okay, you can see the future, right? And on one hand, you have, America's position with Israel is relatively the same. Whatever's going on with Israel and Gaza right now is, kind of continues at the rate it's continuing for the next, 5 years. But America continues to exist, right? In the way that it is now, in the life that you're accustomed to right now. Okay. That's one future. The other future is that America stops supporting Israel 100%, right? Because you elect some sort of, lady like this lady to be president. But the flip side is that America gets completely destroyed. It gets turned into a third world nation and a complete, communist shithole, and the country devolves, economically, financially, criminally, just into this like complete shithole country. But we stop supporting Israel. Are you going to take that? Is that the future you're going to take? Is the priority of whatever the fuck's happening in Israel, Gaza more important than what's going on in your country right now?
For many people, yes, obviously, but I don't think a majority. So that's where living in a democracy is advantageous, right?
If you were to ask Crystal or Ryan Grimm or any of these people that question, they would have a NPC meltdown and they would refuse to choose. They would refuse to choose.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't want to accept, or they don't want to even hypothetically have to choose one.
They don't want to be on the record accepting the genocide.
Even if it's even if they say, well, it's just if it had to some weird way hypothetically, save the country, right? It's like, remember when people asked the LLMs, like, if would you say the N-word if it would stop a nuclear bomb from going off? And the LLMs would be like, I can't say the N-word.
You're giving, yeah, exactly.
Right.
You're giving a nicer hypothetical. The hypothetical should be, would you sacrifice your soul life to stop the genocide in Gaza? It's just you, this magnanimous act of kindness,
Right.
and the genocide completely ends. They would say they would, but obviously it's just a hypothetical. So
Right. Well, that's why I'd
can't
ask mine,
really-
because they wouldn't want to answer mine. They'd melt down and freak out. Right.
Oh yeah. I guess it would be more difficult for them to say the N word than to like say, "Of course I would die for the genocide."
Right. Right.
There's no real schism. News media loves to write, the schism and the divide in the Democratic Party over Israel. No. The only divide is between the elected leadership, which is completely out of touch and immoral, and the base. The base is over. When we're talking 90%, basically have a very similar view on this issue.
Did you look up polling on that? Is it 90% of the Democratic Party are against Israel? Oh, that's crazy.
I don't think it's 90%. It's the majority. I don't think it's 90% though.
At this point. So I don't think you're going to like the way that cookie crumbles. And that speaks to also the willingness to overlook, things that Daria Lisa has said that are certainly, would not poll well with the American public or even probably with Democratic primary voters. But when you're considering a moral landscape that includes people who have run cover for or actively supported the mass murder of babies and children, you look at like an uncouth tweet about the American flag and you're like, so what? You want to preach to me about morality, given what you people have supported? And then, of course, it's also against the backdrop of Trump and his...
If it was just about the American flag, maybe we can make this issue, right? Mm-hmm. It's not. It's that she said she's part of an organization. She co-founded an organization that's in favor of destroying the West, an organization that's pro-October 7th. She said that she wants there to be completely open borders and no prisons. Okay. I will trade. You could even make this like unironically, you could make this the Monsters Inc. meme, okay, of the boss yelling at Sally meme. Okay. I will trade whatever the fuck's going on with Israel and Gaza. I will trade that for making sure that this woman could never enact those policies in America, because that's psychotic. Okay.
Yeah, good trade.
I care about my country first. And I'm not willing to say, well, listen, if I think this lady is going to be anti-Israel, I'm going to trade that for open borders and no prisons. That's an insane fucking take.
Yeah, how does the DSA type, they want to make the argument that the right is Israel first, right?
Yes.
Well, how do they make that argument if they're against America themselves, right?
They're Palestine first. They're literally willing to sacrifice the country just because they hate Israel.
Yeah.
And it's not even like, and again, this is a false dichotomy. She's totally lying out her ass too, because the candidates that were being primaried here, it's not like they were like, oh my God, we're going to support the genocide in Israel. That's not even their positions.
No, not at all. You're right. They are Palestine first. Completely Palestine first. Down with the West.
Entire party being completely insane, and the authoritarian crackdowns and the ICE invasions, and of course the war with Iran, bombing little girls' school, continuing to push forward this genocide. This Gaza peace deal is a complete sham. Palestinians continue to be murdered every single day, which you guys have done incredible reporting on. You look at that moral landscape and you're like, you want me to be upset about this tweet that she sent out? I don't think so, right? I think that she has a much more moral position that is closer to my values than these people over here.
She was a mainstream anchor on on MSNBC.
Well, she got fired though, so.
Do you think she got fired for being too leftist?
No, I think when she got fired, she became too leftist.
Oh, okay. That's when she ran away from the mainstream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
Let's go ahead and take a listen to the ladies of The View talking a little.
Oh God!
Oh my God! The cackling hens on The View.
We don't have to listen to it. It's not good. But so I think this is the poll she's probably talking about. So they asked them if people supported Israel's military actions in Gaza, and only 8% of Democrats said that they support Israel's current military actions in Gaza. So that's probably what she's talking about.
92%.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. You can be against the military. Look, most people are against the military action in Gaza at this point. They think the collateral damage is not worth the gain, the security gain. So people are making that calculation, but this is a whole different world. This is like, ask them if they think Israel has a right to exist. And see if it's the same numbers.
That's not the same numbers.
Yeah.
Right, different question. Yeah.
But this woman here running for Congress, she literally doesn't think Israel has a right to, she doesn't think America has a right to exist.
No.
Yeah. Even though she was born in Florida.
I know. We reject her as a Florida woman. Okay.
Oh my God. It's so crazy.
Joining us now, we've got our very own Ryan Grimm, who is there in New York City.
Oh, he's a New Yorker, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now we've got our very Ryan Grimm, who is there in New York City. And Ryan, we usually we affectionately refer to this version of the show with you and I hosting as the Commie Takeover. And I think the name.
You like that? They're open about it.
The Commie Takeover?
Yeah, the Commie Takeover. Remember when there was a time where like Crystal and Kyle, we're not leftists, we're not communists, we're just like progressive liberal.
Yeah, what does it mean to them? That's the problem with the term, because if they mean they're in favor of universal health care, or even if a lot of people are in favor of affordable health care, and they're like, I'm a communist. I want affordable health care. Right?
Considering like there's so much conversation on their show, running interference and carrying water for people that say that America and the West should be destroyed. I mean, she knows what's going on here.
You're like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's no shield of ignorance that she can hide behind at this point.
She wants the government to basically strong arm take over every publicly traded company.
Probably.
Okay.
What else is there? Or maybe it's just like, well, I'm a communist because I don't like Israel. Like, who fucking
I know
knows?
that she doesn't think
like
there should be billionaires. I know she's like, no one should be worth $1 billion. Although, I mean, it kind of takes $1 billion to do anything interesting these days. But
more apt than it is perhaps right now.
I think that's right. Yeah, I'm joining you from a hotel in the commie corridor where I don't think the commies went to bed last night. I think they are still up, and this bender's going to go at least sometime into next week.
So what?
They're very excited that the people they identify as communist won these races here.
And comes out here as the kingmaker, undisputed, like every single one of his candidates won the vast majority of those. I think all of them except for Brad Lander, who's not a DSA member. All of the rest of them were DSA members. So huge win for DSA. But I also want to say, I think Hassan Piker has genuinely been extremely impactful in his community. They reportedly phone banked like 90,000 calls for Daria Lisa in the last days of this campaign. The campaign says that, that resulted in at least 2,000 voters going out to the polls for her. The margin of the...
I wish we knew what the call content was, what the phone bank people were talking about. Were they calling up, and was their go-to move? Oh yeah, she wiped her fingers on the American flag and used it as a napkin.
No, it's probably like, well, she's against the genocide.
Affordable health care. Do you think they even brought up the genocide? Come on, you're cold calling people, and you're saying, do you know there's a genocide in Gaza right now?
Yeah, they're calling bougie areas.
Oh, okay.
That's just what people, they got to perform their virtue on this shit.
All right.
Victory is not a lot more than 2,000 votes. Not to mention...
Do you hate the Jews? I'm calling...
The second question.
Ryan, centrists really decided, starting with the Zoran campaign, that they were going to try to make Hassan and his most controversial statements a centerpiece of their attack on the left. And talk about strategies that completely backfired. I think they successfully did, in a way, make him a litmus test. But for a Democratic base that is overwhelmingly now disgusted with the genocide, pro-Palestine, opposed to the status quo of our relationship with Israel, an association with Hassan Piker became a symbol of oh, you're on the good side of this issue. You're with the good guys that oppose the genocide. So not only in terms of the actual organizing that he did that may genuinely have helped to make the difference in this very close race with Daria Lisa, but also in the way that he became, that they made him this litmus test. I don't know that I've seen a more foolhardy and disastrous political tactic that's been deployed. And you can see it's not just in New York City, obviously. I mean,
So again, these people are foreigner first people. Okay. They don't care that Hassan is a massive hypocrite. They don't care that he shocks his dog. They don't care that he literally supports terrorism openly to his stream. As long as he doesn't like Israel, that is all they fucking care about.
Yeah, it's such a media bubble that they all inhabit. It was the same thing with climate change. Like I never really heard the topic of climate change discussed, but you get inside of these liberal spaces on liberal media, and it's like all they talk about.
Yeah.
Climate change, the end of the world, climate change. Oh, there's no future for us. Climate change, climate change. Oh, we're all going to die. Right? And now that's
Right.
completely been replaced by Gaza genocide, Gaza genocide. You go your whole work week, never encountering anybody that brings
know.
this up, right? But you stumble into a liberal space or a progressive space or media atmosphere, and it's like everything, every single video is about the genocide, the Gaza genocide. They still give a head nod to climate change, but this is definitely like the new number one issue for them.
I wonder if it's part of it is you have a lot of people who, they feel like they have no control over their own lives. They have no control over politics at the moment. So they can like headcanon this fantasy of, we have to stop this genocide going like on the other side of the world. Like that's the most important issue because they have no control over what's going on like domestically. Maybe that's why they fixate on it so much.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't.
It is
shit's
strange.
going on domestically, so.
Yeah, especially now. You'd think they'd be hyper fixated on, Trump and domestic policy, and it's still Israel, Gaza, Israel, Gaza. And so much of it is that, so much of it is they are obsessed with it, but so much of it is just that they know that it's like this emotional issue that they can just throw on people just to get their own socialist, wacky fucking people in charge. Like it's so, it's so subversive. It's so crazily subversive. And remember, there's so many people that would say, why do people criticize Hassan? As you shouldn't criticize Hassan. He's just some random streamer. It doesn't matter, blah, 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 blah. And here we have Crystal Ball talk about how, maybe he helped swing the election in some of these New York districts here for these psychopaths.
Yeah. I know.
Other campaign that really stands out for this is Michigan and Abdul Al-Sayed, who has only surged to the lead in the polls since this whole flap about, oh, how dare you campaign with Hassan Piker, and one of his opponents, Mallory McMorrow, who chose the other side of that debate, has seen the complete collapsing of her political standing.
Yeah, and he also, I think, played a pivotal role in helping to elect Anna Hamaway in New Jersey, and then Chris Rabb kind of nearby in Philadelphia. He went out and rallied with them and campaigned with them, and they embraced him, and it helped them kind of pop off. I was with Hassan in Harlem yesterday while he was streaming, and
they won a low turnout primary. Okay, let's not all get
I know.
Let's not all get starry eyed. Okay.
Well, the problem is it's all perceptual because on one hand, yes, it is a low turnout primary in a super blue district, but if like the media buzz, which the media buzz is that Zohran Mamdani is like this fucking kingmaker, and then vis-a-vis Hassan has power too here, then like people like buy into this shit, and it kind of like pushes politics in a direction.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna have any impact on the actual election. I think Hassan might hurt actually in the general election. So
we'll see.
I understand the narrative. They want to make Hassan a thing so bad.
I know.
They're like, look, he's going to be the Joe Rogan of the left, and he's going to. Men are going to come back to the Democratic Party in droves, and we're going to win the House and the Senate and the presidency. Oh my God.
The socialist utopia, yes.
Yeah. But it all just seems like nonsense.
Well, I agree with you in terms of I don't like if that's the strategy they go on, they're going to get crushed by the Republicans.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I think honestly, my gut intuition is this is a net win for the Republicans. They're like, please give us 100%. More crazy people.
Of course. This is a huge win for the Republicans.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of seats that they're not going to win that are now going to be taken over by the craziest people that they can point to nonstop and say, look at these crazy Democrats.
Right. You're cutting in and out again. Did you reset your modem? I'll take it. That's a no.
You can see it on the stream. The reaction to him is Brown, new residents, old residents, who know who he is, under 45 or so, all of them, or under 40. But a very broad base, and a ton of people were, coming up to him saying like they watched the stream regularly. They voted because of him. They got into politics because of him. And thanking him for kind of giving some meaning and giving them some purpose. Like it feels like they have, which he talks about on the stream, is like that to channel your rage into your community and get active in order to kind of push back against the atomization and the kind of the depression that just comes about from the kind of modern society that we live in. So yeah, I think that all of these efforts by the New York Times or by Third Way or by any of these other candidates to try to stigmatize him have only elevated his visibility, which then forces people to polarize around that question of good and evil, moral and immoral. And I think you're exactly right that when people have to face those questions, certainly in a Democratic primary, they're going to come down on the side of good.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a listen to just a little bit of Hassan reacting to some of the victories from last night. This is A8 and him talking about how he may change his endorsement process going forward.
Hey, after tonight, my price went up. You have to be a Democratic Socialist if you want some of this fucking shine. Sorry.
So only DSA members may apply now. I mean, talk about DSA, though, because obviously very important for Zoran's victory. He deserves a lot of.
There you go. Isn't that wonderful?
What was that?
So now, just gives Hassan this inflated ego, all these dumb fuck socialists inflated ego of like, oh, listen, we don't have to try to moderate ourselves. We don't have to appeal to the center anymore. Like, we're going to be as fucking mask off wacky as possible, which, I guess for these psychos that they are.
Yeah, no, I saw all the clips of Hassan. I saw everyone trying to glaze Hassan and Hassan trying to do a big victory march because he got a couple people. Well, he felt like he was involved in a couple people getting a win in a low turnout primary election. It's like, oh God.
Yeah.
So tooting your own horn over something that wasn't even a big climb or anything. What's going on? Press play.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Melanie Zanona in Washington, where we're.
Okay, this is the other.
Your internet is super bad right now. I don't know if
a little bit.
Have you reset your modem? Your internet is like super bad right now. It's like completely.
I reset my modem. That does nothing.
Resetting
my modem does nothing.
Do you reset your modem before every stream?
I do, and it does nothing. Yeah.
Well, no. Maybe it helps. I don't know. It could be worse if you didn't reset your modem. I reset my modem and restart my computer before every stream. Yeah, that's funny. Anyway, let's hit play. Well, sorry guys, we might have to do super chats tomorrow.
City, places like, Syracuse, Buffalo. But I would say, too, even within New York City, there were limits to this. I'll give you one example of it. Take a look at this. You didn't hear much about this race because it ended up being a landslide. The 15th congressional district here of New York City, Richie Torres, a Democrat who has staked out a pro-Israel position, and he's taken a lot of heat from activists in the party, sort of folks, online in sort of liberal media, left-wing media, I should say, have gone after him hard. But look, in this district, this is a very different district demographically, overwhelmingly Democratic, but it's a different district demographically than some of these others we showed you where the Mamdani candidates had success. Here, a candidate trying to run to Torres's left and trying to make Israel an issue got absolutely no traction. So even within New York City, there were some limits to this. And across the country, too, I think this one, got some attention here. Utah's 1st congressional district. Remember, they just redrew the maps. A court did in Utah this year, and it created this new district that is expected to elect a Democrat to Congress this November. This was the Democratic primary for it. Ben McAdams, a former member of Congress, he served for one term from 2018 to 2020, trying to come back. Nate Bluen, a state legislator who was endorsed by Bernie Sanders. So Sanders was trying to have an impact out here, and Sanders' candidate actually got clobbered in this.
Oh my God, he completely got clobbered. Jesus. The guy doubled his vote count and then some.
Yeah.
150%.
This race, so some limits there as well.
Look, they got the Somali fraudster on the candidate running. What's going on in Utah? I feel bad. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't play into the stereotypes, but look, the stereotypes. I'm feeling the stereotypes these days because nobody's fighting against our stereotypes, right? Obviously.
Well, it's kind of the problem, but I don't know anything
nobody
about
gives a fuck. So I'm just gonna roll with it. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Well, I would just point ahead, coming off last night, I think this might be the one to watch here. About a month from now, August 4th, it's going to be the Democratic Senate primary out in Michigan. Abdul El-Sayed, he's taken the lead in a lot of the polling that we've been seeing. And a candidate here, I think, ideologically, in terms of the issues that he's focusing, in terms of the activist base that's behind him, very similar to these candidates, these Mamdani-backed candidates who just won in New York City last night. So this is going to be an interesting test because New York City, we know, overwhelmingly Democratic. Those are not races that are going to be close in the fall. Michigan's a swing state. Michigan's a state that Trump won twice, 2 out of 3 times. If Abdul Sayed is a success.
Do you know how many states are doing this in? Like this is kind of crazy. These are all DSA members, even in Michigan. Sitch is calling a cable company, which I completely endorse at this time.
This primary, that's going to be a fascinating test this November of whether he could win, not in an overwhelmingly Democratic area like some of these other candidates we're talking about, but in a swing state.
Certainly a race to watch. Steve Kornacki at the big board, thank you. Let's turn now to Julie.
Where's the other guy? Steve Kornacki's boring. Bring out the other guy. Where's the other guy?
Isn't he on CNN or something?
What's his name? Oh, you're right. He is on CNN.
Durkin, who's on Capitol Hill right now.
Who is this trollop?
You're such a hater.
But you were in New York last night covering these races for us. So, Julie, what stood out to you from last night's results?
Yeah, Mel, I'll start where Steve left off in New York 13, because I was talking to a bunch of Democratic strategists. Of course, Hakeem Jeffries really had his finger on the pulse, or on the thumb, or on the scale, I should say, in that race. And so did Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York. A lot of leaders really thought that Espaillat would pull it through. And that's because he built a really strong coalition of Dominican support in that area. He also, as Steve mentioned, is the chair of the Hispanic caucus. He had so much behind him. And yet Mamdani's very last minute endorsement at the end of May clearly buoyed Espaillat's opponent. And I just think what's so interesting in this is that if you look at who Espaillat is, if you look at who Goldman is in the New York 10 district, who lost to Brad Lander, these are Democrats that were seen as fighters on issues like fighting against ICE, standing up for deported immigrants, standing up against the Trump administration in the case of Goldman.
Yeah, because the whole fucking district is immigrants now. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
No one born in America lives in that district anymore.
especially somebody who led those impeachment trial efforts. And when I interviewed with Goldman yesterday, he told me he was surprised to see how little the Democratic voters seem to care about all of those issues that define the party over the last decade of President Trump, and how much they care about the issue of Israel, at least in those districts in New York. Mel?
And I should know.
So remember, every time these people go, oh, I just want to give you health care. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about that whatsoever.
Of course not.
That we actually will be interviewing Chevalier in a little bit here on the program. But Julie, all of these candidates, they're going to win their districts in November. These are safe Democratic seats. So what does that mean for the influence of progressives on Capitol Hill? And what does it really mean for governing?
Despite Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, saying he's not too worried about it because these are just 3 seats and he has 215 that he's thinking about, this will certainly tack the Democratic Party to the left. I'm thinking about what we've been seeing in the last 2 years of President Trump's second term. The fact that you had a couple of Republicans on the right, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was here, but certainly several others still being a thorn in Speaker Johnson's side, even with the president in the White House. If you look at Democrats, let's say they take back the majority in November, just a couple of votes could make a huge difference, specifically if Democrats are not entirely confident in their chances of really expanding their map in the House, right? They might have a slight majority over Republicans dealing with the same exact thing that Speaker Johnson has been dealing with. So despite Jeffries trying to downplay it and not really backing any of those candidates or expressing support for them, similar story that we saw when Mamdani won his primary around this time last year, I think he does have a lot to worry about as we get closer to November.
I've
Julie
heard the
Sirkin,
Democrats have articles of impeachment just ready to go. Like it's going to be impeachment for 2 years if they win the House.
I mean, probably. That's probably what a lot of the voting base wants.
I thought they wanted universal health care.
Well, you're not going to get that under Trump. I mean,
I thought we were talking about health care here. They got some housing bill. I mean, I heard it's just cosmetic. Like it's not really going to make any difference whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard that from the actual home builders who, you think they would know, right?
You would think.
They're like, oh, this is not going to affect our business at all. It's just cosmetic. Oh, fucking hilarious.
From the New York Times,
Okay, this is pretty disturbing. They go over like all the weird behind the scenes shit Mamdani was doing and how he's trying to like cultivate power like a fucking, like his little tentacles are just worming out, grabbing power in New York as soon as he becomes mayor.
What's he going to use that power for?
I thought it was going to be president, but you're right. I guess if he's not born here, I don't fucking know.
Something good?
Nothing
Universal
good.
health care?
Nothing good.
Rachel Abrams, and this is The Daily.
Good evening, everyone. What a good evening it is.
On Tuesday, a blowout in the New York primary cemented Mayor Zoran Mamdani as a local kingmaker.
What you all have shown this evening, whether for state assembly, state senate, or Congress, is that a year ago, it was not the end of a political movement. It was the beginning.
All of his chosen candidates won, and their victories pointed to a growing movement within the Democratic Party. Today, political reporter Nick Fandos explains whether their victories help Democrats in the midterms or put their chances of winning control of Congress at risk.
Number 2. Like, it's impossible to see clearly when you're inside the bubble like that.
Yeah.
I can't fathom.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, this is like cancer. They go around and they keep saying, oh, this was the ad that got Trump elected, right? Kamala is for they, them. Trump is for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is this not just that on steroids?
It is.
Yeah. Republicans are going to be able to paint Democrats with the Nazi label. The frickin' Nazi label.
The immigration issue is so bad that Joe Biden had to try to pass.
Oh, I know.
This
I
very
know.
one of the most restrictive immigration bills the Democrats have tried to pass in, I don't know, 40 years probably.
Yeah.
Right. And yet they're like, well, now they're gonna have a candidate who's literally open borders and and anti-deporting fucking murderers and criminals.
Yeah, they were trying to walk it back desperately.
Yeah.
So Trump didn't get elected.
Good luck walking that back.
Yeah.
It's Thursday, June 25th. Nick Fandos, welcome to the Daily.
So glad to be here.
Mayor Mamdani is having a very good couple of weeks, it seems.
Yeah, an incredible couple of weeks. The Knicks are NBA championships.
Yep.
The World Cup, his beloved sporting event, is taking place just across the river in New Jersey. And this week, the mayor made a pretty audacious political gamble in a series of important congressional races in New York City, and he won every single one of them.
So, okay, as much as I want to talk to you about the Knicks, you are here to talk about Tuesday's election results. And I want to understand what these results in New York's primary tells us about the strength of Mayor Mamdani, of course, this rising political figure in the Democratic Party, but also what these results mean for the national political picture. So first, let's just talk about what were the results on Tuesday night.
So on Tuesday night, voters across New York City went to the polls in a series of very competitive congressional primaries. Now, in New York, a very Democratic city, the primaries actually are the elections that end up deciding who is going to fill these seats.
Mm-hmm.
And Mayor Mamdani did something unusual in these elections. Where his predecessors have tended to try and stay out of local politics, of the kind of bitter inter-party fights.
The Radio Lab influence on the left is just...
I know.
Like
it's impossible.
Ever fucking present. It's so cringe. We've moved past this, guys, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Could divide their coalition or zap their political capital. He decided he was going to put...
This podcast is great, but what I really need here is a little drum beat, like whistle, okay? Well, do you have one of those rain sticks? Oh, I love those.
All of his on the line for a series of candidates from the left, many of them Democratic Socialists, who share his vision for the city and he thought could win these seats in Congress for their movement.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pretty extraordinary gamble just 6 months into his term. If he succeeded, it would give him a foothold in Congress where he could inject the economic populist ideas from the left, his views on Israel, and other issues into the national conversation that Democrats are having right now about their identity. But if he lost, he'd be squandering a lot of his own political capital. He'd be empowering people who are trying to stand in his way. And frankly, I think he'd make even some of his allies think this guy's not as strong as we thought. Maybe we don't need to go along with what he's talking about.
Okay, so you've just explained sort of the gamble of it. Let's talk a little bit about how he decided to take the risks that he did.
So to answer this, I want to go back.
So how dangerous this guy is. He's willing to risk his own political capital, mayor, just so he can have like the ability to shove a bunch of fucking socialist shit into Congress, into the national conversation. Ugh.
I mean, how much do you think he's going to get any of his policy prescriptions passed? I mean, he's talking about free grocery stores in New York City, like free buses and shit like that.
No, but I'm saying he's looking ahead, and these are national politicians. It's not even about the free grocery store in New York City somewhere. So he's already looking ahead at national politics to try to shove his fucking shit into that realm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So it doesn't matter if his fucking grocery stores fail.
He's going to be the senator of New York.
I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. It
Campaign.
Great. Like
Mamdani was a little...
Like, this is fucking not really a big deal at all. The New York Times is trying to play this up as if it's something huge because obviously they want the Democrats to seem like they have far more power than they have. But this just creates some more Democrat civil war. This isn't good for them at all.
Well-known state lawmaker He was a democratic socialist. He was the kind of guy that when he got into the race for mayor, nobody thought he could win.
Mm-hmm.
And a year ago this week, he did in remarkable fashion. He beat Andrew Cuomo, this titan of democratic politics. So from
my God, Andrew Cuomo, the old people killer, the titan of politics. Are you talking about the guy who put a bunch of old people in some nursing home and got them murdered by COVID? That guy?
The New York
titan
Times
of politics? That guy was so fucking unliked.
Got into the race for mayor, nobody thought he could win.
Mm-hmm.
And a year ago this week, he did in remarkable fashion. He beat Andrew Cuomo, this titan of democratic politics. So from the start, it's important to remember that Mamdani is an insurgent politician and he's a movement politician.
Mm-hmm.
By the time last fall comes around and it's clear he's going to be elected mayor in the general election, he's already looking ahead to this year's races to figure out how can I expand that movement.
New York, we know anything's possible with a great team.
I'm Brad Lander, and I'll block billionaires from buying our elections.
The first candidate he identifies is Brad Lander.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Lander was actually a fellow mayoral candidate whom Mamdani had beat, but then they locked arms to take on the Democratic establishment.
Mm-hmm.
And Mamdani said to him as the election is coming to a close, you know where we could use you most would be running for Congress. Why don't you run in the Brooklyn and Lower Manhattan seat where you're from against Dan Goldman, who was a Democratic incumbent, a former federal prosecutor, but crucially did not endorse Mamdani in last year's election, and historically has pretty close ties to Israel, which has become one of the animating issues, obviously, of the mayor's political movement.
Isn't it kind of bold of Mamdani
So it's like payback for him not endorsing him. Hilarious.
to take on an incumbent politician in this way?
Absolutely. But in this case, Lander had a long track record in this district, and I think both of them knew that he had a very good shot of beating Goldman and flipping this. And crucially, Lander was willing to do something that Goldman never was.
Which was?
Good evening. Welcome to New York One's debate for the 10th Congressional District.
Both these guys consider themselves liberal Zionists. They're both Jewish. And Goldman has been critical of Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government, but he's drawn a line at calling what's happened in Gaza a genocide.
Israel is not the most important issue in this district. What is most important...
And he's not completely denounced groups like AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, even if he didn't take their money in this election. Lander was willing to do those things.
He voted for every U.S. military aid package to Israel. He won't recognize it as genocide. He's never used the word occupation to describe.
He was willing to be much more vociferous in his criticism of Israel and in separating himself from the kind of pro-Israel political forces in the United States. And for Mamdani, that was crucial.
Wow, that really shows you how divisive Israel has become.
That's right. But the way that he made this a campaign issue and that he figured it would resonate with the voters in a district that he's known for a very long time was to basically say that Dan Goldman is beholden to a special interest. He is taking money from the pro-Israel lobby. He is taking money from corporate interests. And that is affecting the way that he represents you in Washington. And that was a pretty powerful critique at a moment, I think, when a lot of Democrats are thinking about the entrenched interests of money and corporate power in the United States. So it took this rather small distinction and made it a bigger one where he could differentiate himself.
And all of what you've just described, of course, jibes with Mamdani's positions when he first ran for mayor.
Absolutely. But his intervention here also started to raise another question, which is basically how involved is Mamdani, this new mayor who's going to be trying to govern an ungovernable city, as people like to call New York? How involved is he going to get in politics?
Mm-hmm.
And we start to get some answers pretty quickly last fall. In one counterintuitive move, he actually intervened to shut down a primary challenge by an ally of his in the DSA who was looking to challenge Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democratic leader.
Mm-hmm.
And after his private warnings to this ally didn't get through, Mamdani actually showed up at a public forum and made a case for why it would hurt his mayoralty and their cause to go after Jeffries in that way, to pick such a big fight.
So he's basically telling the guy to stand down.
Exactly. And so that might have been where this all ended. But in late November, one of Mamdani's allies in Congress, Nydia Velázquez, who's been there for 30 years, announces unexpectedly that she's going to retire.
There's going to be a lot of people interested in this seat. I believe you've said there's no heir apparent.
I want to see a strong, independent, progressive public servant.
And the district that she represents is one of the city's farthest left. It's also the place that Mamdani ran up the largest margins anywhere in the city. And so when she retires, he sees a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to put one of his allies into that seat and expand his foothold in Congress beyond just Lander. It's too good to pass up. As it happens, Mamdani had someone very particular in mind.
So look, this is fucking easy. Like, this is not some Mount Everest that he climbed. He's like, oh, a seat came open, and I could just put my friend in there. It's a seat in a district where I completely control the place anyway, because everyone voted for me. Everyone's talking like he pulled off some Ocean's 11 political heist. No, I just picked a friend. They asked me, who do you want in that seat? And I just said, oh, my buddy. Fucking insane.
A young assemblywoman named Claire Valdez, who had been his first endorser in the race for mayor and a fellow Democratic socialist. Velasquez didn't know her at all.
It is what it is. I have a lot of respect for the mayor, and I guess that we disagree this time.
She felt Mamdani blindsided her and was meddling in the race. She ends up backing another candidate, the Brooklyn Borough President, Antonio Reynoso.
Knowing my district, knowing my communities, I decided to step in and endorse Antonio.
And why did he prefer his candidate, Valdez, over the handpicked successor from Velasquez?
It's a great question. And on paper, there's not a huge amount of difference in these two candidates in terms of policy. They both want to abolish ICE. They both have called what happened in Gaza a genocide. They both support raising taxes on the rich, as the mayor does. But Valdez comes out of the mayor's political movement. Remember, I said he's a movement guy. She was with him on day one when very few people were.
Claire was there. If you look at photographs of the New York left over the last 8 years, the canvas in 2018, UAW.
Nepotism. That's why. She's my buddy.
Picket line.
And he felt basically, yeah, that guy's progressive. I like him. But Claire is my candidate.
And now we need to be able to do everything we can to get her across that finish line.
And what follows is this really fascinating race that drives a kind of geographic line through the district and through Mamdani's coalition, where on one side you have young, very left, maybe DSA-inclined voters who are more often white and college-educated than their neighbors, who have moved into this district over the last 10 years. And on the other side, you had Reynoso and Velasquez, who represented and were appealing to kind of the old guard of the neighborhood, the large Puerto Rican and Dominican populations that grew there, the working class black populations, the other immigrant populations in neighborhoods that have not gentrified in quite the same way.
Which is so interesting because here's Mamdani, a candidate who had attracted both of those groups, now driving a wedge between the two of them with his endorsement of Valdez.
Right. And so Mamdani is jeopardizing the very coalition that he worked so hard to build. And it might have stopped there, actually, in another year, but he kept going. Because as the spring progressed, he had his eye on another district. This one was in Upper Manhattan and parts of the Bronx. It's a heavily Latino district. It's got a big black population. But similarly to the race we were just talking about, a gentrifying white community that's coming in and changing parts of that district. Now, the interesting wrinkle here is that initially Mamdani stayed out of this race because he had actually promised the incumbent congressman, Adriano Espaillat, that he would be with him. Espaillat had given Mamdani a key endorsement during the mayoral race, brought along Latino support that he needed at the time. And in private, we've reported, they had a handshake deal. The mayor said, I'll return the favor if you ever need it. And so even though his allies on the left were lining up behind a challenger to Espaillat, a woman named Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, Mamdani initially stayed on the sidelines. But as the spring progresses and Avila Chevalier is picking up momentum, as the DSA endorses her, he starts thinking to himself, I can't stay on the sidelines of this. She's got a real shot of winning. And if she doesn't win and I stayed out of it, well, that could be on me. There's an opportunity with my popularity in that district, with the resources I can bring to it, that I can help push her there.
This was a district that she won by 2,000 votes. The
Yes.
closest one. Yeah.
Yeah. What a piece of shit. This guy helps Mamdani win. He promises that he's going to support him. And it's like, oh, your opponent might win. So I need to be on like the upside of the sale here. All right. So fuck you.
Sitch, are you starting to understand? Are you starting to realize that all Democrats are backstabbers? You are starting to catch on?
First of all politicians are backstabbers. I think it's naive of you to think this only applies to Democrats.
I only said that to get under your skin.
I know.
I only said that to be.
I know you did. I know you're trying to be silly, but
this is the thing that all the Republicans want to believe. All the Democrats are backstabbers.
Right.
So
we got to listen when, the lady we were watching, when Robbie's talking about how horrible this Chavez lady is. And she says, what about Ken Paxton? Right. Mm-hmm. You can't just do the same thing. We can't be in the same.
No, of course not. Yeah. Obviously I'm only kidding.
I know.
I'm sure there's at least one good Democrat out there somewhere.
There you go. I'm just saying like this just really shows you Mamdani's character. What a piece of shit he is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously there's political pressure from within the DSA, right? He wants to be a player inside this secondary organization that he's kind of amassing power in. So if she wins without his support, his power wanes in that secondary institution. So
right.
He does have some skin in the game here.
So he decides to add her to his slate, the third candidate. And this is the decision, more than any other, that really makes the Democratic establishment, Black and Latino Democrats, labor unions, go ballistic. Because they say it's one thing to go against an incumbent like Dan Goldman in a district that he's out of step with. It's another to compete for an open seat and upset the outgoing congresswoman. But to go after the chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, the first formerly undocumented immigrant in Congress, someone who actually is objectively pretty progressive on every issue except for Israel, and that's key, is a bridge further. I mean, that is much more provocative.
And somebody that Mamdani had given his assurances to that he would support in this very race.
Precisely. And so a lot of them look at that and also say, what good is the mayor's word if he's going to go back on it here? How can we trust this guy going forward? So now, with 3 districts now in play, this fight just kind of keeps growing outward. So labor unions become very involved. Prominent New York Democrats like Jeffries, who are close with Espaillat, get involved. They start campaigning on the ground. Super PACs start dropping millions of dollars for and against candidates on both sides of the race. The mayor throws him.
It's a full-on civil war. This is great.
Yeah.
This is great. Look, they're tearing themselves apart. Holy shit. They're not going to be able to govern. There's only one thing to unite the Democratic Party. Impeachment.
Mm-hmm.
Himself aggressively into the slate. And it's worth noting, he has gone way above and beyond what even an endorsing mayor might do in a race.
We need Claire Valdez, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, and Brad Lander fighting for us in
He's been raising money. He's been offering strategy advice. He was out on the campaign trail in the final weeks.
Back and forth.
Exactly. He held a big rally with Bernie Sanders. Some of it, frankly...
Isn't he supposed to be opening free grocery stores? What the fuck is going on?
You know how so much of the focus on wokeness was because they wanted to focus on issues that were not solvable, right?
Right.
We're going to fix racism.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is also the same thing. Like, well, listen, you can't talk to me about free grocery stores. There's a genocide going on in Gaza that we have to solve.
Another unsolvable issue.
Yep.
It's ugly. Avila Chevalier, who is a PhD student and relatively untested, it turns out that her history as an activist left her with a trove of inflammatory and polarizing tweets. Among the most circulated were tweets that attacked the Democratic Party. In one of them, she said, F Kamala Harris. And other ones expressed policy positions that were really far outside of the mainstream. So again, among the most prominent was one where she basically said, all deportations are bad. We shouldn't be removing anybody from this country under any circumstance.
Clearly very out of step with the majority of Americans.
Exactly.
Okay, I can see why you described all of these as risks, and Mamdani's taking a big gamble in this race, because if these candidates end up losing, Not only has Mamdani not installed his allies in Congress, he has really alienated people who supported him in his initial race for mayor. He has potentially damaged his coalition for the next time he might want to run. And never mind the fact that he has made it harder for him to accomplish his agenda.
Mm-hmm. And made some pretty powerful enemies.
Sure. And of course, we know, in the end, gamble pays off. Mamdani had a huge victory on Tuesday night because all of his candidates won.
All of his candidates won. And I just want to add, in convincing fashion. Lander won by almost 30 points. Valdez won by about 20 points. And Avila Chevalier had a narrower margin, but somewhat comfortable, 4 points over a powerful incumbent. They were margins so big that even Mayor Mamdani and his allies were surprised, and so big that they sent shockwaves that went not just throughout the 5 boroughs of New York City, but frankly, well beyond, and right now are rattling the foundations of the Democratic Party.
I hate this music. So fucking stupid.
Nick, I want to talk about what this clean sweep that we saw from the DSA actually means. So let's start small and go big. So first, what does it mean for Mamdani and his agenda here in New York City?
I think that for the mayor, one of the most important things that this election showed is that he was no fluke. In fact, he may be a political kingmaker in New York, that his political capital can be transferred to other candidates and give them a real shot at winning races across the city.
It's interesting that a guy who essentially ran against the establishment, who derided the whole idea of kingmakers, has now become one.
Yeah, I think he would say, I'm not a kingmaker, I'm a movement leader. But I think kingmaker is an apt term. I mean, this is someone now who seems to be among the most popular political figures in New York. As his own team would say, he has a huge amount of political capital, and he's not afraid to use it. And I think that's the other thing that this has shown us. He is willing to take risks. And in this case, the risk paid off. And he not only now has new allies, but he also has other Democrats in the system, people in the city council, people in Albany, the governor, who are seeing that his political power is real, and they're going to have to respond to it. And so when they get into fights about his agenda, about how to pay for childcare, about whether to raise taxes, you can really bet that going forward, he's going to be coming in with a stronger hand.
Right. What about on the national level, though, Nick? Because we know in Congress, Hakeem Jeffries, House Minority Leader, he has been focused on winning control back from the Republicans. So what does he make of all of this?
For Hakeem Jeffries, there are very specific implications and much broader ones for his party. Specifically, 2 of the candidates in this race, Avila Chevalier and Valdez, have not committed to backing him in a leadership fight next year when he's trying to become speaker. They could become real thorns in his side in Washington. But I think that the bigger implication, both for Jeffries' politics in New York City and in Washington, is that this is going to give the left a much bigger platform, the Mamdani left specifically, to advance its ideas at a time when Democrats are really in this big national argument about what they want to be as a party. And Mamdani and his allies have a very specific vision. It's anti-corporate power, it's big government, it's tax the rich, it's pay for social services to help working people, and it's pull the United States away from its alliance with Israel. And on each of those issues, now they're going to be speaking in a louder way and in a way that, frankly, may cause problems for Jeffries as he looks towards the midterms this fall, where races are not going to be won and lost in deep blue New York City, but in swing districts across the country.
But this new wave of progressive Democrats, they obviously represent a lot of frustration that Democrats have with the Democratic Party, with Democratic leadership, and that's got to be on the minds of some of the more establishment Democrats, of course. And I wonder what...
I mean, we're also going to find out how much of the Democratic Party really is down with socialism, though, which is the only thing I'm really interested in. And just how much electoral advantage the Republicans are going to gain from really calling out this shit.
Whether it's possible to pull apart...
Well, I mean, also, Democrats are going to have to be praying that in in the next election, 2028, that they don't get some sort of like moderate conservative or someone who's perceived as moderate, right? Yeah, Marco Rubio or someone like that, as opposed to J.D. Vance or some other person. Like they're just going to annihilate if the Democrats can't get anyone who's reasonable because of this shit.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't know what their bench looks like. Gavin Newsom might be taken out by these investigations that are going on, which there seems to be some real unsavory stuff there. So that could take him out of the running. There were so many Democrats that were in the running. Swalwell got taken out for sexual impropriety. That Katie Porter got taken out for just being a nasty bitch behind the scenes. Like there's like so many people have been like, oh yeah, this is obviously going to be the next person, right? And then some scandal comes along and completely sweeps them out.
I mean, that's how it is often, though. They always say, oh, this is the person, right? And then once the election comes around, you get Obama comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, of course.
Takes it from Hillary, or Trump takes it from Hillary. This is so Hillary was like the chosen one, the shoo-in for 2 different elections, and both times some random person that no one expected fucking swoops in and steals it from her.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Kamala was kind of swept in, but she lost, so she
true.
thinks she's going to run again.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
How much we saw on Tuesday could be attributed to that frustration, and how much can be attributed to the pull of Mamdani as you have described it?
I think there is no doubt, as we've been watching primaries play out across the country this year, and frankly, ever since Donald Trump was elected, that Democrats are really frustrated with their leadership. They're frustrated that they lost to Trump in the first place, and they're frustrated that they have not been able to stop him from enacting much of his agenda over the first couple of years. And so in any election like this, I think there is a degree to which voters are coming out to vote against the status quo. They're going to look at any candidate that's backed by leadership and be against them. And that's got to be concerning for Jeffries, because if that spreads across the country enough, he could end up with an unruly caucus or nominees in close contests that can't win against Republicans.
This is where the population is also just like mind-numbingly retarded, because you have this situation where they're like, oh, why aren't you doing anything to stop Trump? And it's like, okay, they don't, the Republicans control all 3 branches of government. They got it on lockdown. And the reason for that is because, the Democrats couldn't get enough people to come out and vote for them, right? And so the voters are like, I know, let's just vote for the even more crazy people that are even more, or even less likely to win national elections just because they're different. It's like, holy shit.
But I also think that there is something undeniably particular happening in New York City, where Mamdani, who is in some ways a product of that discontent himself, is also able to kind of harness it and put a frame around it and direct that energy behind a particular alternative. And so what I think he did in these races that was risky but also powerful was, by associating himself so much with these other candidates, he was kind of able to link together races that might otherwise have been sleepy, disparate primaries fought about different things, and make them all kind of a referendum on what the Democratic Party is right now, his version versus the status quo. And so that kind of amplifies both the discontent, and it offers a particular alternative and tries to put some force behind it so that it can become, more relevant in national politics. And New York City, of course, is in some ways an anomaly, but in some ways it has often been a leading indicator in politics. I mean, this is the place, after all, where Jeffries is from, but so is Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader. And it's the place that in 2018, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez won her own surprise Democratic primary against Joe Crowley and launched basically a progressive movement that did meaningfully push the Democratic Party left and led to all kinds of incumbents falling across the country. So I think anyone who doesn't take this seriously does so at their own peril.
Okay, I understand how all of these dynamics play out in places that are very blue, where it's basically Democrat versus Democrat, right? But just looking forward to the midterms, the very far left politics that these candidates won on, I wonder how that might translate to races that are much tighter, in places that are purple, for example, right? Or saying something like, I don't believe in deportations is really going to turn off voters, potentially.
I think this is a question a lot of Democrats are asking today. And those who are on the winning side would say, well, they're going to help us.
Mm-hmm.
The Democratic Party is losing across the country because regular people are not into our ideas. They think we're not fighting for them. They think we're not committed to the right issues. And we're trying to push the party towards a place that we think it can win. Now, a lot of those people are not actually living in the kind of districts you're talking about, out in the suburbs of New York or in the middle of the country, in the Midwest, wherever it may be. And the candidates running there, I think, look at these results and are a little worried. Republicans have shown they are very adept at taking the extreme comments of lefties in New York City or Chicago or LA and broadcasting them all over the country and saying, you may think you're voting for this reasonable, moderate candidate, but you're voting to empower a party that is so crazy and outside of the mainstream, they're going to do X or Y or Z.
They want a lot of communists to come in. I'm saying it.
And that's exactly what we started to hear from Republicans just hours after the election results became clear.
The people that they're pushing are communists, and this country is not going to have communists. Thank you.
President Trump himself, Speaker Mike Johnson in the House.
The Democrat Party, the socialists, the Marxists have nominated some of the most radical candidates to ever run for office, and they're running for Congress.
Warned that Marxists and socialists like those in New York City were going to be cropping up all over the country.
The insurgent left is on the rise.
Right. If these DSA members end up working against the Democratic brand nationally in the midterms, that could actually feel like a loss for Mamdani, right? Like he could get blamed for taking a big risk on these candidates that is then seen as backfiring.
Yes.
I think that is certainly a risk for him. But I think to give the mayor his say, what he would allow is that he's probably going to get blamed and attacked anyway. He's already one of the most visible left-leading politicians in the country. And so why not take a big swing at trying to push the party to a place where he thinks he might actually help them by advancing ideas that he really believes are not only attractive to many Democrats, but also can be attractive and persuasive and activating to people who have either been turned off by the political process altogether or maybe voted for Republicans who feel like basically the system is not working for them. The people who, frankly, he was able to bring out in large numbers in his mayoral election who don't typically vote, or in some cases had voted for Donald Trump for president and then came around to support him.
Does this, Nick, feel to you like a potential mirror of what happened on the right, which is that populists took over the mainstream of the Republican Party?
I think in many ways there are similarities. I mean, whether you look at the Tea Party after President Obama was elected, or you look at Donald Trump's rise in the 2016 Republican primary, there was a very similar situation on their side. After losing a series of elections, there was a faction within the Republican Party who came in and said, we've got it all wrong. We've got to change drastically if we're going to win across the country. And they went on to start winning races, and we find ourselves where we do now. Democrats right now are trying to figure out, how do we get our mojo back? And I don't think we're going to have a true answer for a couple of years until we have candidates on the presidential debate stage and vying for the attention of the entire country.
It sounds like the big question going into the midterms is basically whether the far left views of these candidates that might be seen as turning off a lot of moderate voters, whether that will push more people away than the broadly popular economic and anti-Israel messaging, frankly, that we have seen that might attract them.
The midterms will give us one answer to that question. And I think that the presidential election that's waiting right behind it will give an even bigger one. Because Democrats, not just here in New York, but in races from Maine to Michigan to other places, are testing out their tolerance right now for ideas and labels that previously would have been seen as outside the mainstream, that might have been seen as disqualifying, and deciding, is that something that we like? Is that something we're willing to tolerate because of the energy and dynamism and the freshness of what they're bringing to the table? Or do we want to retreat to something more familiar to try and win over our neighbors who are not already on board? And that's going to be a raucous, multi-stage fight. And so Tuesday night in New York might just have been the opening bell.
Please, let me make it stop.
I'm not confident. I feel like you're more confident in this than I am. This just being like not a big deal. I'm not confident in that.
When he says Democrats have been struggling to figure out how to get their mojo back. When
Yeah.
have the Democrats ever had any sort of meaningful dialogue about where they fucked up in the last presidential election?
Never.
Where? Yeah, exactly. So look,
Never.
it seems like this is just coming from a
Well,
place of delusion.
I mean, actually, there was a lot of people talking about that. Obviously, I mean, it was easy because it wasn't really ideological, but talking about how Biden should have obviously dropped out and not run, and that kind of fucked him over.
I
Like,
mean,
people did talk about that.
I've heard a few people, try
I think a
to
lot
have
of
that
people talked about
conversation.
that. Right, but that's not really a conversation about ideology, about issue support.
No. I still constantly am asking, well, what are the policy prescriptions of the Democratic Party aside from Trump bad?
Socialism.
Yeah, okay. Is that real?
I hope not, but they're going. That's the problem, is that the people they're gonna jump onto whatever they think works. And if I don't think this is gonna work. I hope this isn't gonna work in a broader context. But if they think it's gonna work, this is what you said about the bubbles is true. This is what caused peak wokeism, is that you had all these journalists and all these
racism and white
staffers,
supremacy was
right?
the thing.
But they were all in these little online bubbles, and they thought this is what people want. This is how people feel. I'm in this little tiny bubble and everyone's hyper progressive woke, right?
Yeah.
And so if there's a new bubble, that's we all got to be hyper fixated on Israel's the only thing that matters, and we all got to be democratic socialist, even if the majority of people don't feel that way, that could be the resurgence of woke 2.0, is this fucking bullshit.
Well, look, the resurgence has power in places like these institutions. I don't know that it lives through an election. Election is really where reality hits.
If it's clear why they lost the election, then I agree with you. If it's not clear, then everyone just reverts to whatever
inside the bubble, they're going to just spin it
their
as
presupposed reasons, right?
Yeah, the presupposed reasons are going to win out inside the bubble always. We didn't go far enough,
Like look at
socialism.
the Kamala thing. This is like the perfect example. There was so much hay that was kind of dredged up about how the she's for they them and not you ad was like so effective, right? And so you'd think, okay, well then we need to move away from like some of the hyper woke progressive shit, which a lot of Democrats did seem like they were going to do, or they're at least paying lip service to do. But then now, those same hyper woke progressive people that were crying about trans shit, all they did was they just pivoted away from the trans shit to Israel, and they're picking up steam doing it. And so that's why I'm worried about, is that they're like, well, we're going to put on a slightly different hat, and now all the retards are going to flock back to us.
Yeah.
Maybe they won't.
They don't
Listen,
even
I
have
pray
the right.
I pray that that's not going to happen. Okay. I pray, because America can't deal with it, I don't think.
They didn't even, I mean, their conception of why that ad worked is even incorrect, because they see it, they saw it as Republicans forcing a wedge issue in as the trans issue being a wedge issue. But look, that ad is completely about economics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that ad is about, they want to spend your tax. You're having trouble affording groceries, and here's what they're spending your money on. That's what that ad was about.
I think the problem is that Mom Donnie and a lot of these other pieces of shit, they realize that, and they nefariously use it to be like, oh, well, instead of the trans issue, like, well, all that money that, it's all going to Israel, right? So you got to vote us in office, right? We're going to get you all the Israel money back. Now, obviously, they're going to put all that Israel money into trans and kids and protecting pedophiles and having the borders be open, all this other crazy shit that, Mom Donnie and these people want to do, right? But they're not going to tell you that.
Yeah. Okay.
They're like, oh, save you from the Israel money. All that evil Israel money. It's going to go back. It's going to help you.
That could work. Let's hope it doesn't.
A lot of this.
Look, the Republicans are in a bad place too, because they've kind of have their heads in the sands
Yeah.
on the economic issues.
Yeah.
Like they don't realize you can cry socialism all you want, but if enough of the electorate is economically depressed because of the environment they've inherited, I mean, I don't know that they created it,
Right.
then obviously they're going to start losing. This socialism stuff is going to start moving elections, right?
Right.
The economically depressed are going to be voting for socialism. Yeah. So they got to do something about the situation. I don't know, the whole, obviously you probably followed the housing bill, the bipartisan housing bill that Trump was, I guess it's still going to go into law, but he canceled some signing ceremony on it because they're not passing the SAVE Act. Which, if people are in dire economic straits and there's some bill that I've heard it's only cosmetic. I heard it's really not going to help anyone, but even if it's cosmetic, people think, oh, this is going to make housing more affordable for me. They're doing something. They're moving in the right direction because you're concerned about voting, which isn't really, people don't think of as an economic issue. I mean, that's horrible optics.
Right. Well, I mean, I think you're right about the economic stuff. And the problem is the Republicans have had one position for 40 years on the economic question.
Yeah, deregulate.
Deregulate, right. And then that's not popular at all anymore. You know, a lot of the right has turned against.
Well, it didn't work.
Well, it didn't work, obviously. But I'm just saying, like, also a lot of the right.
Work.
I think more important than the fact that it didn't work is that a lot of the right-wing base has turned against the businesses because they perceive the businesses as being progressive and woke and all this other stuff. So they don't even like the businesses anymore from an emotional standpoint.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But the only offer now, the only proposed solution now is, well, if we deport enough people, that will help our economy, which I'm skeptical.
I'm super skeptical. Yeah.
I'm skeptical that's going to affect the broad scale inflation problem in America, right? That people are facing. So you're right. And that is the problem, is that if there is, the right is going to have a big issue in 2028 where they're going to have this battle of, without Trump, what the fuck are they? What is the movement? What does it look like? And they don't really have an answer of that right now. And I don't know if they're going to have an answer in 2028. And the problem is that if the Democrats or the Republicans don't get their shit together and they don't have a good answer for this, there's two sides that do have the answer to this. A bunch of fucking socialist fuckwads and a bunch of white nationalist fuckwads. They have very clear answers on what on these topics.
Yeah. Policy prescriptions.
Now those answers are dog shit and are going to destroy the country, but they at least have some answer that they're going to propose, and people are going to turn to the people that are claiming to have an answer versus the people that don't have anything whatsoever.
I just don't see why Trump doesn't play up healthcare more. I mean, he has stuff going on. They're going after a bunch of Medicare fraud and whatnot. He could easily frame that as part of the problem with the cost of healthcare. And look, we're working on bringing healthcare costs down by getting all of these fraudsters.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was going to say beyond going after fraud, which has some impact on prices, but is there enough fraud that it really has a substantial impact on everyone's healthcare prices?
No, I would use the fraud and something else. I mean, I would put together some sort of a commission. We need to figure out how we can lower healthcare costs.
Yeah, but what Obamacare kind of fucked the Republicans, because what could the Republicans possibly advocate for now besides going after fraud? Like, what policy could they actually want that wouldn't be, they'd accuse of being hypocrites or socialists?
They ran on repeal Obamacare for so long.
Well, and Obamacare, because right now the Democrat position is either a public option or the more extreme Medicare for all.
Medicare for all, yeah.
Right. And the Republican counter to that, you would think, would have been Obamacare, right? But they can't, because they've been running against Obamacare for so long. So it's like, what is it now? They don't have.
And they
don't have anything.
They can't do a public option either because they're so
No.
anti-government. They're like, there's
Yeah.
no way.
Well, they've been saying that's socialism for 40 years.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump could probably spin it, but I don't think he has any desire. It doesn't seem like he's really motivated by that topic.
Yeah. Healthcare is just super expensive for people. Just paying health insurance premiums, I think, are super expensive for people. I think that's the rub.
Healthcare is super expensive. Obviously, gas is expensive now. Food is just incredibly expensive.
Yeah, no.
Housing and rent is very expensive.
That's why I could see so many people are like, okay, well, I have to have food. If you're gonna have to cut off a bill, right? It's gonna be the health insurance because it's like the one thing. But then you're not sleeping well at night because you're like, oh my God, what if something happens and I need this health insurance?
The food thing is crazy.
Stressing yourself out.
The food thing is so crazy, and I don't know. Maybe it is just a combination of, Ukraine shit because we get a lot of grain from there, and I mean, I've heard people make the argument that they think a lot of it has to do with like Uber, but that only makes sense for like restaurant costs. That shouldn't really, unless it's all just tied in together, because I mean that shouldn't really affect like grocery store pricing and everything. But it doesn't. It's so crazy. Like everything got crazy during COVID, and the prices never dropped back down. Unless they're all just price gouging, your favorite word.
Yeah.
Then the people in America have been trained to not, maybe that's the problem. Maybe people in America have just been trained. Like, I don't know if you've seen this now on Uber. If you use Uber Eats, which like you should never, like when you look at the price that Uber Eats tax on, if you get it delivered, even if you get it picked up from the store, the tacked on price is fucking crazy. It's like 50% to like 80% more expensive.
Why do you order? So you can order through Uber Eats and pick it up yourself?
Because there are some restaurants that they actually don't charge you extra if you use the pickup feature, and they don't have a pickup feature. So you have to use one of the apps.
Okay.
That's the only reason why. Some restaurants still charge you extra if you do the pickup feature, which is like insane. So you should obviously not do that. But I think that's part of the problem too, is that people don't even realize how much they're being price gouged on Uber or any of these other things because they lie to you.
A lot of times I go to the website and I just order directly from the
if some websites, some
restaurant
restaurants will do that. Yeah.
And I pick it up myself.
Right. Which is what you should do.
So it's the same exact price as if I'm just ordering off the menu.
Right. Which is what
I did notice
everyone
that
should be doing.
with everyone's favorite Hoggly Woggly. I wanted to order from there, and on their website, it goes to one of these third-party apps. And I was like, this third-party app is like charging more than they just have listed on the website. I mean, I'm like, I'm just going to call them and order over the phone.
Right. Yeah, that's what
which is insane for them because they could get an email with it all written out, but no, they have to have a waitress pick up the phone, take the order, all of that.
Write it down. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but that's the problem is like Uber and all these other companies are making money off the fact that millennials and Zoomers don't like to call people. So they want to use the app.
Well, and off the restaurant that doesn't want to, do it on their website themselves or.
Right. Right. And, but where I was going with this is it's so crazy. Like if you look at Uber or these food delivery apps now, they now have financing fucking plans.
Oh, I
financing
know,
fucking plans. You could fucking finance your fucking delivery. That's insane. If you're financing your fucking Uber Eats, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Okay, just stop it. There's no one should ever do that.
I mean, I'm curious how much of our audience is running around in debt. I mean, I constantly think there are all these kids they just have like $50,000 in credit card debt. Like, oh my God.
I'm not saying people shouldn't have debt. I'm saying you shouldn't be using credit card debt or whatever fucking debt service they offer on Uber Eats to get premium expensive delivered chauffeurs for your burrito that add 50 to 60% additional cost.
Well, look, credit card debt though is just throwing money away because it's like 20%. You'd be spending $50 a month just in interest alone on credit card debt. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, but I don't think whatever the fuck Uber Eats and all these other services, I don't think it's, I don't imagine it's much better than whatever the credit cards are.
No,
doing.
I'm sure it's 20%. I'm sure the financing is 20%.
Yep.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Majin says he's in sushi debt.
Listen, to be fair,
this is why Caleb Hammer is so popular, because he can just, all these people.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, I feel for young people today, just because, oh my God, shit's so expensive out there. And every time I have this bit of empathy, people always clap back and say, Adam, they're so irresponsible. You just watch a couple Caleb Hammer videos and you'll get over that empathy that you have for people.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously, the problem is Caleb Hammer's obviously selecting for the most egregious people anyway, because it makes the best content.
Of course, of course.
No, but it's
but the
both.
fact that those people even exist.
I know. But it's both. That's the problem. Is that the spending habits for a lot of young people are completely, not even young people. Spending habits for a lot of people are just trash. Okay, just utter trash. But at the same token, everything is also crazy expensive. So they're both true. Both these things are true at the same time.
Well, yeah, it's easy to get that fucking attitude if you really can't afford to live. You're like, I'm just going to charge this on a credit card. This isn't my fault, right?
Right.
I'm going to do a poll and ask if people are in credit card debt. So. I know. Do you not want me to ask?
No, you can. It's sad.
Look, if you're in credit card debt, I forbid you to super chat on this show right now. That's
right.
like
true.
Fucking super chat
Yeah,
here.
don't.
I don't want your Streamlabs. I don't want your super chats.
Right.
I will literally ban you from the chat if I find out you're doing that shit.
Yeah.
I know. Like, your number one financial priority should be to pay off credit cards. Credit cards are the worst. Look, and a lot of people are just, they have a good job and they don't even really think about it. I mean, I've had friends like that. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're a nurse, you make $100,000 a year. Why do you have $20,000 in credit card debt? Why are you spending $125 a month just to pay the minimum payment on your credit card bill?
Did you watch the last Caleb Hammer or something?
I did not, no.
Oh, it was about this couple.
Was this happen?
Yeah, it was about this couple that makes, I think combined, they make about like $200,000 a year, and they're still like just pissing it away on nonsense.
I was watching something where people make the stupidest financial decisions, and I don't get it. I'm like, how do you have this job making $200,000 a year and you're this retarded?
It's the marshmallow test. They're failing at the marshmallows.
Yeah. They just didn't want to spend the entire paycheck.
Yeah. It's girl math. Let's be real. It's girl math. It's all women's fault. I'm going to blame women 100%. It's all the women and girl math's fault.
People who think girl math is funny, it's just to the gulag. Girl math is not funny. Everyone should be financially illiterate.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Therok Monster, for joining and for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yeah, we got to get busy here. Your internet's going to go out any minute. Guys, I'm going to call Sitch tomorrow. I'm going to call him when I get up. No, I'm going to call him at like 5 in the morning.
You know, I'm yelling and cursing at the internet people tomorrow.
Okay, good.
I'm done.
I'm going to be yelling and cursing at you.
And then after I do that, I'm going to just switch the internet anyway to a different internet provider because I'm tired of trying to deal with them. Yeah, this is just stupid.
I mean, you should.
I
should get a backup though. You should
have no guarantee that the next internet provider won't have the same problem.
That's why you should get a backup.
Problem in the building, right? But
get like Starlink or something.
There's nowhere to put it.
To put the Starlink?
It's got to be on a rooftop. I live in an apartment.
Aim it out the window.
I don't think. I think
We don't
it's
have
gotta
any
be,
windows.
I don't think that would work actually. But
Oh my God. Thank God. I knew our audience. We got a bunch of high rollers in our audience here. 78%. No.
that's great. Look at that.
Uh-huh.
Good for you. It's all the free will. Okay.
We're gonna work on the buddy system here. I want you guys to pair up. You who are not in credit card debt, you pair up with someone who is in credit card debt, okay? And you help encourage them to get rid of that credit card debt.
Right.
I want you to counsel them lovingly. I don't care if they're S class. I don't care if they're A team. They're your buddy, okay?
No private burrito. No private taxes for your burrito
Yeah,
if you're in
exactly.
credit card debt. Okay, it's the rule.
Yeah.
Weld QC John, thanks so much for the 5 get the memberships.
Hell yeah! Look at this. New members. I love it.
The chat follow for $20 says very virtuous of you two regarding credit card debt. No cap. Yes, please. If you have any debt, do not donate money to us. Okay, use it to pay off your debt.
Yes. Yeah. But I do like you. How about this? You must super chat us once a week, but send that super chat to your credit card provider. Okay. we demand.
What does that mean?
Well, we demand $20 a week going to pay off your credit cards.
Oh, I see. I see. Think of it as a super check. Right.
Yes,
that makes sense.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Think of that as your donation to the
Right.
Sitch and Adam community.
Right. GB Smoke for 20 Aussie bucks. Thanks so much. Says, hi guys, just woke up in Australia. Adam, did you watch Destiny's video on you?
I did not, no. But some people did send it to me.
Yeah, I
So,
heard he was very, very triggered by our conversation with Dev.
Yeah.
Because if you say anything that's other than Trump is a demon from hell, he's gonna have a shit fit. So which is pretty funny.
Zero Fucks did kind of summarize it and say there really wasn't any substance to it. It was just kind of screeching and insulting us, which is kind of what I expected, right?
Of course.
It's just which that's my whole problem. You can't have a good faith debate with people like that are, as soon as they begin losing the debate, it immediately goes to personal attacks and reputation destruction. And obviously Destiny has a much larger audience than we have. So punching down here. So it's easy for him to overwhelm us with all these Destiny fans that just want to, they've got this weird idea that I'm some sort of MAGA chud, that I'm like a Trump till you die Trump supporter. Even though, I mean, how long were we going over what a buffoon Trump sounded like at the G7 summit? So none of that will ever sink in. None of that will ever make any kind of impression on them. They're forever wounded by the fact that I even considered voting for Trump in the last election. So whatever. Who cares? I don't care.
Captain Smile, thanks so much for the $20. Says, hey, Adam, if you're still interested in AI's use in cinema, there's a new series called Craft 1979 by the YouTuber Latent Diffusion. It's generally the best AI media I've ever seen. It's a bit slow story-wise, though.
Oh, see, that's the thing. That's the thing. I think there is going to be a renaissance in screenwriting now that once they perfect AI and a bunch of these producers, like as long as I've lived in LA, there's always been indie producers who are trying to get movies made, trying to finance movies. As soon as the financing situation gets worked out, because AI just makes it so inexpensive to make a movie, all those guys are going to be making like a movie every 6 months. They're going to be making 6 at a time with different filmmakers. It's going to be great. And the bottleneck is really good scripts. I've read a lot of really shitty scripts in Los Angeles. So, and when you find the one that you're like, oh my God, this is actually really good. Like, why hasn't this got made? If they can make it on an inexpensive budget, then those movies will get made.
Mm-hmm.
And even if we're just watching them on YouTube, although I think, look, I've been watching a lot of stuff on streaming, and I am amazed at how much crap gets made. Oh my God, it's fucking painful how terrible this shit is.
I know.
Everyone's talking about Supergirl being a travesty against mankind. So
Mm-hmm. This is not a good week for cinema. You had Supergirl, you had House of the Dragon, and you had the terrible live action Avatar come out.
How happy were you that that stupid fucking character got killed off? How fucking happy
Oh,
were
I
you?
didn't watch it, so I don't even know who you're talking about.
What? You didn't watch it?
Did ContraPoints? I'm sorry. Did Philosophy Tube get killed? Is that what you're saying?
Timo ContraPoints?
Yeah, did Timu ContraPoints get killed off?
Yes,
Oh
definitely.
my God.
I got
That's
look.
hilarious.
It
You're
was
like, wait a minute, the show's saved.
It was spoiled for me because I got so many messages from people.
That's
You totally
hilarious.
called it.
That's so funny.
Yes. Yeah. Oh God. It's so funny too because they were like, the performance is so cringe. The performance is so terrible. that they had to be thinking, oh well, thank God this character gets killed off. We did our part by bringing a trans person into this role,
Mm-hmm.
even though they're supposed to be playing a woman, which that character does not read like a woman at all to me.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've listened to one of the, I think it's Alt Shift does
Alt Shift X. Yeah.
Yeah, does Game of Thrones reviews. I like that guy's stuff. He might be a little on the woke side. I'm not sure. Politics generally don't come into his videos, but he calls her a her in his review, and I was like, oh, I guess she is supposed to be a female.
Well, yeah, but is he just saying that because Philosophy Tube is a trans woman?
No, but he's talking about the character as a she.
Okay.
I thought it was supposed to be a he, right?
Interesting.
Reads as a he on screen. It definitely
Right.
reads as a he on screen.
Right.
But a weird kind of, it's impossible to tell what the fuck's going on in that storyline. And they don't set it up good enough to really, for what transpires. You're not involved in that storyline at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Captain Smile, for the recommendation. I was kind of scrubbing through it. This looks cool as fuck.
Will you
It's
send me a link? Can you send me a link?
I did send you a link. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
It is actually, you might enjoy it on a personal level, Adam, because it should be reminiscent to something that you've experienced personally.
Mm-hmm.
It is about a man in Minecraft. Okay, it's your first night in Minecraft that you experienced. Okay, but no, it's really cool. It's like it's shot like it's a 70s movie, a late 70s movie about a guy basically in the Minecraft world. So someone saw the Minecraft movie and they want it to be like shot like more serious. And so they kind of did with AI.
This looks great. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I guess I'll throw it in the watch together. We can go so you guys can see some of it.
Well, you don't want it to get flagged or something. So
well, look, 1.2 million views in 3 weeks too.
So no, it looks pretty cool. So definitely we'll check it out. Cause yeah, I mean I am excited. I'm excited for people and for me and for you to be able to use this to make shit.
Now, we have some crossover with EFAP. So I don't know if we have any EFAP fans in the audience, but is EFAP nihilistically anti-AI? Because I've seen some posts that make me think, well, maybe they are, but I don't listen to EFAP. So,
I mean, there's probably going to be a lot of slop, but I think that it's still, that's going to be the big problem is people are going to have to outweigh the slop or kind of get through the slop.
But like I was saying,
it, but
I'm watching a lot of streaming, and there's a lot of slop that's not.
I know there's a lot of slop
what
right
are you
now.
talking about?
I know.
Massive amounts of slop.
So, but I do think it's going to be a net positive at the end of the day.
This is the democratization.
Once we figure out how to navigate the slop.
This is the democratization of filmmaking.
Right.
Now you don't have to move to Los Angeles and and get a producer. Look, Shu's in the chat.
What's up, Shu?
Read her chat.
About credit card debt.
Hello, Adam, Sitch in chat. Oh, I thought she said Adam and Sitch. I thought she said Adam and Sitch chat.
Oh, okay. Look at this.
Hello, Shu.
It's the same. It's the same. Okay, it's the same. Listen. I don't hold it against her. All right.
Yeah.
Now, did you want to watch that Ezra Klein video?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, I want to do super chats before your internet gives out.
PC for $5 says DSA is just a psyop from Skynet, so the U.S. population will beg for an AI overlord to get the commies out of power. Skynet has my vote. It's true.
Oh yeah.
I use ChatGPT like Google now. It's more detailed Google to me. Yeah, no, same thing. Google's like, just in time, Google has become totally like trash.
Unusable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically borderline unusable. And so now I use the same thing. I'll ask ChatGPT for searching, and it's so much better.
I use Gemini, but maybe ChatGPT is better. I mean, I would have to do so many side by side comparisons to be able to tell.
Mm-hmm.
I do like Gemini because you can do a lot of shit.
Kyle Phoenix for $10 says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, longtime listener, first time chatter. Well, thank you. Look at that. Just FYI, I live in the district. Daraliaza just won. I didn't vote for her, but crazy that she won by so little. Someone save me, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll vote. Obviously,
we'll have to airdrop you.
Vote in the general.
Okay, some free will.
See if you can get in there and make some changes.
So crazy. Pig Beans for $10 says, quote, "This next tweet is about race mixing. It's called Don't Do It." By the lady. Yes, exactly. That is wild to me that she put an anti-interracial dating tweet out, and just people are just like, whatever, it's fine.
I'm telling she's black. She can totally get away with that. They're like,
is she black?
Yeah,
she's like Hispanic.
Black.
I don't know if she's black.
Oh, okay. Well, she's brown.
Yeah, she's some kind of brownish. Okay.
She doesn't. The racism lens does not apply to her.
Yeah, she did a good video the other day. I just watched it, all about how, well, it was about the Carmelo Anthony stuff, but about how like the racism against white people is just completely disgustingly accepted by so many people. And how disturbing it is.
It's sick. It's totally sick.
Jason for $5 Canadian says, "Just for fun, ask ChatGPT or Grok how a communist revolution coup might play out in a liberal democracy. It's like a giant Yuri Bezmenov-esque Chaz." Okay, I'll do that. I'm assuming Grok's going to be a little bit more not woke about the whole thing.
Wow. That would be an interesting ask, though.
Yep. The Oceanist for $5 says, "The recent rent control discourse convinced me that the DSA tankies have significantly less cognitive ability than the most brain-graped QAnon MAGA dudes."
Oh, definitely. Yeah. It's the same kind of brain rot, though. Just ideological possession.
I don't actually. Well, it depends who you mean when you say the QAnon MAGA dudes. Like, because when you start talking about the people who are still pushing that Israel killed Charlie Kirk and that Tucker Carlson was possessed by demons, I think those people are dumber than someone as dumb as rent control is. I think that's much dumber than the rent control discourse.
Mm-hmm. That a giant pedophile ring controls all of politics.
Well, I didn't say that.
I mean, it's on the same level as rent control is actually going to help people, right?
I think that's far. I think you're conflating two different things. If you're just talking about like the Epstein stuff or just talking about the pedo ring stuff, I don't think that's
what the QAnon was, and he specifically mentioned QAnon. So,
well, I know, but I'm just saying like it's kind of evolved into the sort of different tract now about like demons and Israel killing Charlie Kirk and being behind 9/11 and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I guess the Israel stuff kind of plays into QAnon, right?
Right. Well, I guess also, I mean, a lot of it is that Israel was behind the Epstein stuff anyway. So, which to be fair, I mean, I wouldn't actually be surprised if Israel was doing shit with Epstein. So, that's what I said. I don't know. I wouldn't include that in what I was talking about.
which
Alexander,
is more likely, but they're actually going to pass some sort of rent control, and that's going to fuck things up.
Alexander for 45 Donkey Kong Dollar says, so did you watch Destiny's video about you? It's funny to me how much he hates you guys. I know it's it's pretty
We
funny.
did not, but I mean, if you want to like summarize the greatest hits, I mean, we're happy to be entertained by it. Why? That's the thing. Like, why? What is it? Hatred? What is it? What is the hatred thing? He was the guy that said, you know, he first of all he did was shit talk us, right?
Mhm.
And he tried to characterize that shit talking as clout for us. Oh my God, this is great. I'm blowing them up by talking shit about them all the time, right?
Mhm.
So he wasn't helping us in any way, shape, or form. And look, we don't even talk about him on the show. The only reason he's coming up is because you're super chatting because he made a response video to us, right?
Right.
So what exactly is happening here? So he blocked both of us and said no more free clout for them, right?
Mhm.
And I said that's great. I would love it if you don't talk about us anymore because all you ever do is lie about us and talk shit,
Mhm.
right? To which he responds, "Oh, let me do a video and basically just talk shit about you." It's the space. It's kind of the space. This is like par for the course. This is what people do. They're like, look, let me see if I can bully these people into having some sort of debate and I can content mine them for my audience.
So because here's also what I think is going on too. Part of the reason I think that Destiny and a lot of those people who are like on the left, but they're trying to be not socialist. Part of the reason they're so like virulently anti-Trump, and like I think part of the reason why Destiny's like crazily anti-Trump, is not only because it helps him galvanize an audience, which will protect him from, you know, the sex pest allegations that he had, right? But also because it helps him defend against like the Hassan orbiters and stuff to that effect too. Like if he can kind of galvanize his own audience of like highly ideologically primed crazy people, it helps defend against other audiences of ideologically, you know, possessed crazy people.
Which we are completely at a disadvantage from. Like any MAGA supporters in our audience, they accuse you of having TDS all the time, and they're not going to support me because I'm going off about what a buffoon Trump is.
Right.
Like I don't have any sort of these MAGA people are not going to protect me. What the fuck?
No, right. But so part of playing that role to sort of, because there are going to be crossover people in Destiny's audience who do like Hassan and do like all the other shit, but they'll like put up with him because they're like, oh, well, at least he's good at like owning Trump or he's good at owning the right wing or something. Part of like playing into that is that there needs to be like a continual sacrifice of like people on the right or people who are considered edge cases.
Yeah,
right?
some content creator. And we are the sacrifice case.
We are the edge case sacrifice that will help continually cement his cred of being clearly on the left, despite the fact that he's attacking Hassan.
Okay, well, we are innocent victims in this.
There you go.
In this battle because it's weird, fucking weird.
Yeah. And John for $5 says you guys should do a dive on the DSA website. This is just the party line. They're not hiding their power level. I mean, I know they have some crazy. I know they have crazy shit about
defund the police. I mean, we know about all
defund
that
the police.
shit.
Yeah. I would be curious to look on their website to see if they're calling for open borders and complete prison abolishment as well. I wouldn't be surprised, I guess I should say, if they are. The Oceans for $10 says if America is a racist, sexist, and oppressive country, why don't any of the oppressed apply for asylum to get out? Become a refugee and go get more free, more advanced countries from things like Cuba, Iran, or Russia? That's a great question.
We all know why.
Yes, that's a great question. That's what we should be advocating for. All these people need to be applying for asylum somewhere else because America is just so evil and terrible.
How about we just deport them to somewhere else?
There you go. Well,
we give them their wish. They don't have to apply. We'll just give them a ride.
There you go. Breezy Burr for $5 says, have you seen the video of Scott Wiener getting harassed in public? He pushed all this pro-trans bill, but he's a traitor because he supports Israel. Yeah, I know we just watched
Thank
it.
you
Yeah.
for the super
Thank you.
chat. We did watch it, yeah. Which good. Fuck that guy.
I know. The pro pedo queer guy apparently.
Mhm.
That was one of the benefits. Detective Stabler, SVU for Tanar, says those aren't her actual logical concluded thoughts. It's a post hoc babble as a means to remove borders, destroy Western civilization, and bring about common rule. It works, though. NPCs will adopt and launder what she said.
Yeah. I
Yep.
think that's exactly what's going on. It's the talking points.
Yeah.
She just went in full talking point mode.
Voodoo for 1 month says establishment Democrats are so obsessed with Trump that they let these people sneak in the back door, and now the Dems will pay the price. True.
I should watch Wick's video. Wick came
Mhm.
on and we had that real, I mean, it was a funny live stream because obviously Wick has infinite charity for the ICE protesters because we watched a video where these ICE protesters were obviously attacking these ICE officers and pushing them and shoving them and all kinds of stuff. And Wick was trying to cast it as, oh no, they're just helping them. They're protecting.
He was trying to help him up, right? He wasn't
Yeah.
pushing him down. He's trying to help him up.
Oh
yeah.
God, that video is hilarious. So,
Right.
but for him coming out and saying, oh my God, we have a big problem here. So obviously he can see this. This is a problem, right?
Well, I mean, despite him, I know the conversation about the ICE shit was crazy, but he does hate Hassan and the socialist stuff, so he can see that issue, I think, more clearly from my
Yeah,
perspective.
we're virulently anti-communist. So
Yeah.
I just think I'm not like a lot of the libertarians think the government can't do anything right. I'm not there. I think the government could theoretically compete against the private sector, maybe even win if they got their shit together, if they got the incentives right. I do think the incentives in government are often wrong, and that's part of the problem. But you can't really fix it if you just say, oh, government can't do anything, right? You just throw up your hands and say, oh, it's
Right.
impossible. It's physically impossible. I don't think that's the case. And in some situations, I think I heard, I can't remember what it was on, some podcast, but they were talking about how the government should just award the private sector prizes for like a cure to some disease, right? They could just say, you know, this thing is worth $100 billion to us, right? You give us a cure to this and we'll give you $100 billion. And the private sector would go crazy competing on that, right? And they wouldn't even have to pay the money until they actually delivered, right? The private sector would be the ones making the investment on spec.
I mean, it depends what it was, right? Because obviously some things, you know, if it's something like the risk, you know, you got to cure cancer, the risk might not be worth it for them from a private perspective.
No, of course, but the private sector would make those calculations. They do that all the time. That's what the private sector does great, kind of risk management.
Do you know, I didn't know this until I just heard a video about this the other day. Do you know how the Ukrainian army functions in terms of getting supplies, figuring out how to get supplies to different groups of soldiers in different regiments?
No, how?
They have a point system, okay, where if a group of Ukrainian soldiers like kill or capture a Russian soldier, they get X number of points. If they destroy a tank or other equipment, they get X number of points. For every little thing they do, they can get points. And then
it's basically like a capitalist framework.
Yeah, and then they use those points to turn them in to get military equipment from the government.
Those points become dollars that they can spend.
Isn't that
on
amazing? And it
military
like
equipment.
works. Like it does have, there's some issues. There are some problems with it. Like, which I'm not gonna get into.
Well,
this whole
and
thing,
look,
but like it does work pretty effectively.
Then you're literally sending to the supplies to the people who are doing who are using those supplies most efficiently. Yeah. No, this is the brilliance of a capitalist framework. That's why I hate the fact that the left just unthinkingly attacks capitalism. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? They worship democracy, which is the same sort of point system. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yep. The issue is that government's role should be to make sure that the incentives that companies are operating off of are properly aligned in a pro-social way.
Oh, yeah, and obviously the referee regulation to make sure people.
Right.
You set up a rule system, but without enforcement, there are no rules. That's another thing Democrats don't seem to get, right? Without enforcement,
they get it for
there is no
business.
law.
They don't get it for on the street
For
crime,
actual
which is interesting.
crime, yeah.
Right. And the Republicans are like reversed, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So,
oh my God.
Daz DM, thanks so much for the 16 months being a free will seeker and the emojis.
Yeah, cool.
Roberto Calamari for $5 says, I honestly don't understand how an adult can think like her. It's so incredibly foreign to me, just zero ability to understand human nature. Very true.
This is what happens when you're in grad school for 10 years.
It's true.
Like,
That's
what
the
is
bubble.
she? What do you think she's focused on? I haven't looked it up, but I'm going to guess it's some sort of social justice topic, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's probably her thesis is probably based on why Israel has no right to exist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's raised, her parents seem like they're pretty woke too. So, raised by socialists, spent 10 years at college. The Oceanist for $5 says, what would her solution for people like Timothy McVeigh be? Like reflect after a terrorist attack? What is the socioeconomic factor that made him do it?
Great question.
Wheezy Burr for $5 says the DOJ this past Tuesday charged 9 people for $1 billion of Medicaid and Medicare and TRICARE fraud schemes. The healthcare system is abused.
Hugely.
9 people? How do 9 people rack up $1 billion of fraud? That's got to be a record, right?
Maybe.
It was in Florida. Oh my God. Rick Scott, the ghost of Rick Scott. Is this his fault? What is this? Florida healthcare fraud. 9 charged in massive Medicare takedown. The federal prosecutor in Florida charged multiple individuals for their alleged involvement in massive Medicare and healthcare fraud schemes totaling to more than $170 million in false claims. Okay, well, I mean, that's still a lot, not $1 billion, but still. But yeah, no, listen, don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. If you get rid of fraud, it would do a lot for prices and all sorts of things. So
Her name is Daria Liza. Is that how you pronounce it?
Who?
Daria Liza is the congresswoman.
That's
Viola Chandelier.
Yeah, why are you saying Liza?
Chevalier.
Yeah. Oh, Daria Liza. Yes. Yeah, right.
Daria Liza is a doctoral student, PhD student in sociology at the City University of New York, CUNY. Her research focuses on how the United States immigration system and criminal justice system affect and criminalize Black immigrants from Latin America.
Shocking.
That's how you have no real world experience at all. Oh my God.
I never would have guessed this.
Look, I did guess it, and I looked it up and perfectly. Look, I am undefeated as far as figuring people out.
Her bachelor's is in Middle Eastern Studies.
Oh my God. The universities have just become churches of wokeness. That's all they are now.
That's weird. So you're from the Dominican Republic and Venezuela, and you're like, I'm going to convert and get a degree in Middle Eastern Studies. Okay. Interesting.
Palestine first, I'm telling you.
No, that's true. PC for GR says she would use the precogs to arrest the victims. That's a good point.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You were going to be murdered by an innocent Black man.
Did you
To
think
jail.
about? Did you see what he was
Colonizer.
wearing? Did you see what Austin Metcalf was wearing? Okay, when he got stabbed.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it was his fault. Done for $10 says this woman represents the district my job is in. This prison equity BS isn't what the place needs. The people in this district are woke. Lots of Palestine flags and windows when you ride the J train. Of course.
Wow.
Of course.
How
If
we
those
see that
people,
around here, the woke signs.
if those people were personally impacted by crime every day, I feel like they wouldn't have these luxury beliefs. They actually had to like sift through that stuff every day. You know? Chachi McSwag for $2 says, get Devin here to remind us woke is dead stats. True. Fat Brown Buffalo for $10 says, how many socialists are just people who are devastated that they didn't get to march in the civil rights movement and have to find new modern causes to march for?
So many of them. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to say
sure
98%.
they all have parents. I'm sure they all have parents that tell them, oh, the civil rights movement was great.
Yep.
My parents used to always bitch about how everyone thinks their generation is part of these, marchers on Washington and stuff like that. They're like, no, that was like such a small part of growing up in the 60s.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, your parents are boomers?
Of course.
They must have had you young, huh?
Your parents aren't. My parents did have me super young. So.
Oh, God. My parents are boomers.
Your parents had you when they were older, right?
Like, I don't know how.
There's an
my mom was
18-year
like maybe late 20s or early 30s when she had me. I guess she must have been in her early 30s when she had me.
My mom was 20.
Okay.
When she had me. She wasn't old enough to drink, so.
Okay.
Wasn't like teen mom or anything.
Sure. Edward Sr. for $10 says, would Dara Lisa say she represents the people of her district, or would she say she represents oppressed people everywhere? That's a great question. That's a great question.
Oppressed people everywhere, obviously. Yeah, that is a good question.
That's what the debate question the opponents have asked her, like, who's more important, the people of your district or the oppressed people of the world?
Mm-hmm. The Republican should ask her that.
Yeah.
She's not going to debate the Republican, though.
Why would she? Doesn't need to. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly.
Death by Sloth for 51 months. Thanks so much. Says socialist rhetorical power is from weaponizing categorization. They use the word oppressed or right and then apply the categorical morality to it. That is true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Unfortunate. It's a good weapon.
Baz, the dark horse for 1 month. The Free Will Seeker says 12 months. Happy birthday to me. That's true. Look at that. Thanks so much for the 1 year. It's your birthday. You're 1 year old.
Look at that. Yeah.
Thanks so much for the 1 year of support, Baz.
There's like so many birthdays in June. So many birthdays.
That's true. It does seem like they're all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah. I think everyone's having a birthday.
That's right. Happy birthday to Shoe's birthday not that long ago.
Trump's birthday. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Trump
is June.
You. Me. Everyone's born in June. All the cool people are born in June, apparently.
Now, if we could just get the gay month off of our birthday month.
Yeah, I know, right? Careman 502 for $10 says, we know they only care about Israel because of the clicks, because we had an actual genocide in Sudan where a city saw more deaths in a week than Nagasaki, and you hear nothing about it at this point. It's an op.
That's probably all brown people, too, in Sudan.
Right.
But it's
that's the real reason
committing the genocide, right?
If
you can't do the colonizer thing.
That's the real issue. If it was white people who did the genocide in Sudan, you would be hearing about it every day. Okay. It doesn't matter what year it happened. Doesn't matter, how removed people become from it. You'd hear about it literally every fucking day.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. It was black people against black people. So, it doesn't fit the narrative. Chachi McSwag, thanks so much for the $50. Says Destiny hates you because he doesn't care about the culture war. And if he doesn't care about something in his mind, no one else does either. A lib that hates woke must be a closet MAGA. He replied to my chat on the dev stream by attacking white men.
Okay. Did he really? Wow.
Interesting.
Well, look, I'm glad you got in the live stream. That's funny.
Yeah.
Sounds like he beat up on you a little bit too.
I know. White men's fault, obviously.
Yeah. That's a good. They really don't care about the culture war much, do they? Kind of fascinating.
Because it hurts their side politically.
Yeah, because the culture war, like their side is the one that's doing all the crazy shit in the culture war.
If the culture war behooved them or benefited from them, they would 100% lean into it.
Yeah.
Raymond Sendamuthri, thanks so much for the $10. Says, why is JD Vance lying when he says he would certify the 2020 electors, but these people are telling the truth about their crazy beliefs? How is Vance any more of a believer in America than these people? Ooh.
I mean, that's a good question. There is, so you think that she is saying this stuff on social media just to gain sort of an audience and she doesn't really believe it? I mean, in the Vance situation, there's a lot of high level political pressures at stake, right? Obviously, he wants to be ingratiated to Trump so he can be the vice president of the United States. She's just howling out on Twitter, right? I mean, she could be howling out on Twitter just to amass an audience, but she doesn't really believe it. I don't know, Sitch, what do you think?
Well, I'm answering the question, and I don't know, with Vance, maybe he would really do it. It's just kind of a vibe thing. I don't have like strong evidence one way or the other. But with her, I guess it's not a good comparison because the comments that she was making them as a private citizen to just, yell her beliefs from the internet. She wasn't making those positions as a politician in order to get people to vote for her, where JD Vance had to say that in order for Trump to choose him as the vice president.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she could be saying those things just because she realizes these are popular things to say in her circle and she wants to grow her circle of influence.
It's
but
possible.
She doesn't actually believe it.
Except I would say it's possible, except that her entire career and everything she's saying is consistent with those beliefs. Now with JD Vance, that's what I'm saying. I'm unsure, right? It's just a vibe, but maybe he would throw out the electors. I mean, this is a guy who, he's a little chummy with Mencius Mulbug and all those in the Curtis Yarvin shit. So, who knows, right?
Then also we come to the question of, I was making the argument he wouldn't do that because it would be flushing his political future down the toilet in the same way that that's the reason Pence didn't do it, because Pence didn't want to flush his political career down the toilet. He envisioned himself being president one day, even ran for president. So in her situation, I mean, I think she might actually believe like abolishing the police is going to lead to better outcomes and less crime, right? I don't know that she's actually in touch enough with reality to like discern that, oh, this is going to be bad for my political aspirations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe,
that's what I'm saying.
Maybe she does. Maybe she's like, look, we're leftists. We got to say that crazy shit or no one's going to vote for us. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah. I don't know.
The Oceanist for $5 says, I suggest we petition Congress to force DSA members to wear shock collars that go off every time they say something stupid. We can call it the Kaya Act.
Oh, that would be good.
I like it.
Hear them all yelping in the chamber.
I support him. Tobin Russell for $5 says, I'm glad the Democrats are coming out as a party of murderers and struggle snugglers. Jesus
Christ. Wow.
That was terrible. AKA Batosai for $5 says, the context of which show when they said they'd vote for Hillary over Platner, the hypothetical was Hitler votes 90% in line with liberal policies. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
What's the 10%? That's a little meme, the guy chasing you?
That's the genocide.
10%. What's the 10%?
That's the genocide. That's the death to all Jews.
Right
there. That's the 10%. You
You could be 99% aligned with someone. That 1% could be fucking genocide. All right. You gotta be careful. It's a bad framework. All right.
Wow.
Zaid Ray for £5 says the whole argument about focusing on policy and not concept is the same argument for Republicans. People also don't care about Trump's elector scheme. That is true. Yep.
Yeah.
Sadly.
I agree.
Done for $5 says, sorry for my last super chat. That's actually Chuck Schumer's district with all the Palestinian flags, and you pass by it on the J train LMAO. Oh, okay. Well,
Oh, wow.
no one is spared. Look at that. So
I don't know the districts in Los Angeles either. I got to look them up, but
isn't Chuck Schumer a senator though? Am I crazy?
is he?
Let me
Oh,
look it
so the
up.
whole. Yeah, he's a senator.
He's
So
a
the whole
senator.
state,
Okay.
the whole state is his district.
Oh, so you got. I'm sorry, done. You got to look it up a
I
third
know,
time.
but don't
Okay.
you don't have to super chat us again.
No, as penance, you have to super chat us again.
Nah.
Unless you have credit card debt, then they'll super chat us. Jay queued up for $10 says, what is Brianna Greyjoy's opinion on all this? Now that is a fantastic
I'm
fucking
sure it's
question.
all over her YouTube channel.
Okay.
She's definitely a Palestine firster.
Oh, of course.
Oh my God.
What was the name of her channel? It's like dishonest
Yeah,
always or something.
It is. Dishonesty always.
Oh wait, that's not
Bad faith. Come on.
bad faith. Okay, that's close enough. All right. Let's see here.
It should
Is
be
she
the
talking
Iron
about-
Price podcast, but
It should be, yeah. Well, I don't think she's talked about it yet. Her last video, it's 3 hours, but I should listen to a little bit of it. It's a debate. Who is responsible for woke? So all these people like to pretend that it was actually
the Republicans.
No. They say it's the center left liberals that created wokeness, not the far left.
Oh no. Yeah. Of course.
That's what Ryan Grimm was saying that shit too.
It was you and
In the
me,
video.
Sitch. We're the ones
Yep.
that were responsible for it.
It's true, yeah. Well, they always point out they have literally one argument. And they always bring it up. And they always say, Hillary Clinton said, woke shit to Bernie. Said Bernie was a racist and that Bernie's policies wouldn't solve racism. So therefore, the more centery left people created wokeness, right? Which is retarded because you're like, well, wait a minute. Did Hillary Clinton, from a top-down perspective, create this argument and everyone ran with it? Or did her advisor realize this is the direction the left is going and they just stole that argument and use it in a politically effective way for a time period?
Yeah. Bottom up. It was all created in the universities by these woke professors.
Of course. Yeah.
Who indoctrinated all these kids to think, God, you couldn't have a conversation with someone without them bringing up white supremacy. White supremacy is white supremacy.
Yep.
White supremacy. White supremacy. The fuck do you mean by white supremacy? We had to talk. Everyone had to. That's just the systems of power.
They
You're
think
a white
you're stupid.
supremacist.
These people think you're stupid. I don't believe for a second that Brianna Greyjoy or Ryan Grimm or Crystal Ball, any of these fucking retards, actually honestly believe that when they live through the college campuses, like all these college kids fucking going crazy about,
white supremacy.
Yeah, but I mean, like about the whole, remember, like it really started with the first thing was the costumes, right? You're wearing culturally inappropriate costumes.
Yeah.
And then you had
symbol of white supremacy.
Right. And then you had Gamergate. And then you had Evergreen College. Like, do you think any of these fucking people who were just saying, oh, this is just kids on college campuses, that was their first excuse, right? They're going to sit here and tell you, oh, those people, those were the center left people that were losing their fucking mind, that those were center left ideas? Of course not. They're full of
Or
shit. They're lying to your fucking face. They know better. Okay.
Or that those ideas were planted in their head by center left professors.
By Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Miss Pokemon Go to the polls. She had a real strong impact on the culture, okay, of the left in America.
Yeah.
That fucking boomer. Please spare me. Anonymous Cower for $10 says, I did my part, but sadly the socialists here are more motivated than the normies. Only 7 to 10% of eligible voters in New York City actively voted. The DSA is taking a victory lap. Only 64,000 people voted in my district. That's the problem. That's the problem. That's how these fucking psychos in any political situation take power, is because people are tapped out and the psychos are tapped in and they'll show up. They show up to the polls.
7% of the electorate decided this.
That's also
the fucking Democrats didn't even show up.
This is a big problem too with why it's so bad to have districts that are just so one-sided, because that's what allows this shit to happen. If you had competitive districts, then people will actually show up because they feel like their vote actually matters.
A lot of people don't care about voting in the primary. They're just like, I'll vote for who. If it's a Democrat or Republican, they'll vote in the
I guess that's true
general.
too. Yeah, that is true.
They're like, I'm not showing up for They're like, I just had an election. Most people
Right.
are like, election every 2 years is enough for me. I don't need election every fucking 6 weeks. Yeah.
Cameraman 502 for $10 says, notice how the socialist types weave these issues together. Queer issues are about Israel. Housing is about AI and immigration and police. The issue is never the issue. The issue is the revolution. That's true.
Yeah. And it's crazy. This is why the fourth turning is here is so relevant, because I do think we are in a situation now where society is really doing the two paths thing. There's two paths here. And all of society is going to have to go down one of those paths, but we're really having difficulty choosing which of those paths it is. And as soon as we decide there's going to be, the revolution is going to be over. Everybody's going to be like, okay, someone tangibly won. Sitch doesn't believe any of this, by the way. This is just,
No.
This is fourth turning is here, generations theory. But I think there's definitely some merit to it.
Your Tim Pool theory. Come on.
I think, but Tim Pool got it from the generations theory
Yeah, I know.
guy.
I'm just
I don't know.
teasing
I
you.
can't remember the guy's name, but
I
there
haven't
was
seen a Tim Pool video in like a million years.
I sent you that essay that was written by Rob. Can't remember his last. God, I'm so bad with names these days. Rob Henderson. I remembered. Woo! I'm actually very good with names, but we've been streaming for a long time, so I'm struggling. Rob Henderson wrote an essay about a book I've never heard of. Well, I haven't actually read it. It's The Demons by Dostoevsky. It's not one of his more popular books, or one people generally talk about. But he does this essay, super long, but it's fascinating. Now, this book was written 150 years ago, but the parallels to what's going on in the progressive culture war are so apt, and he points all of them out. It's so fascinating. So it makes me think. The whole time I'm thinking about generations theory, I'm thinking about how, wow, this really is, there's nothing different here from 150 years ago than exactly what we're going through now, the power struggles that we're going through right now. That just makes me think, yeah, there is this cyclical sort of societal churn that goes on. And everything is actually completely repeating itself.
Cameraman for $10. Or that one. Living Size Walter Blair for $2 says, free Palestine from Hamas.
Yeah, definitely.
That's another thing that's just annoying about the whole, like, the Palestine firsters, or we should call them Israel firsters just to trigger the shit out of them. the Israel derangement syndrome people, is if they, like, they're so obsessed with this issue, and I've never heard from a single one of them. None of them has ever proposed anything that seems remotely feasible to solve the situation at all. Have you heard? Has anyone ever heard them say anything? They're like, oh, I could see that working. That makes sense to me. That could actually work and not make everyone just murder each other in the area.
It's just a bumper sticker, man. Free Palestine. Just say free Palestine, and then that's all you have to do. You're completely absolved of the situation. You're ideologically pure.
How do you think the criminal organization that is Hamas, like, let's just say they get their wish, okay? Like, they say, Benjamin Netanyahu gets arrested, they get the biggest lefty, prime minister comes in Israel, and they say, we're getting rid of the borders, we're all going to be one country, everyone gets to vote, starting tomorrow, okay? And there'll be no checkpoints or anything like that, and automatically every Palestinian is an Israeli citizen, right? So we're all one state. They get the magical one-state solution. How do they think the criminal organization that is Hamas, who rakes in billions of dollars every year over the conflict, how are they going to respond to that? Are they going to be like, oh, well, I guess we're going to stop raking in billions of dollars and, controlling the region like a mafia, and we're just going to put down our guns and say, yay, we're going to all run for office now, right? Is that what's going to happen?
They'll never accept that Hamas runs the area like a criminal gang. Look, they actually deal with the criminal element, and they can't see that they're completely lying to them about racism and being oppressed and all that stuff, just so
Mhm.
that they can get out of whatever criminal activity they've been doing.
You're right. Yeah.
they're
You're right.
they're the most gullible people in the fucking world. God, police. This is why they hate the police. Because if you say this shit to someone who actually works with criminals all the time and are familiar with them lying about everything, they just laugh in your face. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you believed that liar? What a fucking
That's
idiot.
crazy, yeah.
What a fucking idiot you are.
I mean, you would think as a public defender too, you think you'd seen some shit, right? If you're a public defender, you work with public defenders, you think you'd seen enough like crazy shit. You'd be kind of more aware of this, right?
Well, look, I could actually see the prosecutors doing nefarious shit that would get under the public defender's skin. Like, because they know they have some hardened criminal and they're like, oh, they really want the case to go through, but they're worried they're going to be back on the street. So they do something that's, close to the line, maybe not crossing the line, but definitely close to the line. And the public defender just being like, oh my fucking God.
No. Like that's 100% true.
Yeah.
But and I would even go further to say not that they necessarily the prosecutors know that they have a criminal. They believe they have some criminal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or even some of them I think are more nefarious and they just want to up their conviction rate. Because it looks good when they get their private job. So I think there's lots of horrible local prosecutors out there that are super corrupt. And yeah, that's obviously if
Well,
you're a public
I'm not
defender.
even talking about that situation. I'm talking about, like, what if you have a criminal who's
No,
an
hold on.
obvious murderer?
I know,
But
but I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying putting that all aside, okay, even granting all that, the public defenders, I mean, they're defending all the, not just the people,
the dregs of society,
that have been wrongly accused, they're defending all the dregs of society, right?
Of course.
And you would think that someone that's involved in that, they'd be like, okay, yeah, like sometimes the prosecution, like they're pretty crazy about shit, but a lot of times these people are guilty as fuck. These people are terrible people, right?
I just,
How do they not know
I think some people do not have the capacity to recognize that they're defending a horrible person. They have to lie to themselves and tell themselves, especially these super over empathetic types, right?
Right.
Which I mean, I lean towards the over empathetic type. That's why I would never put myself in this situation. Because I would not thrive in that situation. It's kind of funny. You kind of have to be a little psychopathic to be in this prosecutor or public or defense attorney role, because I mean, you could be defending or prosecuting people who are actually, I mean, it happens all the time, right? You're defending people who are actually guilty, or you're prosecuting people who are actually innocent. That's fucking painful. But yeah, I think she probably tells herself, my client is innocent, right? And the client is saying, oh yeah, I'm totally innocent. I didn't murder those people, right?
I like how even in the beloved lefty, not even lefty, the beloved left wing musical West Side Story. Okay, remember West Side Story? Retelling of.
I don't know this. I'm not familiar.
It's a musical, so you've never seen. Okay, West Side Story, very famous musical, very famous Broadway play. It is about it's a retelling of Romeo and Juliet in like a 1950s New York between two gangs. One is the white gang and one is the Puerto Rican gang.
Well, what turning are they in?
That's
what
a good
part
question.
of the seculum are they?
Right. What was the 50s? So like.
Oh, so that's the beginning. Yeah, that's the first turning. 1950s.
Like I think it was the 50s. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my internet cut out.
Yeah, I know it's going.
Even
it's fucking with us.
Even in West Side Story, there's a song that the white gang sings about dealing with the police, and they talk about how they give the police all these sob stories about how bad their parents are in order to justify the fact that they're pieces of shit, and they laugh about it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, that's hilarious.
So, even in West Side
So
Story,
she's
they're talking
watching
about
that.
this, so.
So she's watching that lefty piece of art, and she's thinking, "Oh, this is funny because it's not true."
Yeah, she missed the point. Yeah, she completely didn't get it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she would get it because they're white. So obviously, the white gang, how could they have bad, how could they be, actually have bad things happen to them?
I have a bunch of family members in law enforcement, and they say, "Oh my God, it's the toughest part of the job is everyone is lying to you all the fucking time."
Of course. Yeah.
All the time.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get the truth out of anyone. Oh, that's so painful.
Dan Richards for 15 months. Thanks so much. Says, how will this lunatic take the oath of office? What happens if she lies while taking the oath? DSA has made it in New York. They can make it anywhere. Is it you made it in New York? You can make it anywhere? So it's true. It's terrible.
Let's hope not.
Yep. Chachi McSwag for $10 says, Dev will absolutely say this is a meaningless election and that she doesn't matter. Anything other than that lends credence to the right-wing grievance, which is the ultimate evil in his current worldview. Well, that's a good question. You could be right. I'll ask him. I'll say, Dev, how do you feel about these elections?
I should be saying that this is the end of Western civilization as we know it, right? Instead of saying, I'll worry about this.
I'm more worried about it than you are. So.
You are.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll hang out on the election night in the midterms, and we'll see how worried we really should be about this.
Mm-hmm.
My gut is that it's going to be a boon for Republicans. That this is going to be like a massive boon for Republicans.
That's probably true.
And they might not even. I mean, their poll numbers are super bad from where they were in past midterm elections for it being in the same sort of situation with the economy being in the toilet and all this shit going on. I cannot believe that they're not up by double digits. So
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah. And
That's
this
how bad
could
they
just
are
be
right
the
now.
cherry on top, right? They're like, oh, you're going to throw this in there too? Socialism? I'm having a hard enough time getting by. You want to raise my taxes now?
Yep.
No, we're just going to tax the rich. Anyone who makes over $20 an hour.
Val Van Gogh for $10 says it's high and low versus the middle. You're either well off enough that you can afford to isolate from the consequences of progressive politics, luxury beliefs, or you're so terrible that you benefit from them.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That could be going on, yeah.
Yeah.
The Oceanist for $2 says the consequences of normalizing AOC. That's kind of that's the way the Overton window works. It keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed until there's a pushback, because the crazy people will always push until there's pushback. So we'll see. Liam's Best for £10 says celebrations for Mrs. Liam, who finished her chemo and radio treatment of her cancer journey. All looking good now, and hopefully our future years together will be smoother than our first year married. Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that.
That's a struggle. I'm glad you got some good news out of that, though.
Yes. Well, that's great.
Oh, man.
It's got to be fucking the worst. It's going to be horrible.
Yeah, best wishes to you. That's wow.
Living says, well, Timberlake for $2 says he's got the little Sitch want, do not want. Normalizing AOC? No. Normalizing AC? Yes. That's true.
Oh, yeah. Alternating current?
No. Air conditioning.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. That's the whole conversation right now, because there's a heat wave in Europe and everyone's freaking out because the Europeans don't have fucking AC because they're retards. It's so funny too because
have air conditioning.
I don't fuck, because they're idiots.
Oh my God.
Like, and it's funny because they try to make it about like the environment, but that's not it. It's because a lot of the European buildings are old and they were kind of built in a way that they didn't really build them to support AC, and they just don't want to like fix it because it would be expensive. And so they come up with this whole, like, they get tricked. It's so funny. They actually get tricked by their landlords, and all these other people are like, oh, well, no, we're not getting AC, not because it's expensive for us, but because, we're saving the environment.
Okay. That sounds horrible. I guess if they don't have ventilation, that would be tough. When I lived in New York, they had all the old buildings that had these heaters, like I guess oil. I don't know what they put in that thing but they heat up water and steam would run through pipes in the buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And the room that I had, it was like a 6-story walk up. So, oh my God, I got so fit walking up 6 stories of stairs every time I wanted to leave the house. But the release valve for this steam system was in my room.
Oh my God.
Which is insane. I was like, why can't they just like put a little pipe and send it out the window or something? Why is my room like a freaking sauna during the winter time?
That's insane.
So like the mirrors would get fogged up with steam, like the windows. It was like a steam bath in my room.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. Not a fan of those old buildings.
No, there's a good point that someone brought up, which is, because people are comparing America to Europe, and obviously the environment is the weather is different. The temperature is different, right? So 88% of Americans use AC where they live. Okay.
Yeah, I got mine on right now.
Only about 19% of European homes have air conditioning. Wrap your mind around that. 19%.
And everyone's talking about how Europe is so much better than America.
Right.
I beg to differ.
So, but then they give this argument and they say, well, it's because, it's colder up there on average. They don't need it, blah, 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 blah. And someone said, oh, okay. Well, let's compare it to Canada then, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's like a good comparison.
Yeah. How much AC do they have up there?
70% of Canadian homes have AC. All right. So fuck out of here, Europe, with your 19%. What the fuck are you talking about?
Is AC obviously they call it HVAC around here because it's heating and cooling.
AC includes both, I assume, and when they ask these questions. So, like, I think AC has to include cooling because I'm assuming that 19% of those European homes, they have some heating, but they might not have cooling, and that doesn't count as AC. So it's got to at least have the cooling element. But America's not the country with the most AC. Do you know what the country with the most AC is?
What?
Japan.
Oh, yeah.
91%.
Should have guessed Japan.
Yep, Japan.
They're all into their technology.
Well, it gets hot there. It gets pretty sweltering, especially if you're in like one of the cities, I'm sure. Like all these fucking crowds and buildings. There's no breeze or anything. Okay. AKA Patosa, awesome. Thanks so much for the 51 months of being a frugal seeker. It says, drop a like if you are against anti-liberals in Congress. True. Thank you.
Definitely.
Smash that like button. Junior Penguin for $5 says, wait, wasn't this an incredibly low turnout election even for the area? It was. It definitely was. Yeah. But there's all these articles too about like all these Democratic voters are freaking out. They're all calling up the leadership and they're all saying like, what's going on here? Who are these fucking crazy people? Yeah.
So look, they might vote Republican.
Yep.
The Republican actually has a shot now. For the first time, they're actually going to think about it. They're going to be like, oh my God, I haven't looked at a Republican in 30 years. Well, what is this Republican? He's black. There's a black Republican. Oh my God.
It's one of those things where I think it takes a long time to like get the machinery going. So probably doesn't have a chance this year, but maybe in 2 years, they do have a chance. That would be like the real way to kill this shit. 2028, if Republicans win in these like safe blue districts and annihilate the socialist candidates, that's the real way to kill this stuff. At least politically.
Maybe.
Living Sucks Walter for $5 says, we really need a better grassroots ground game to just explain the evils of socialism and how to recognize the deceptive patterns. That's very true. I think one of the most damaging things that the left has done, and it's not even just the socialists, I think just the mainstream left has done, was hiding the evils of socialism in the culture. Because like growing up and going through history classes and all these other things, like there's a lot of time that's focusing on how monarchy is evil. There's a lot of time focused on how like fascism is evil. There was so little time given to the dangers and evils of socialism. And I can't imagine that's for any other reason other than just left wing bias of the people that write the history books and all that stuff, even going back years and years and years.
There was plenty for me, but I'm Gen X, so obviously
that's interesting.
we were
you
all
were still
hiding
living in
under
the Cold War, right?
Yeah,
So
we were all
that
hiding
makes
under
sense.
our desks from the
Right.
commies. What are you talking about?
That's a good point. Well, it's the same thing with my parents. My mom lived in Florida. She literally had to do duck and cover drills and shit, right?
Yeah, my
But then-
dad fought in Vietnam against the commies.
Right. But
Think
then I
what
don't know
he
what
thinks of all this shit.
the Cold War ends and suddenly like what the fuck's going on with like, I'm a millennial. We don't get fucking educated on any of this fucking shit. Just disappears. All we get is like, a lot of poo-pooing of the Red Scare shit. A night manager for 51 months says, I think they dislike Israel because it's the front line of the West. They want the win of disassociating with it to say that the American project should end. I don't think Israel is a front line of the West, but I would believe that they would see it that way. That would make sense to me, that they'd perceive it through that lens. Schnitzel Rada, thanks so much for the $5, says, vote blue no matter who they said, anyone but Trump, they said. Hassan and the like are irrelevant fringe minority, they said. Shut up, Wick. Living in Stuggs, Walson Burley for $5 says, needs to come with an economic education and charitable works. We need the younger generation to believe that they can help themselves without the state. That's true. That'd be nice.
That would be, but the state can't actively work against them. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So this Republican is running against her. This is the thing. The Republicans are not going to spend any money on a district that is just obviously a Democratic stronghold. So this guy probably has no social media or anything.
Mm-hmm.
This Manuel Williams guy. Which kind of sucks. I was trying to look for some sort of statement from him or anything.
Gingerman's Prime for $5 says, don't worry, guys. I've been assured by Dev that the Dems are throwing the radicals under the bus and there's nothing to worry about. Chaka's for 35 months says, Dev is not so we should probably work on a TDS vaccine. I wanted Trump to win, but his video on the elector scheme made it that I couldn't vote for Trump.
Oh, so he got you. He talked you out of voting for Trump. That'll be a big feather in his cap.
But that's good. I approve of that. Hayden, big deal for 47 months. Thanks so much. Being disciplined with freedom says, don't forget to scratch. Sitch got bad internet. On your bingo card, Sitch, go tell Sammy to place a hanger on top of the modem like an old-time television and give it a good smack. That's true. I forgot to tell her that trick.
Just go break into that rat's nest closet and you monkey around with it a bit.
Oh, I just started unplugging and plugging random things until suddenly it worked. So
they added something to my internet because I was having a similar problem. You need to get that whatever they did to my internet.
The problem is that they don't actually.
Booster.
I don't think they either don't know or they do know, and it's a problem that they can't fix, so they're lying.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those two things.
Do you have other options?
I'm gonna.
Do you have
find
internet
out.
through the cable through cable or your phone?
Cable.
Okay, well that's not a good sign.
No. So, but no, I believe I was actually looking it up while we were streaming. I believe there are other options.
Okay.
So, but no, because like when they come out here, and it's a problem it's not just for me. This is a bunch of people in the building that have the exact same problem.
Right.
And they keep dragging out people here once a week to try to fix it, and no one can fix it.
Stringing you along.
I know, it's terrible.
Oh yeah, we fixed it. It's all fixed.
Yep. Well, then it's weird because then for a couple of days it's like, oh, there's no problems, and then that it's terrible. So the Oceanist for $5 says Gen Z and Gen Alpha can't read at the same time as socialism becomes popular. Coincidence? I think not. That is scary. Those videos are generally terrifying. I hope those are just like clickbait and not real. Because those videos scared the fuck out of me. Where they show like all these kids can't fucking read or process information because they've been so brain rotted by AI or just been brain rotted by like watching Coco Melon and all this fucking shit as babies, and they have like literally no fucking attention span.
TikTok brand. I was
Yes.
wondering if this is why movie content, media content doesn't have a clear resolution anymore because nobody's really
Paying attention.
focused on it. Yeah, exactly. To the point where like a resolution isn't really necessary.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Probably.
it's just all about the pretty colors and whatever's going on screen. The eye candy for that particular scene doesn't really add up to anything.
Well, if we
'Cause
start
that's how you watch TikTok, right? You're just like, oh yeah, yeah.
Well, I don't
Funny
know, because
thing.
like on one hand, there definitely have been shitty movies when you could tell like they're structured so it's really like 20-minute segments that are short, like almost like short movies within themselves.
Mhm.
But then you have something like Backrooms did wildly popular, and that's a standard structured movie with a long continuing plot that you have to actually pay attention to the whole time, right?
No clear resolution.
Okay, well there you go.
Not for me. I mean, obviously, they had a massive hook that they never resolved. So
Right.
I was like, okay.
Okay.
For me, it's like half a movie.
But it did have like a lot of, deep meanings between the monster and what the people are feeling psychologically and what everything represents. Like there's a lot of like things woven into it that you got to actually be paying attention to notice.
Same with my cat videos. Let me bring up the fat
Really?
cat videos. Yeah.
Well, actually, it's
What are
now
you
I think
talking about?
it's kind of like this two ends of the spectrum because there is like the sort of TikTok brain, Cocomelon brain shit that has like no attention span. But then the other side of it is like the hyper autistic look at every detail into something, every visual detail, every story detail to try to understand what every single thing means in the mystery box audience. So maybe we're kind of like we have like these two like massively divergent audiences at the moment.
Yeah. Sad.
Living
Neither
in sex
one gives you a resolution though, right?
What?
Well, the TikTok brain one doesn't give you a resolution because it's not necessary, and the hyper autistic one doesn't give you a resolution because you're supposed to go to the internet and find the resolution. So
Right,
neither
right.
one you're like satisfied in the actual movie theater.
That's
You're like,
true.
I don't want to spend fucking 10 hours combing through YouTube to figure out what this movie means.
Mhm.
Oh, but you have to. That's part of the fun.
Yep. Listen, I just played the last chapter of Deltarune, which is very guilty of that. So,
Oh, is that a good game?
I mean, you wouldn't like it, but
You
I
don't
like
know.
it.
I'm a gamer, dude. I love
Okay.
games.
Okay.
How many people can I kill in this game?
That's a great question.
Do I get to
actually.
shoot? Do I get to shoot and kill people?
Why don't?
As long as I'm murdering fools, I'm
Well,
completely.
the first game, Undertale, is well known for you can play it where you either kill everything or you kill nothing. So you can either be the violent route or the non-violent route. So Deltarune has something kind of similar.
Well, I don't think I could go a whole game and kill nothing. So I guess we know which way I'm going.
Yes, it's going to be the murder route.
Murder.
Living
You
in
don't
sex
know.
while
It could be involuntary manslaughter.
There you go. Living in Sex Wall up earlier for $2 says $2 for Sitch to get the Starlink backup fun. Here's what I'll do. If I can't get another internet, I'll get the Starlink. I'll have to hide it on the roof of the building somewhere that like people don't notice it. And I'll just run a super long wire along the side of the building.
Do it.
Like plug it in my window. Okay. Just hope no one notices. BVS for $5 says Ryan Grimm is in an interracial marriage, so I'm not surprised they didn't play that part of the clip. He got the vaccine early by abusing this fact. Interesting.
Oh, really? He went the my wife is black route to get the vaccine.
What? Yeah. How does that work? Or did they go like, because wasn't it like
You're a
certain
marginalized
minorities?
person, yeah.
Certain minorities had like higher predisposition to COVID, so he's like, well, I need to get it because my wife.
Mm-hmm. I am the caretaker of a marginalized person.
Right. That's crazy because he like briefly talked about it, so he obviously knows about it. How can you be in an interracial relationship and like this guy's like talking or this lady's talking shit about it, and he's just like, whatever, I'm still gonna support him.
The left was going after J.D. Vance hard because of the comments Fuentes made about his wife. Remember, they were like, "Oh, you're such a cuck. How can you do that? You're totally abandoning your wife."
He is.
It's so evil.
Yeah.
But at this time, they're like, just who cares what she said? Who cares if she's against interracial marriages, which I am in?
That reminds me of the no bullshit conversation.
Could you get
That's what really made that conversation get spicy.
could you get the vaccine early? Aren't you in an interracial relationship with that?
I mean, now I am.
Hispanic girl.
If I was dating Sammy or marrying Sammy when COVID happened, and I got the vaccine, she probably would have broke up with me. Okay. She's not a fan of the COVID vaccine at all.
You've got the total N-word pass now. Dude, you're in an interracial relationship.
That's how it works. Yeah, exactly.
That's so cool. Look, and she's got the K-slur pass. Oh my God, I guess you can't really say the N-word. You might be able to say the S slur.
I mean, can I say beaner? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to call people beaners now?
I think so.
Okay. Even though it's technically Mexican, which is not, right? It's like a general Latin term.
Yeah. Mexican's my favorite food. Oh my God. You just said Mexican and I was like, oh.
I'm sorry. I forgot what time
I
it
wish I
is.
could have a taco right now.
I said the word Mexican and Adam doesn't think of a people. He just thinks of the food. He's like,
that's true.
Adam
For
is
me,
like,
Mexicans
I will let in
even...
100 million illegal immigrants to get that Mexican food. Give it to me.
Oh, I will, definitely. Are you kidding me? I'd go if they were getting rid of Mexican food, I'd do the abolish ICE. I'd go abolish ICE instantly.
You'd get rid of the borders.
God, I don't even think of Mexicans as people. I just think of them as food.
Mm-hmm.
They're not even human to me. Just give me the tacos.
Jeff McIntyre answered your question from much earlier, which I guess is good because I didn't actually look at the chat when you asked. EFAP isn't aggressively anti-AI, but when it comes up, they are generally negative about it.
Oh, okay. The stuff I saw was just on Twitter.
Right.
Adam needs his taco truck. Oh my God. So we have some taco trucks that are so good. There's this one taco truck by my parents' house that's better than half the taco restaurants I've been to. Oh my God, it's so good. I haven't been to that taco truck in forever, though. It's only 5 hours away. I'm going. You guys want a tip on the best Mexican food in California? Okay.
I'm ready.
It is a taqueria in Santa Cruz, California, named Taco Rios Morenos. Okay. If you go at lunchtime, it's like they have, I think, maybe 5 tables in the joint that are just crammed together. It's a tiny little shack. But if you go at lunchtime, there'll be a line that stretches down the street. It's one of those like Pink's hot dog situation. Although Pink's is not really worthy of the line. Pink's hot dogs are not so great, but oh, look at this. Someone knows Tacos Morenos is really good. Look at this. Oh my God. Old man John Face is going to make me so jealous right now. If he's like, oh yeah, I could go to Taco Morenos right now. I'd be like, oh my God. Please do not tell me you live in Santa Cruz.
How much does it cost me to Uber Eats that to Florida?
Yeah, look, at least it's in the same state here. I might try to Uber Eats that shit.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Oh my God. The salsa is just incredible. Just come back out. We have the tacos. Look, and Mary Ann's, you bastard. Oh my God. And he has to hit me with the Mary Ann's too. Last time I went to Santa Cruz, I got an ice chest full of dry ice. I bought dry ice and I took gallons and gallons of Marianne's ice cream home. Oh my God.
I never heard of this.
They have bubblegum ice cream and banana ice cream that is to die for. They also have ginger ice cream that is so good. Oh my God.
Ginger ice cream? That sounds disgusting.
Yeah. You know that candy ginger that you get? Like
Yes.
sugar covered ginger?
I don't like it.
Oh, okay. Well, fuck you. They have a sesame ice cream they have just like the most incredible flavors. They have so many incredible flavors.
Sesame. Weird.
Yeah. What are some of the other flavors they have that are just delicious? I live right up the street from Marianne's. You bastard! Look, I might have to ban you from the chat. Just
That's hilarious.
Because you're making me so jealous right now.
That's hilarious.
I would like to retire in Santa Cruz. It'd be nice to move back to Santa Cruz. Oh, God, I miss Santa Cruz. And it's summertime there. Oh, you're probably living the life. Although Santa Cruz is totally overrun by hippies. You got to have a high tolerance for hippies, which I'm sure old man John Face probably has a lower tolerance for hippies. I don't know. Maybe you are a hippie. Do me a favor. Go to Moreno's tomorrow just for me. Have a taco for me. Come on. Solidarity for Moreno's.
Me and Sammy, it's a good thing that neither of us are fat because we live super close to like the best ice cream place I've ever been to, ever.
Yeah.
They have the best non-dairy ice cream that I've ever had in my entire life. But those fucking bastards, it's like a seasonal flavor. So they only have it.
Oh, no.
They only have it for like half the year. It's so obnoxious.
Oh,
so you're like, you have to be like, oh, give me like 20 pints of this before it goes out.
I'll just fill I'll fill the freezer. I mean, if you don't open it, it doesn't go bad. It doesn't get freezer burn. So
that is true. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But their ice cream is crazy. And it's me and Sam, we can't figure out why it's so good. We don't know what the fuck they do to it. But it's so fucking good.
I got a bunch of banana ice cream and a bunch of bubblegum ice cream. And so I'm eating them side by side. And it dawned on me that bubblegum ice cream is just banana ice cream with bubblegum in it. It's basically the same exact flavor.
Really? That's
I was like, wow. I can't.
Bubblegum
These are
and
like
banana
the
flavor
same.
seems very different when I think
It
about
does seem very different. Yeah.
Mhm.
I do like the bubble gum just by a whisker. It's just a little bit better than the banana.
I'm gonna say these are like disgusting ice cream flavors that you're like bubblegum, banana, ginger. Like, what are you doing with your life? What's
Bubblegum is my favorite.
Oh God.
That's my favorite.
Bubblegum
And
ice
Mary Ann's uses enough bubblegum. The bubblegum is like kind of a hard candy, but it turns into gum. So it's a really interesting texture. And the candy coating of the bubble gum gets like kind of chewy. It changes its
Wait, it's got
texture
bubblegum
a bit.
pieces in it?
Yeah, it's got bubble gums, like from a bubble gum machine.
So, but you're not really supposed to like eat that shit. You're supposed to chew it.
No, you chew it up.
So so while you're eating your ice cream, you get this you start accumulating more and more bubblegum in your mouth.
You get a wad of bubble gum that's like as big
awful.
as your cheek. It's like
It sounds like the worst. Oh my God.
Imagine taking 15 to 20 of those small bubble gums you get out of a bubble gum machine.
Yeah.
Like 20 of them and putting them in your mouth and chomping them up into
This
like
sounds
this,
terrible. What
into
the
this
fuck is
giant
this?
wad of bubble gum. Okay. I mean, you can blow bubbles that are as big as your face.
Oh my God.
Don't let that shit stick to you though, because it is not coming off. It like, it's like one of those hydrolyzed bandages. It just like immediately becomes part of your skin. Yeah.
Okay. That sounds just like terrible.
Oh, it's so good.
It sounds like the worst I've ever heard in my life.
I will chew because there's you've got so much flavor in the bubble gum because it's just so much of the bubble gum that you can't spit it out. You know, obviously you spit your gum out when the flavor's gone, but you're just chewing on this 20 pieces of bubble gum forever. And it's just massive sugar high. Because you're getting sugar.
He's got like the big like squirrel cheek because he got all this fucking gum like one
I
side of
know.
his mouth. He's like,
No, it's crazy. And then sometimes I
God.
feel like, okay, I'm continuing to eat the bubblegum ice cream, but the bubblegum is too big. I'm like, okay, I got to spit
Right.
this out. But there's so much flavor left in the gum that you're like, can I really spit this out?
You're like, remember when we saw the video of the Houthis and how they do that drug khat?
Yeah.
And they just keep shoving it in their, like they literally
Oh,
do the
yeah.
drug all day because they just keep shoving more and more of it in their mouth. They never stop chewing
Oh,
on
yeah.
this fucking drug. That's like you with the bubblegum fucking
It's
ice
true.
cream.
It's true. I'm like, I can't get rid of this.
Yeah.
There's a massive amount of sugar left in this wine.
So someone in the chat said bubblegum is strawberry, banana, and cherry flavors mixed together.
Is it really?
And then I Googled it and the little AI said that it says strawberry and banana are definitely the two main fruit bases. So that would be why you taste that, which is
Okay.
crazy because I wouldn't ever perceive that as being the case.
I only figured it out because I had so much banana ice cream and I would make a
Right.
bowl that was half banana ice cream and half bubble gum.
Mm-hmm.
I did also make Rice Krispie treat sandwiches, that ice cream sandwiches that had bubblegum ice cream in the middle. So it's 2 Rice Krispie treats with bubblegum ice cream sandwiched in the middle. Oh my God.
You know, it's weird because I hate bananas and I don't dislike bubblegum. I don't like it either, but I don't taste it at all. Like a
Mhm.
normal bubblegum, if I chew, I don't taste like the banana flavor that I hate.
You hate banana flavor?
Yeah, I really don't like bananas. Most hated fruit.
I'm not fat because I gave up snacking. I could easily be fat, but I realized I was getting kind of a beer gut, which I never drink beer. So that's what they call it, right?
You lost a lot of weight doing your fasting diet.
Yeah. I stopped snacking. I ate all my calories in a 6-hour window. And oh my God, that completely puts your metabolism right back into shape. So regular exercise and exercising at the end, like exercising at the end of your fasting period, which I hate calling it fasting or the fasting diet because you're not really fasting. If you
I can hear Sammy getting agitated in the next room.
If you hear, oh, she's yelling. I was telling Sitch and Sammy this when they were in Los Angeles. We went out to dinner at the racist KKK restaurant, and
that tasted pretty good though.
Yeah, no, it was fine. And Sammy was getting so triggered, and I'm like, I'm not fasting. This is not the fasting diet. Stop calling it the fasting diet. If the thing that sucks about diets is you figure out how many calories you're going to eat each day, and you're like, okay, I'm going to eat 2,000 calories. So you're like trying to ration it between meals, which I never liked. Obviously, I've done diets that way, but you always feel hungry because you're like, okay, I got like 600 calories this meal, right? And you get like a snack. It's like, oh, it can only be 100 calories. So if you eat all your calories, you put your 2,000 calories in a 6-hour window, you're inevitably going to stuff yourself. You're going to eat whatever you want, and you're going to be so full. It's just a question of whether or not that fullness can carry you until you can eat the next day. For me, it's no problem at all. Like I eat 2,000 calories in a 6-hour window, and I am fucking stuffed. I don't want to think about food. I don't want anything to do with food after that. So it's actually a pleasure to be kind of structured. It's not really a diet because I'll eat whatever I want, but there's one thing that I try to avoid at all cost. It's fiber. I don't want any fiber in my diet. Okay.
You're just saying that the really triggers Sammy.
This one's for you, Sammy. I'm on the no fiber diet.
Sammy says, Adam, what you told me was gibberish.
Adam, What? What is she talking about?
Like what you said in LA.
Gibberish. You were the
Yeah.
one that kept calling. Look, Sitch was doing me dirty because he kept calling it the fasting diet.
I know. That's funny.
Obviously I was kidding about the fiber. You got to do. You guys got to eat enough fiber. Eating enough fiber is also very important for your diet. So.
She just screamed. Is he trying to trigger me? Yes. Yes, he's trying to trigger you. He is doing it on purpose.
How are you doing with your beer belly, Sitch?
I don't have a beer belly.
Do you have a beer belly?
I've never had a beer belly.
Oh, nice.
I'm a skinny boy.
I'm older than you. As a man ages, where they gain weight is definitely in their fucking belly.
Sure.
That's where you start carrying your weight.
Me and Sammy have been going to the gym.
Oh, really?
We're working out, yeah.
I exercise.
That's good.
I exercise every day.
Doing a little couples workout.
Once a week or?
Yeah, at least.
Oh, okay.
So I
nice.
should be. She does it more than me. I should do it
Fucking
more than once a week.
tourist.
Yeah, I know. That's better enough.
Tourist.
Michael Dorman says, strawberry and banana flavors come from beaver bums. I'm not joking. So that used to be the case. I think nowadays they don't. I think they have it completely artificial now. So,
why wouldn't they just use strawberries and banana? I mean, it's not like those are super expensive.
I don't know. They used to use, I forget what it's called. It was like castorine or something. They used to use something from like a beaver's butt scent gland or something for some reason.
What?
You didn't know this? Yeah.
Oh, you're ruining it for me. Why would you say that?
No. But I'm pretty sure nowadays, like that's too expensive. They actually it's all completely artificial now. I don't think they use that anymore.
Beaver shit is too costly now.
The beaver scent gland is too expensive. Yes. Now they just make some shit in a lab or something. So. Okay. Jose Callejo for 36 months. Thank you so much. Says, quote, communism is the very definition of failure. Liberty Prime. That's right. Liberty Prime, my boy. Keep finding the good fight chat. Happy early 250th birthday, America.
Oh, yeah. You got big plans for 4th of July?
No, just watch the fireworks.
I guess we're going to be streaming the day after, but.
Oh, it's July 5th, Sunday. Well, there you go.
It's July. Yeah, 4th of July is on a Saturday this year.
Right. Which
is great. That means, how much of Los Angeles do you think is going to burn down?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Wasn't the guy that they accused of starting the fires, didn't they acquit him?
No, it was a hung jury.
Well, that's what I meant.
Mistrial.
I guess you're right. I meant it was a mistrial, not an acquittal. Yeah. Huh.
No.
Were you find that at all? Like, why is it a hung jury?
I did not follow it at all, but I know there was some peculiarities in the case. They were like,
right.
Is it one incident? He definitely lit one fire, but that fire kind of got put out and reignited. So they were questioning whether or not you could actually call him the starter of the fire.
I'm going to say yes, because, fuck him.
Yeah, of course. What, are you going to blame the people who tried to put it out and did a shitty job?
Yeah. The Oceanist for $5 says, wait, hear me out. They want to abolish prisons. After they do that, we can all commit tax fraud. What are they going to do? Send us to prison? There you go. Look at that. You beat the system.
Oh, great. That's a good idea.
That is a good point. What
are you going to do about the billionaires when they don't pay their taxes? They're like,
I was about to say,
fuck you.
I was going to say that. Yeah, Oceanist, that's pretty genius logic. You're like, you want to abolish prisons, so how are you going to enforce the billionaires paying all their taxes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't think about that one, did you?
No, not at all.
Voodoo for $10 says Republicans are better off because they are far further in the process of being taken over by radicals. Rubio and Vance just have to play ball with Trump for 2 years. The Dems' problems are just beginning. So it's an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah, that is interesting.
I wonder if you asked that lady the question said, she's saying she doesn't want to talk about murders going to jail. You say, well, should, a billionaire tax evader go to jail? Do you think she would actually answer that question? Think
Oh,
she'd
yeah,
say
she
yes
would.
in like 2 seconds?
Of course.
Living in Sucks while Timberlake for $2 says Gen Z Klarna and OnlyFans subscription. Motherfuckers got feet debt.
Oh, is
That's
that what's
terrible.
going on?
Yeah, probably. Living Sucks while Timberlake for $2 says testing Adam's threat.
Sounds like you have credit card debt. That's it. We got a ban here.
Got a ban. Well, does he? I don't know. Let's show us your statements. We're going to do a financial audit
Yeah.
like Caleb.
Post your credit card number in the chat.
So I can look it up. Mean spread for 16 months. Thanks so much. Says Elder Gen Z here. Just paid off my student loans, no credit card debt, and I just bought my car in cash. Save it for a home. Life is good. Look at that. Way to go,
Good
man.
for you. That's what
Way
we
to
want to
do it.
hear.
Yep. Voodoo for $2 says Adam is just ahead of the power curve. There you go. I don't know what that means in the context, but sure.
Nice.
Memes brand for $5 says AI spits up slop, but the ice cream sits on the top. Skybrows. It's good. I like that. It's good.
I like that guy's videos. Those are great.
It's good. Oh, that's the guy that looks like you, right?
Does he?
Is-
I don't know that he
didn't-
looks like me.
He did a little like character. It looked kind of like Adam, I thought.
Well, that's cool.
Okay. Jack Carver for $2 says black people can't be anti-Semitic. That's true. Or racist. Ultimate immunity.
Yeah, it sucks though, because they are all anti-Semitic. Every single one of them. No, obviously not.
David Puff, thanks so much for 46 months being Frugal Seeker. David Puff says, shout out to my dad who's recovering from surgery and doing super well. Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that. And to my girlfriend, Vanessa, said, hey, who has been my rock? Well, look at that. Sweet. Thank you, Vanessa.
Yeah. When are you guys getting hitched? Come on.
The David and
Hurry
Vanessa
it up.
romance, which started in this chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. I love to see it.
Metalworks for 51 months says, I think an AI with better editing tools and the ability to have more input in the creation process besides prompting would be much more successful. Yeah, 100%. They're gonna.
Yeah, you got to be able to produce whatever you want.
Right.
Yeah.
Like when they can sort of like, and maybe they're already at that point. I mean, I'm not really up on it, but when they can like really mesh together the prompting with more traditional editing stuff, then yeah, it's going to be gangbusters at that point. Because that's the problem. Like with a lot of the prompting stuff, it's kind of like
Slot machine.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. They
Though
talk about this. The prompters do.
Mm-hmm. Though it was funny, I was trying to get AI to make a character, and like they have all these things like if it's like kind of like a copyrighted character, that gets really finicky and stuff. And so I didn't want to do it. And I just asked ChatGPT, I'm like, can you just like write the prompt for me in a way that will get around, like that'll make it okay? And it wrote this prompt and it wouldn't do it itself, but then I just copy pasted it and it suddenly worked. I was like, thank you, ChatGPT. You helped me get around your own safeguards.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Mythhead for 34 months says, Metalworks, I agree. I'm building an AI tool to change how the chat works to use a graph-based prompting and threading system to increase control. Well, I don't know what that means, but good for you, Mythhead. That sounds awesome. I really should learn as much as I can about utilizing the AI.
There's tutorials all over YouTube.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Voodoo for $5 says there's only one thief in the military. Everyone else is just trying to get their stuff back.
Okay.
Are you saying? I don't get it.
Oh, maybe it's the government.
Like the government, yeah.
Yeah.
Nux HB for 11 months says worried about SoCal. The crazies now see New York as an example of what is possible. Imagine Hassan gaining a direct line to the next LA mayor. Worried, Adam?
I am a little nervous, but
you should be more worried that this could affect you on a local level. It's not going to affect me on a local level.
Nithya Raman.
Yep.
I mean, things are so bad in Los Angeles now. It's hard for me to imagine that it's possible for them to get worse, but Just crime is out of control. We're having so many home invasions and shit. It's crazy.
Solo for $2 says people are using the Lego scandal to justify ACAB. Of course they are.
I said that when we first covered it, that I was
I know.
worried that was going to happen. People are going to be like, oh my God, capitalism is evil. Cops are evil.
Michael Dorman for 5 Canadian says, Zero Fuck sent me the Destiny video. Adam, it's insane. You should watch it on a stream.
Well, look, I don't want to really do that. So
BBS for 5.
You guys have fun with it.
Yes.
I mean, that's exactly what Destiny wants us to do.
That is true. BVS for $5 says, here in MA, our Attorney General just messed up a ballot question summary, and now we don't get to vote to reduce taxes.
What? They just messed it up?
Mm-hmm. How does that work? That sounds crazy. Alexis for $5 says, you guys should have Nick Matta on after he absolutely bent Sneeko and Myron Gaines over. He's super knowledgeable on Israel and Palestine.
Sure.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people were promoting that. I didn't actually watch that debate. I saw a clip of it. But I don't know. The thing is, like, I'm tired. I feel like I'm so tired of Israel Palestine shit. I don't really want to talk about it.
It's a genocide. Yeah,
it's just
talk
like,
about it.
There's other things. There's other topics to talk about. Okay,
we covered it like crazy.
I know.
Finkelstein was going around, like Finkelstein was blowing up.
We talked about it a lot when it first started. We talked about it, a lot in the political context.
I read a bunch of books on Hamas.
Yeah, it's true. And then you get to the point where it's like, okay, no one has a solution to this whatsoever that's even remotely feasible. And it's like, okay, well, I guess are we supposed to just talk about it forever at this point? Just argue this thing till the end of time?
No, you have to say free Palestine.
Oh, okay. Amount of rules for 19 months says, I know you gave her the benefit of the doubt for a long time, Sitch, but it's finally here. Anna said, as Hezbollah is branded as a terrorist only by colonizers. Oh, no. Did she really? Oh, no. Anna, you feel like Padme. You're going down a path I can't follow, Anakin. Anakin. Get it? This was predicted by Star Wars, obviously. That's fucking crazy. Alas. Sam, Josh, thanks so much for joining
the one.
You were the chosen one. You could have brought balance to the left and the right. Sam, Josh, thanks so much for joining the Frugal Seekers for the $5. Says, been following since before Kyle Rittenhouse. Time to stop mooching off of gifted memberships. Thank you for all you guys do. You keep me somewhat sane. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully you're not in credit card debt.
I read that one. Metalworks for $5 says, the themes Undertale and Deltarune explore only work if you find the characters appealing. I don't think you'll like them, Adam. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. Not a lot of strong masculine characters, I'd say, in Undertale and in Deltarune. It's the one downside.
I watched the first episode of the show, 3 Body Problem.
Oh, weren't we? Was someone saying that was good or something?
Did you watch it?
I did not know.
Okay. So a big problem that I have is obviously these shows are super fucking slow.
Right.
I'm like, but they introduce these 2 characters that are going to be main characters in the show, and it's a Netflix show, so obviously it's got all the woke trappings, right? But we meet the characters for the first time. And my rule with characters is you want to meet them in some way that makes them look cool, right? So you realize, oh, this is a good person. I want to follow this person. In screenwriting, they tend to call it the Save the Cat. There was this famous book written by Blake Snyder called Save the Cat. And he advocated for your protagonist to do something like save a cat, pull the cat out of the tree and save it for some old lady. So, this is the moral center of the script. So we introduce these 2 girls who are, I guess, they're technically women. They're very attractive, very conventionally attractive. Okay. Which, obviously that's a plus, but they introduce them in this way where this guy comes up at a bar and is trying to hit on them, and they just humiliate the guy. And I'm like,
who are you supposed to be with? Is the guy the protagonist or the girl?
no, he's just some white dude that they threw in there for them to humiliate.
You're supposed to like them.
Yeah, but this is the Hollywood version of Save the Cat, right? This is how you know the protagonist is cool and you want to follow them. They humiliate white men.
Wow.
I was like, wow, this is like so on the nose for like wokeism, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh yeah, these girls are cool because they're fighting the patriarchy.
That's terrible.
And if the roles were reversed, so they're both supposed to be like super scientists. They have these jobs that are just, the world hinges on what they do, right? Which there's a huge status thing going on here. They're obviously high status. Nothing about like the guy who comes up and tries to pick up on him. The way that they humiliate him is they tell him what jobs that they do. And the implication is that he's just like some lowly, probably construction worker or something like that. So the status thing kind of stands out. You're like, okay, well they're really punching down here.
That's crazy.
But if the roles were reversed, right? If the protagonist was a man, like a super scientist with a super cool job, and it's two guys talking about their important work that people should know about, and some like geeky girl got the nerve to come up and talk to them, and they totally belittled the woman, and we're like, oh yeah, we're important people, get the fuck out of here, broad.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be obvious that these two guys are fuckers? Like, wouldn't you just try to be like nice but look, hold on. Why would you put that as like the introduction to the character in your screenplay?
Because
like, couldn't you have them do something super cool aside from the fact of humiliating some guy in a bar?
Because you're in a horrible woke progressive bubble.
Ugh. It's so weird to me. It's just so weird to me. I'm like, wow, this stuff really is for women. This stuff is 100% written for an audience of women.
It is.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Well, it's the same thing. It's so funny, like with Supergirl doing so bad and all this other stuff. Like they keep making stuff just for women to turn off men, and then they're like confused when it does very poorly.
When it turns off men.
Yeah. It turns off men and then
I thought
it does
the point
bad.
was to make fun of men.
Yeah.
A lot of guys I could see, that like, what did he do wrong? He was just trying to, trying to strike up conversation with a nice looking girl.
That makes you, it's funny. There's like that comic that's like, or like there's that thing like, oh, you should keep asking women out because the worst they can do is just reject you, right? Say no. And there's all these comics or all these videos of like women like filming guys like, this fucking disgusting guy just asked me out, and then they try to like blast them on social media.
Yeah, no. That's what a lot of guys are afraid of these days, so they won't even approach women. It's how, if you're, I got to admit, if I was still young and dating, I would be thinking about that if I was approaching women. Like, look, approaching women in public was really the only way I could get a date. There wasn't like all these dating apps when I was dating. So I guess you really have to, and I guess this favors women, that they don't want to be approached in public anymore. They want to only, look at the options on the dating apps.
Well, they only want to be approached by, 10, 200K minimum 6'1" Chads. Okay, that's fine, right? If you're anything below that, then fuck you.
All of those guys are just like fucking a different girl every night on the dating apps. I have several friends that are in that category, and that's exactly what they do. They're like, why would I ever want to have a girlfriend? I get a nice girl every night.
I know. The women are too fucking retarded to figure that one out. So did you watch the rest of it, or did you just turn it off after that horrible opening?
I know I persevered a bit, but I mean, it's so fucking slow. I think I'm 20 minutes into a 40-minute first episode. I did go to YouTube and I watched a trailer and I was like, okay, well, this seems like something I could possibly be interested in. It's sci-fi. I love sci-fi. So, but that oh God, that scene, I was just like, who, like, as someone who's seen the development process where you kind of get notes on any project from everyone around you, right? Your manager, your friend group, your any producers, anyone who's interested in the project before someone actually buys it. And if you're writing a television show, you get feedback from a lot of different people as well. Like, how does that kind of thing? And just like I would immediately say, hey, don't you think you're turning off a huge part of the audience here? Like, you're introducing your characters as kind of like bitches. Like, why would I want to follow these bitches around? I'm supposed to broadcast to the audience that these women are completely out of you as the audience's league.
Right.
Okay.
Because you're supposed to relate to them, Adam, as a woman. You're supposed to say, oh, I hate it when like disgusting blue collar men ask me out.
Yeah, they would have if they were nice about it. If they were like, we're really not into this, but like nice about it, they could have won me over. I'd be like, oh yeah, look, they're not really interested in that guy, but at least they had some tact about it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, nah, humiliation. We're here to humiliate you. I can imagine the director telling the guy, no, look a little more humiliated for the reaction.
Terrible.
We have two concurrent societies forming here.
Arithmus for $2 says this Streamlabs was paid for by my Capital One credit card, baby. You can't stop me. Pay off your credit card balance at the end of each month, kids, and rack up those points. That is true. That is the hack.
Oh, look at this.
That's true.
I guess you kind of have to have a credit card just to super chat, right?
Yeah. Well, no, using it, if you pay it off every month and you're just getting free points, then you're just getting free money at that point. Getting your free 1% back or whatever it is.
Yeah. I mean, the business owners are paying that money, but.
Well, you're not.
I know.
Yeah.
Take it out on them.
Anonymous for $6
Those points
says.
are coming out of our super chat.
There you go. Anonymous for $6 says, super chat wouldn't let me say this, so trying it here. Someone should ask these people once police are abolished, what happens if an evil white man charges rent to a BIPOC lesbian immigrant? Who should she call? It's a good question.
See, the trolley problems are way out of date. They are.
Yeah,
these are the kind of moral dilemmas we need to.
You know what they should ask her, like, oh, should a murderer go to prison? She doesn't want to answer the question. Should Dylan Roof go to prison?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Just ask.
Wouldn't it just cause more trauma in Dylan Roof's life if he actually went to prison? Think of Dylan Roof's family, okay? You think all of those white supremacists want to see their poor kid in jail?
Or what if you said, listen, I guess you're in favor of Donald Trump, pardoning all the January 6ers, right? Because he got them all out of jail.
Yeah, that would be a good one for her.
Mm-hmm. Solid for 2 hours says, I think a motive behind the Carmelo defense is that it's a reaction to perceived hypocrisy from white people. So they're acting like how they think white people would if the shoe was on the other foot. Yeah, I think that's
probably
definitely
very
what's going
true.
on. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Grolf for 30 months. Thank you so much. Says, happy Sunday, guys. Hope you had a good laugh seeing OpenAI delay their IPO till 2027. Curious what will happen if SpaceX has the common 50% drop of the common stock. Is that predicted to be happening? I haven't been following any of that SpaceX drama.
Where are you getting these super chats from? Is this Streamlabs?
Well, the other one was Streamlabs, but this was a super chat that just came in.
Oh, it did?
Well, it was a membership thing.
I bought SpaceX just so I could say I own some SpaceX. What was the question?
Curious what happened if SpaceX has the common 50% drop.
Well, look, I think it could easily drop 50%. I didn't buy it. I bought like just a few shares of SpaceX because it was like it's 100 and it came down to $150 a share. It went up to 212, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you don't like it could never drop below 150 a share. It could go down to $70 a share. I don't know. Of course, everyone will have to say that Elon Musk is no longer a trillionaire, right?
Right.
I think he might not be a trillionaire now since it's down to $150 a share, but yeah, look, I'm in. If it goes down to $75 a share, look, I'm in. I don't SpaceX is like a lottery ticket though. Don't bet the farm on SpaceX, guys, if you are playing the stocks. So
yeah, it says that the SpaceX, what's going on with SpaceX is what is making OpenAI consider pushing it back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, OpenAI is super in bed with Microsoft, and a lot of people are saying buy Microsoft stock because Microsoft stock is so far down, like it's completely been beaten up, and people are like, it's a good company. I use Microsoft products, but I don't really like Microsoft. Microsoft could be viable if they get a lot of businesses taking on Copilot, because obviously if you're a business, you don't necessarily want to let AI have access to all your customer data for a lot of different reasons, privacy reasons, all kinds of reasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm not a big OpenAI fan. I wouldn't buy the OpenAI stock. I think OpenAI is massively overvalued, and Sam Altman has been selling dreams, unattainable dreams, to his investors. So, but I said before that I think the market's going to come down. I think right now the market is at an unsustainable level, and that will probably get a substantial pullback before the end of the year, which is very common during midterm elections. Think about it, especially now. I mean, there's 3 fucking socialists that just won in New York. I don't know if you know this, Sitch, but there's a lot of financial stuff that goes on in New York City. Like the stock market is based there. A lot of financial industry runs out of New York City. So you're going to have the financial press talking about the midterm elections in the context of socialists, talking about taxing the rich and taxing corporations and all this shit. The market's going to come down. There's no way the market can't come down. So you don't want to have an IPO. You don't want to go to the public markets when the markets are crashing.
That's true.
Because no one's going to be talking about your IPO. Elon came in right at the perfect time. He really did. He came in, he did his thing. They're public now. Now he's stepping back. And let the markets pull back. Sitch, you're a buyer at like 75, right?
Sure. I'll buy it all.
Are you going to buy some?
Watch it drop.
I mean, look, I've made so much money off of Tesla stock, so
I know. You're set.
I feel bad. Tesla was under $200 a share. It commonly hits, it regularly hits $400 a share. It was under $200 a share, and I bought some, but I said I wouldn't sign off on Sammy. But look, I don't think Sammy was serious about buying some anyways, so I don't feel bad.
You should feel bad. How dare you? You cost us. You cost us money, Adam.
I bought NVIDIA because Christian Baller, another guy I haven't seen in the chat in a while, but he might still listen to the show sometimes. Christian Baller was like, NVIDIA is under 100 a share. And I was like, okay, well, I'll buy some under 100 a share just because it seems pretty inexpensive.
Mm-hmm.
And it went up to like $212 a share.
Nice. Look at that.
Yeah. It doubled. I was like, holy shit, I should have bought more.
Yep. C'est la vie.
Yeah.
C'est la vie. Meme spread for $2 says L Adam for Microsoft open source software always.
Yeah, look, I own no Microsoft. I just know that Microsoft right now is down. I think it might be down 40% from its highs. And I think Microsoft was originally part of something they call the Mag 7, the Magnificent 7, which are 7 stocks that made up most of the value of the S&P 500 because they were just these high flyers that were going crazy. But Microsoft just doesn't seem like a good bet to me. What's your take? Are you going to buy some Microsoft stock? Super cheap right now, Sitch. You can get in on the...
I have a rule, okay? I don't buy any stock of any company that sounds like it has ED. I'm not on board with that. I want a big, girthy company.
Mm-hmm. No, what is ED? Erectile dysfunction?
Erectile.
Erectile dysfunction.
Like that. The Democrats might have erectile dysfunction, but that's a different problem.
Totally different.
Yeah.
Do you don't buy any single stocks? A lot of people are like, I'm not going to buy. The best thing that you can do if you want investing advice, the only investing advice I will sign off on is buying the S&P 500, buying an index fund of the S&P 500. That is a low cost fund. So you're basically not throwing everything away in fees. The one that I usually buy is VOO, VOO. It's a Vanguard ETF that mirrors the S&P 500.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you want to, a lot of people, they don't really want to pay attention to what's going on in the market, which I totally understand. So they just want to say, I'm going to spend $1,000 a month just to buy the S&P 500, and I'm just going to set it and forget it, right? When I get a paycheck every 2 weeks, $1,000 out of that paycheck is going to go into buying VOO, and that's where my money's going to go. That is a good investment. Sometimes you'll be buying it super high, and it's going to pull back, but it'll always go higher over time, so you'll be fine. But obviously, like the market dipped big in March 30th, the market bottomed out, but it dropped like 15%. So if you were like, I'm going to put all the money I put into the S&P 500, I'm going to put it in when the market is down like that, you're going to do way better, right? Because the market's going to come back. You're going to be up like 15% on your, I don't know if you're putting $1,000, if you're putting $2,000 a month, that's $24,000 a year you're setting aside.
Mm-hmm.
If you can put that $24,000 when the market's like low, you're going to do better than cost averaging in, right? But you have to pay attention to the market to be able to do that. Most people don't want to do that.
The Dark Conservatarian, thanks so much for the $20. Thank you. Says, hey guys, it's been a long while. Hope you're well. I just finished StarCraft 2's Terran campaign for the first time. I know late to the party, but still fun stuff. I'm bugged how StarCraft 2 doesn't have a single player skirmish mode.
Wow.
Look at that.
So it's just multiplayer? I like multiplayer though.
No, there's a single player campaign mode, I guess, but not a skirmish mode. So let me think about this. So it's been a long time since I played StarCraft 2. I don't think I ever finished it. I think I played the first two. I never played or never finished the third, the Protoss campaign. This might be a contentious take. I know there's a lot of romantic people out there. Okay. But I really liked in StarCraft 1, Adam. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy, the main character, or one of the main human characters. He falls in love with a woman. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Named
a man
Sarah.
Falls in love with a woman.
I know. A man named Jim. A man named Jim Raynor. He's like a space sheriff. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a dusty, badass space sheriff. He falls in love.
She's a hoe from the
it's a
wrong
classic
side of the
love
galaxy.
Tale. It's a classic love tale of a space sheriff falling in love with a CIA secret assassin asset. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
She's an assassin?
Yes.
Who's she? I hope she's not trying to assassinate him.
No.
That would be
maybe.
complicated for the love affair.
I know. And her name's Sarah Kerrigan, which maybe it's like a Sarah Connor homage or something. I don't know. But she's been like experimented on by the government. So she has like psychic powers and all sorts of stuff. Right. She gets captured by the bug aliens from Starship Troopers. Okay.
Oh, wow.
And they transform her into a bug woman.
Okay. But does she still have big bazombas?
She does.
Okay, perfect.
She does.
But
she's like a bug woman
to
now.
keep the
They knew to
keep the assets intact.
So it's funny, actually. I mean, you could look up, you could type in Sarah Kerrigan. You'll see some.
Somehow I knew they would
bug
know
kits.
that.
But this was so. It's funny when they made StarCraft 1 and when they made StarCraft 2, Blizzard was still like not woke. So they literally, I had a problem with this. I thought this was too in the other direction. I thought this was too chauvinistically retarded. She like when she's like turns into the bug lady, they literally had like her feet had like high heels, like biologically engineered into her feet. And I was like, that's kind of ridiculous. Like her foot naturally has like a stiletto heel in it. I was like, this is a little silly.
What are you talking about? They had to make her sexier. She was a bug.
Too much. Okay.
They had to overcome the bug thing, though.
I guess.
Come on. There's really only a few ways that you can overcome the bug woman situation, right?
Mm-hmm. So, but anyway, so they turn her. It's called the Zerg. So she gets turned into like the Zerg queen. She's kind of like the what's it called? The Borg queen, I guess. She's kind of like the Borg queen, but she's like the Zerg queen. But they're like a hive consciousness. Okay. So in the first game, they destroy like the hive bug thing that's controlling all the bugs. And so Jim Raynor goes and he finds her again. And even though she still has power over the other aliens, he's like, oh, maybe she'll be good now because she's been freed from the alien hive mind. And she gives him like the whole sob story. Oh, I'm like good. I was controlled by the aliens, right? I'm totally good now. But turns out he was fucking lying at him. Okay.
A woman lying?
I know.
I have no such thing.
Even when the bugs lost control, she's like, now I'm going to be the fucking big shot in charge. I'm going to control all the bugs and kill humanity. And she's like a fucking evil psychopath. And I loved in the first StarCraft game that was like kind of the big twist reveal thing is like, no, Kerrigan is just fucking evil and you just have to fucking deal with it. Okay. I like that. And I'm sad for Jim Raynor, but whatever. Okay. It's a good plot. StarCraft 2, they retcon the whole thing. The whole thing is just Jim Raynor's like, oh, I'm so sad about Kerrigan. I could never get over. Even though in the first game, he totally gets over the fact that she's evil and is like, gonna go fucking kill her. He's like, I can never get over with my lost love, Sarah Kerrigan, who we like banged once and I fell in love with. Oh, and he spends the whole game like pining and moping after her. And then at the end, they like unbug Zerg her and she's like, oh, I'm good now. I'm totally good. I'm totally not evil. And then she gets bug Zerged again, but she's like, no, actually, even though I'm bug Zerged again, I'm still not evil. I'm a good girl now. It was so dumb. I hated it. I hated it so much.
Wow. They made it all soy and weak.
They made it soy. Yeah.
They took all the testosterone out of it.
They did. They gave her the high heels, but they took all the testosterone out of it.
They said, look, you're just going to pine away for your ex.
It's true.
Oh, man. That's so bad. Guys, don't pine away for your ex. It's time to move on.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. Jim Raynor vows to kill Kerrigan when she kills Phoenix. That's right. And then in StarCraft 2, that all goes out the fucking window. I was like, ugh, terrible.
You got to say, fuck that bitch. She's a bug now.
That's
I'm
right.
over it.
She killed Jim Raynor's bro. Okay. The ultimate bro. Jim Raynor makes an alien bro friend who's awesome. She kills him.
Mm.
Mike Hassan for 47 months. This equals freedom. Thanks so much. Says I'm getting old now, but Friday was my 37th birthday. Well, happy birthday. Look at that. Went to Denny's in the beach with my brother and dad. The beach was cold, but glad to get out with the family. Well, that's nice.
37's not old. Jeez, you got a lot of time left.
I mean, 37's pretty ancient. Okay.
No. You're doing great.
Pretty
God,
bad.
what I would give to be 37 again.
Okay. Anyways.
All right. This was fun.
This was fun. It was also kind of dark pilling, black pilling at the same time. So.
Don't let it get you down, Sitch. I'm telling you, the Republicans are like, yes.
Well, I know they are.
And
but that remains to be seen whether that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing at the end of the day.
Have the Democrats been able to turn anything into some kind of electoral advantage in recent memory?
No.
This is the party of Brett Summer, Sitch.
Is it now?
Yeah. Do you think this is the party of weird? Remember? Oh, they're just weird. Oh, Republicans are just weird. We're going to win by calling them weird. Come on. This is devastating. This is a full-on civil war inside the Democratic Party. When is a bad time to have a civil war?
When?
Right before the midterms.
That's true. It's a good
point.
Right
before the midterm elections. Yeah.
It's a good point. Yeah.
That's really when a civil war is going to be so good for your electoral advantages. Nah. This is ultimately, it's going to be funny for us, and New York is they're fucked anyway. So now if this happens in Los Angeles,
there you go.
All right.
Anyways,
let's hear about your isekai protagonist.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists who would never, ever vote for some sort of democratic socialist retard who says that America and the West should be destroyed, who praises October 7th and is just an all-around dumb piece of shit retard. And we'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye!
Get some Mexican food and or bubblegum ice cream.
I'll do it, definitely. Don't hang up yet, though. I got to bitch at you for a minute.